I am the god of light. I create a divine civilization. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination, so don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like, and if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 201: The Development and Crisis of the Divine Kingdom. Back at the Archmage Tower, which served as his mobile palace, Wu Wei bid farewell to the others, then his consciousness left his body and returned to the Divine Kingdom. During his travels these past few days, he had mostly spent his days playing cards in the Archmage Tower and his nights handling matters in the Divine Kingdom. Since he didn't have a great need for sleep, he made the most of his time. "My lord, you're back." Sensing Wu Wei's presence, St. Luke immediately flew back from outside and waited respectfully at the door. "How is the situation in the Divine Kingdom today?" Wu Wei pushed open the door of the garden villa, asking St. Luke as he walked out. Now, his divine power was abundant, and the refinement of his soul was vastly different from his previous state of being like a wandering ghost. Even his soul body appeared very solid, almost indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Even just standing there, his soul body radiated a golden glow from within, sacred and majestic, inspiring awe in all who beheld him. St. Luke followed closely beside Wu Wei, reporting on the situation within the Divine Kingdom as they walked. Everything is normal within the Divine Kingdom. The newly added red-eyed demon rabbits in the ranch are growing well. One gave birth to offspring today. The sacred wheat is also growing very well. As they walked, the two unknowingly arrived at the edge of the sacred field. The former ruins had long since vanished, replaced by a lush green wheat field. In the field, the farmers of the Divine Kingdom were busy at work, the sacred wheat stalk standing straight and full of vitality. Not far away was the ranch, where different kinds of low-level magical beasts were kept separately in pens, growing plump and strong under careful care, making an outstanding contribution to enriching the meals of the divine people and Wu Wei. Further away in the horse farm, rows of holy light Pegasus horses strolled leisurely across the pasture, their white manes shimmering softly in the holy light. Occasionally, they would stretch and flap their wings, appearing exceptionally carefree and content. Watching them stroll leisurely, Wu Wei's mood improved considerably. After inspecting the holy wheat field and the animal pens, he went to the Hall of Heroes, the Hall of Divine Weapons, the Pool of Transformation, and the Gates of Heaven. These places were not far apart, and although the conditions were still relatively simple, they were well organized under St. Luke's management. Every citizen had their own housing, worked diligently, and wore smiles, clearly very satisfied with their current lives. When they saw Wu Wei pass by, their expressions were a mixture of awe and fervor, which made Wu Wei feel quite pleased. If Wu Wei hadn't previously explicitly forbidden them from overly extravagant behavior, many believers probably would have been unable to resist running over to kiss the backs of his feet. Compared to its former desolation and ruin, the Kingdom of Light, though not yet at its peak, has gradually gotten back on track, presenting a thriving scene. This is all thanks to his efforts over this period. He believes that as long as he continues to work hard, one day this kingdom will be even more prosperous than the old God of Light's era. "My lord, this is the offering sent from the Potato Man Plain today." After inspecting the kingdom, St. Luke ordered several large boxes to be brought up and respectfully reported, "This old servant has sorted the items. There are a total of 40 level 2 magic cores, 170 level 1 magic cores, and 15 tons of various kinds of ore." "Oh? This is the second time this month, isn't it? These Potato Man people are really diligent," Wu Wei remarked. The low-level magic cores were nothing to worry about, he didn't lack them now. But these ores were truly valuable. Due to the constant warfare of recent decades, ore was an absolute hard currency in the Kingdom of Light, and it was always in short supply. After conquering Thorn territory, he acquired 2 or 3 mines, but Thorn territory wasn't a major mining region. His mines were just ordinary iron ore, with small reserves, and after years of mining, they were almost depleted, resulting in very limited production. However, the ores from the Potato Man Plain, while not abundant in each type, were incredibly diverse, including several rare minerals difficult to find on the market, which greatly helped him. This. Suddenly, Wu Wei's gaze paused, and he reached into the categorized ores and pulled out a dark reddish-brown stone lump. This stone lump was irregularly shaped, its jagged surface a dark, unremarkable black, with only a few areas covered in a layer of dark red frost. It looked unremarkable and inconspicuous. This type of ores hadn't been among the ores offered by the Potato Man plane before. Wu Wei stared at it for a long time before frowning uncertainly and saying, "It looks like rare gold ore to me." Rare gold ore. St. Luke was stunned for a moment, then instantly overjoyed. Rare gold is an essential material for crafting magical items of saint rank and above. Its reserves are extremely scarce, and it's always been priceless. If this really is rare gold ore, then many of our problems can be solved. It's hard to say right now. I'll take it to Jimmy for identification. Wu Wei casually put away the ore, not as excited as St. Luke. Rare gold is certainly a good thing, but with his current knowledge, unless it's something like the heart of the earth, it's hard for him to get excited. Besides, he didn't even know if it was rare gold ore. However, it was still a rare ore, and he was quite happy. The distribution of minerals is inherently uncertain. It's not uncommon for ores that are scarce in the light plane to be abundant in other planes. The existence of rare gold ore in the Potato Man plane is entirely possible. This ore is highly likely to be rare gold. Register the rest of the ore and send it to the Divine Weapon Hall, Wu Wei casually instructed St. Luke before returning to his garden villa. Comfortably reclining on his specially made deck chair, he habitually activated his Eye of God to check the situation in the Potato Man plane and the light plane. He did this every so often, partly to confirm his current territory, and partly to filter out useful information and promptly identify and resolve any problems. A pure white screen unfolded before him, and instantly, scenes appeared one after another. In the Potato Man settlement, in the mushroom fields that had expanded considerably, the slender-armed and slender Potato Man people were working diligently, while groups of even smaller Potato Man people frolicked and explored the winding passageways, their boisterousness brimming with youthful energy. On the edge of their settlement, squads of Potato Man soldiers, noticeably stronger than ordinary potato men, patrolled on lizard-like mounts. Each soldier wore exquisite leather armor inlaid with iron plates and carried short metal spears, exuding an imposing aura, a far cry from their former selves. Among the Potato Man soldiers were even a few Potato Man priests in white robes, few in number but surrounded by the soldiers, holding a superior status. Previously, the Potato Men lacked metallurgy skills and combat abilities, struggling even to defend themselves against the attacks of the damn beasts. However, after this period of development, their strength had undergone a qualitative change. The damn beasts, once considered their mortal enemies, no longer posed a threat, and their settlement expanded almost daily. The Potato Man race, like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, was undergoing a continuous metamorphosis. Wu Wei noticed that the number of devout and fanatical believers among the potato people was skyrocketing at an alarming rate, and the Potato Queen's faith was growing increasingly fervent, steadily approaching that of a saint. At this rate, he might soon have a second saint. The Potato People's plane was developing well, and the light plane was doing well too. Under the guidance of the Holy Maiden of Light, although the number of believers on the light plane had stopped increasing, their quality was constantly improving. The number of true and devout believers was increasing daily, and even fanatical believers were occasionally gaining an extra one. Within the Thorn territory, the number of believers going to church to pray each week was increasing, and many had gradually made it a habit. The number of priests in white robes in the churches was also slowly but steadily increasing. In the monasteries rebuilt by the Holy See, the orphans being cared for were gradually being nurtured. Some 13 or 14-year-old nuns and monks were already assisting the priests, and after passing an examination, they could officially become novice priests. Wu Wei noticed that besides the orphans he had taken in, there were also some children who were clearly from noble families, and their daily prayers were very devout. This was a good sign, meaning that the Holy See's control over the Thorn territory had become even more secure. Otherwise, those nobles who were adept at judging the situation wouldn't have been willing to send their children to the monastery. Excellent. The Holy See had already established a firm foothold in the Thorn territory. Once he obtained the heart of the earth and repaired his divine status, he could continue to expand his faith. Looking at this, Wu Wei gradually felt a sense of satisfaction. In his previous life on Earth, he had enjoyed playing management games. He felt particularly fulfilled whenever he saw his character level up and his forces grow stronger. And now, this sense of fulfillment was even stronger. because everything he managed and everything he possessed was no longer virtual, but real. However, it wasn't enough. Although he had worked hard and was much better off than before, he was still far from the strength a true god should possess. Thinking of this, Wu Wei's smile faded slightly, and with a thought, he opened the detailed information about the Divine Kingdom. Kingdom of Light, damaged, divinity, level 1, severely damaged, can only support up to level 7 angels, please repair as soon as possible, area. 25 square kilometers crystal wall, strength level 8, damaged state, defense level reduced to level 7, can only withstand level 7 energy attacks, please repair as soon as possible, maximum number of faith channels. 300,000 maximum faith power storage. 2,500,000 maximum divine power storage. 2,500 points main temple, none, not yet built, please build as soon as possible. Hall of Heroes, repair progress 15%, can support 300 citizens, please repair as soon as possible. Transformation pool, repair progress 30%, can support the transformation of level 7 war angels and level 8 divine incarnations, please repair as soon as possible. Hall of Divine Weapons, repair progress 15%, can support 2 forges operating simultaneously, can support basic forging and armor making needs, please repair as soon as possible. Gates of Heaven, repair progress 15%, supports free entry and exit for level 7 creatures. Forcing level 8 creatures to enter and exit may damage the Gates of Heaven. Please repair as soon as possible. Sacred Fields, 550 acres of ordinary quality sacred fields, sacred wheat fields, produces 27,500 kilograms of sacred wheat per quarter. Pastures, 500 acres of ordinary quality pastures, supports 500 horses. There was a lot of information, and Wu Wei felt immense pressure after just a quick glance. There were so many things to repair, including the main temple, the core of the Divine Kingdom, which hadn't even been built yet. He was now very aware of the crisis. The Light Plane, as the old Light God's lair, had no powerful gods besides the half-crippled Lord of the Dead. Even spreading faith was difficult there, the situation was even worse elsewhere. With his current strength, he could still be arrogant in front of mortals, but once he encountered a true god, he would be completely defeated. Keep in mind, his current highest combat strength was only level 8, while a true god was at least level 10. If a true god of level 10 or higher were to discover the plane of light at this moment and attempt to occupy it to spread their faith, he would be utterly powerless and completely at their mercy. Right now, he is still too weak. He needs to quickly repair his divine core and rapidly increase his strength. Amidst this multitude of thoughts, Wu Wei's initial good mood vanished without him realizing it, replaced by a profound sense of crisis. Chapter 202 My Personal Grandpa. No, he still needed to get the heart of the earth quickly. He absolutely had to win the championship in tomorrow's competition. Otherwise, he would have to resort to force and snatch the championship from the hands of others. However, as the God of Light, since he had said he would participate in the Truth Conference, he was determined to win the championship no matter what. Wu Wei's heart stirred slightly, and he subconsciously began to peruse the memories left behind by the old God of Light, carefully examining the content related to magic. Before he knew it, the night had passed in a flash. The next morning, Wu Wei got out of bed, recalling what he had examined the night before, and felt somewhat helpless. There wasn't much content related to magic in the memories left by the old God of Light, and it was mostly derogatory and disdainful remarks, with very little actual magical knowledge. It was clear that the old God of Light really disliked magicians. No wonder, considering the extent to which magicians had been exposed during the years the old God of Light ruled the plane of light. However, this also meant that his idea of turning the tide using the old God of Light's remaining memories had failed. Wu Wei frowned deeply. It seems this path is blocked. I'll have to find another way. Of course, there was a way. His divine sense was now incredibly powerful. His memory and comprehension were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Although he hadn't yet reached the point of understanding everything he saw or heard, he could make connections across different areas. With a foundation for learning divine arts, learning magical theory and spells wouldn't be difficult for him. The difficulty lay in the fact that the Truth Conference was about to begin, and he didn't have time. Oh well, he'd just have to take it one step at a time. At worst, he could be shameless and use divine arts to cheat his way through. Wu Wei stopped thinking about these things, got out of bed, and after clearing his head, prepared to leave the Divine Kingdom and return to Patrick Islands to participate in the Truth Conference. Just then, his gaze swept across the bedside table and suddenly stopped. On his bedside table lay a bronze ring, quite conspicuously. Is that it? Wu Wei remembered this ring. This was the ring he'd plucked from Daniel's finger, the very culprit that had caused Daniel's cultivation to regress. Because the spirit inside was too noisy, he'd casually sealed it away after taking it back to his divine kingdom. He'd tossed it aside then, and since he was always busy, he hadn't bothered with it. Seeing it now reminded him of something. Since there was still plenty of time before the Truth Conference began, he reached out and beckoned the ring, releasing the seal. Hey, you finally remembered me. Please. Don't seal me again, I'll talk to you properly, okay? As soon as the seal was released, a gray-black phantom emerged from the ring, its aged voice wailing in despair. Wu Wei's seal was no simple one. Under the divine power seal, the ancient remnant soul residing within the ring was completely imprisoned, unable to speak or move, yet its consciousness remained clear, a torture worse than any real punishment. Confined within the ring for several days, this once arrogant old man was clearly on the verge of collapse. Wu Wei chuckled, tapping the ring with his knuckles. Now you know to keep a low profile. Yes, I was wrong, please don't seal me again. The gray-black phantom shrunk into a ball in frustration. Ask me anything, I'll cooperate. Wu Wei glanced down at him and went straight to the point. Do you understand magic? The phantom had fully expected Wu Wei to ask about his identity and origins, and had already planned how to boast and highlight his extraordinary background, but he hadn't expected Wu Wei to ask this. Caught off guard, he didn't react for a moment and froze. What? You don't understand. Wu Wei raised an eyebrow. Then you're useless. Let's keep the ring sealed. Saying that, he made a move to reseal the ring. Wait. The phantom panicked and hurriedly said, I understand. It's just magic, right? I understand. Really understand. Wu Wei looked him up and down suspiciously. You really know? The gray-black phantom vaguely coalesced into a human shape, nodding frantically up and down, its tone unconsciously revealing a hint of arrogance. In ancient times, there was a great sage named Bloomfield, titled Sky Mage. You've heard of him, haven't you? Never heard of him. Wu Wei shook his head. The phantom paused, then said somewhat frantically, he's the greatest pioneer in the history of magic. How can you not have heard of him? Wu Wei calmly replied, I'm not a magician. The phantom was so angry it wanted to jump up and down. However, thinking of how easily Wu Wei could seal his strength, he ultimately held back, suppressing his anger as he said, if you haven't heard of him, you haven't. Just remember, he was one of the most brilliant pioneers in the history of magic, the first to push the path of magic to level 10, and the first to achieve godhood purely through magical power. Level 10? Sounds pretty strong, so, Wu Wei raised an eyebrow, quickly grasping the key point. What's your relationship with that sky god of magic? Don't tell me you're the sky god of magic, I don't believe it. I'm not. The phantom bristled, but I'm his most loyal servant, the person he trusts most. In ancient times, everyone called me Lord Augustus. My status is second only to my master. With such a servant who explodes at the slightest provocation, whose ego is inflated and can't keep anything to himself, his master must have had a tough time. Wu Wei glanced at it sideways, suddenly feeling a little sorry for his master. However, Wu Wei wasn't particularly concerned about his master's affairs. He only cared about one thing, how's your magic level? How does it compare to current magicians? Hearing this, the phantom, Augustus, seemed to have a sensitive spot touched, instantly trembling. Those people nowadays can be called magicians? Their magic theory is rubbish, and they're so slow and hesitant in battle. They've completely disgraced my master. If I were still alive, I'd teach them a lesson. Wu Wei nodded, I understand. You mean you're stronger than them, right? Of course. Augustus's tone was resolute and unquestionable. That's good. In a good mood, Wu Wei tossed the ring into the air, raised his finger, and a vast and majestic divine power swiftly landed on the ring, leaving a mark. Almost instantly, a divine rune radiating holy white light appeared on the ring, simple yet profoundly mysterious. What did you do? Augustus's voice trembled with tension. What did you do to me? Don't worry, it's just a simple contract, and incidentally, To ensure that only I can see your existence. Wu Wei caught the ring, his tone relaxed and cheerful. Since you were once a servant of the god of magic, you should be able to recognize that this divine rune is not only harmless to you, but can also nourish your soul. As long as you obediently listen to me and do things well, you will naturally reap the rewards. As he spoke, he casually slipped the ring onto the finger of his left hand. The ancient ring with the divine rune exuded a mysterious aura, and on his soul hand, which shone with a white gold light, it inexplicably radiated an aura of majesty. In the short time it took to say those few words, a holy white light had already enveloped the gray-black energy ball. Instantly, the gray-black energy ball seemed to have been placed into a frying pan, making a series of soft sizzling sounds. Oh, it's so itchy. So itchy. Gently, gently. Ouch. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Wisps of black smoke kept rising from the constantly writhing gray-black energy ball. Even Augustus's aged voice was distorted and changed, as if someone was ravaging him. If it were a woman, such shouts would have a certain allure, but for the old man Wu Wei, it was a chilling sight. Without hesitation, he cast a divine spell, silencing the man. The air finally quieted down. Wu Wei let out a long breath, feeling completely refreshed and much more relaxed. That sound just now was truly too bewitching. Unbeknownst to him, holy white light had completely enveloped the entire gray-black energy ball. As the wisps of black smoke dissipated, the gray-black color on the energy ball quickly faded, soon becoming pure white and spotless. Although the overall volume of the energy ball shrank by half as a result, it was also cleansed and refined by the holy light, becoming more and more solid. A moment later, the gray-black energy ball completely disappeared, and a small old man appeared above the ring. The little old man was only the size of a thumb, with white hair and beard, but he was very vigorous. He seemed a bit unaccustomed to his new appearance, and was curiously fiddling with his clothes. This little old man was clearly Augustus. Wu Wei noticed that the little old man wore a wide gray robe that reached his ankles, and on his head was a wide-brimmed hat that was huge for his size, with several colorful feathers stuck in it. This image was clearly that of a legendary ancient magician. The image of a soul cannot be faked. It seemed that what the little old man said was true. He casually lifted the silencing spell, and the old man's excited voice immediately rang out, this spell is amazing. Not only can it condense a soul, but it can even allow me to transform into human form. This poor old man has been sleeping and waking for countless years, always in a remnant soul state, almost forgetting what a human form looks like. Proud Wu Wei scoffed, it's just condensing a soul, what's the big deal? If you help me properly, forget about a soul, even creating a new body for you is no problem. Really? Really? Creating a body isn't that easy, you're not kidding me, are you? Augustus, who dreamed of soul regeneration, gasped upon hearing this. Don't believe me. Wu Wei raised an eyebrow and strode towards the transformation pool. Come on, let me show you. The mechanisms within the divine kingdom were becoming increasingly sophisticated, with heroic spirits transforming into divine citizens daily. When Wu Wei arrived, a heroic spirit was undergoing transformation in the transformation pool. Augustus watched in disbelief as a body of light elemental energy materialized from nothing. Although it wasn't a human body, but rather a physical form condensed from elements, it was still a living body. How was this done? The old man Augustus felt his worldview utterly shattered, his mind reeling. Is rebirth really that simple? If rebirth was so easy, what about all his painstaking planning over the years? It's easy for those who know how, Wu Wei said calmly. Creating a body in the transformation pool was indeed easy, all it took was divine power. But the core of that divine power contained a powerful force of laws, derived from the old god of light's understanding of life and soul, a power unimaginable to mortals. The old man's master might indeed have possessed level 10 strength, but mages typically studied the elements, comprehending elemental laws. While their combat power was formidable, the god of light was far more specialized in matters of soul and life. It could be said that all the effort this old man put into creating a body for himself in the luminous plane was probably less effective than the body he casually sculpted in the transformation pool. Glancing at the old man's bewildered expression, Wu Wei casually added, creating a human body isn't difficult for me. But whether or not I create one for you depends on your performance. Yes, I'll definitely perform well. From now on, I'm your subordinate, I'll do whatever you tell me to do. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, It means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 The more people, the better. Having witnessed a miraculous pool of rebirth, Augustus was now completely convinced of Wu Wei's abilities and dared not boast as he had before. Moreover, whether he could be resurrected was entirely in Wu Wei's hands. How could he not go to great lengths to please him? Remembering Wu Wei's earlier question about his knowledge of magic, he quickly added, "Don't worry, anything related to magic, just leave it to this old man." Wu Wei nodded slightly. With this little old man around, winning the truth tournament would be much easier. "My lord, time is almost up," St. Luke reminded him from the side. The truth tournament required early entry and preparation, and judging by the time, it was indeed almost time. Wu Wei nodded, and with a thought, his soul instantly vanished from its original spot, returning to his physical body in the Patrick Islands via the Faith Channel. Getting off the bed, Wu Wei moved his limbs somewhat uncomfortably, then raised his left hand to look at it. On his left index finger, an ancient bronze ring sat securely, its divine runes gleaming subtly, exuding a mysterious aura. He nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, understated yet dignified, it perfectly suited his temperament. Much like those characters in fantasy novels who always carry an old man with them. The only difference was that Wu Wei's old man, Augustus, was obediently under his control. Huh? Where am I? How did I get here? The little old man, Augustus, popped out of the ring, startled to find himself in a different place. Looking at Wu Wei, he was even more shocked, unable to speak coherently. You. Wu Wei glanced down and instantly understood his shock, nonchalantly saying, "Oh, this is a body I casually created, a bit low level, you'll get used to it." Augustus's eyes widened instantly. This wasn't about level. This was a physical body. The body he had always dreamed of. Moreover, it was a physical body perfectly integrated with his soul, comparable to his original body. Augustus stared at Wu Wei's body, his mouth practically watering with envy. "That's enough, don't look at me like that." Wu Wei felt his hair stand on end from his gaze and quickly tapped his ring to remind him to control his emotions. Those who knew him understood that he was just envious of his physical body, those who didn't might have thought he had some kind of peculiar hobby. It was only because he was good-natured that he was like this. If the old god of light were here, this old man would have been crushed into soul fragments long ago if he dared to stare like that. As he spoke, Wu Wei had already finished washing up and changed into more formal clothes. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. "Brother Wu Wei, are you up yet? We're about to set off." Blake's voice came from outside the door. "Coming." Wu Wei replied casually and opened the door to go out. Alchemist Jimmy, Flame Queen Liliana, Siren Princess Deshava, Maid Winnie, Alchemy Assistant Cody, and others were already prepared. Upon seeing Wu Wei emerge, the group set off. The venue for the Truth Conference was located at Star Moon Lake in the center of the archipelago. While called a lake, Star Moon Lake is actually a stretch of sea partially encircled by the archipelago. Because it's surrounded by the Patrick Islands magical defensive array and isolated from the open sea, it has become the association's private territory, or rather, its private sea. It's said that on the night of the Truth Conference held every 10 years, standing by Star Moon Lake, one can see the spectacular sight of two moons hanging overhead and a sea of stars below, one of the most famous wonders on the plane of light. Star Moon Lake gets its name from this. Although Jimmy hadn't been to the Patrick Islands for a long time, he was still very familiar with Star Moon Lake and led everyone directly to their destination. Passing through the market and crossing several bridges connecting the islands, they soon arrived at the shore of Star Moon Lake. Wow! Upon arriving at the lake, everyone was taken aback, with Blake unable to contain his astonishment. The entire beach was packed with onlookers, the noise deafening. What had been just an ordinary expanse of sea yesterday, Star Moon Lake, now possessed a massive blue magic circle, its aura vast and mysterious. Under the circle's influence, the lake's surface seemed frozen, smooth and still as a mirror. Identical sets of exam discs and chairs were arranged neatly on the water, horizontally and vertically aligned, exuding an air of solemnity. Around the venue, numerous enormous water curtains floated in the sky. Beneath each curtain sat a chair, upon which sat a black-robed mage, intently adjusting the magical tools controlling the water curtain. Magical eyes, capturing the scene, hovered in the sky, occasionally sweeping across the crowd, revealing expectant and excited faces reflected in the water curtains, the very scene on the beach. It's spectacular. Blake's eyes shone brightly, his voice filled with barely suppressed excitement. The Mages Association truly lives up to its reputation as the Holy Land in the hearts of all mages on the continent. It's amazing. Indeed amazing. Wu Wei looked up at the enormous water screens, nodding in agreement with mixed feelings. This thing, isn't it just a live broadcast? Not only did they turn an internal competition of the Mages Association into a World Cup-like open tournament, but they also created a magical version of a live broadcast. The Mages Association's approach is too clever, so avant-garde that even he, a modern person, felt a little ashamed. Liliana, Daniel, and the others behind Wu Wei were also excited, and even Cody, who had no hope of winning, had a glimmer of hope. He hadn't felt anything when registering yesterday, but seeing this venue today, and thinking about competing against mages from all over the world in such an arena, his heart started beating faster. Just as they were talking, a small orange leopard suddenly darted out from the crowd and landed beside them in a few leaps. Huh? A little leopard. Blake's eyes lit up, and he reached out to pet it, but Daniel beside him grabbed him. Don't mess around, it's a druid. A druid. Blake was still dazed and hadn't reacted when he saw green light suddenly bloom from the little leopard. In the blink of an eye, the fluffy little leopard transformed into a green-haired little girl with a crossbody bag. The little girl had a ponytail, pointed ears, and a pair of round, big eyes that look very similar to the little leopard's, making her look quite adorable. Blake stared wide-eyed in shock. None of you have ever attended the Truth Conference before, have you? The little girl, completely oblivious to their reactions, gave them a sweet, familiar smile, then expertly pulled a stack of magical flyers from her crossbody bag and stuffed them into their hands, promoting, "Many items will be discounted during the conference. You've come all this way, so don't leave empty-handed." With that, she playfully waved to them, then before they could react, she transformed back into Little Leopard and nimbly slipped through the crowd. Even through the throng, they could still see her back as she transformed back into human form, diligently handing out flyers. Is she working? Blake only recovered from his shock at this point, belatedly realizing what had happened while clutching the flyers. So young, probably not even an adult yet. Wu Wei couldn't help but remark. Heaven knows, he hadn't actually realized it either. After all, there's a big difference between knowing there's an alien race in your mind and actually seeing a little leopard transform into human form right in front of you, not to mention that this little leopard is handing out flyers. That should be an elven exchange student, working to earn living expenses. Liliana glanced at the little girl's back, a hint of sadness flashing in her peach blossom eyes as if she remembered something. The Mages Association and the elves have a fairly good relationship. Elven exchange students occasionally appear in the magic academies under the association's jurisdiction. Exchange students? Working to earn living expenses? Is this so advanced? Wu Wei never expected this answer, and for a moment, he felt a sense of disorientation. What's wrong with this world? There are exchange student programs? Is this still the light dimension he knows? So young and already has to work and earn money. Blake's focus was completely different from Wu Wei's, and he unconsciously felt sorry for the little druid girl. So pitiful. Daniel sighed helplessly. Cousin, wake up. Elves don't reach adulthood until they're 50. Just considering age, she might be old enough to be your mother. Blake's expression froze instantly. PFFT Winnie, who had been obediently following Blake from the beginning, finally couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh when she saw this. Liliana, the alchemy assistant Cody, and others also couldn't help but laugh. Even the siren Princess Desheva couldn't help but curl the corners of her lips, showing a smile for the first time since discovering her people's betrayal. Wu Wei inadvertently caught a glimpse of this smile, paused for a moment, and then couldn't help but smile as well. It seems that Blake's occasional eccentricity does have some use. As they talked, the group unknowingly followed Jimmy to the area below the stage. This area was mostly filled with contestants waiting for the start of the competition. Because it was close to the stage, right under the noses of the magic mentors, it was much quieter than other places. At a glance, one could see quite a few mages cramming on magic theories, engrossed in thick spellbooks. So many people? This competition must be fierce, Daniel remarked, glancing around before continuing. Suddenly, an arrogant voice rang out from the side. The more people, the better. The more people, the stronger the victor will appear. I think there aren't enough people, with so few, even if they win, it's meaningless. This arrogant and conceited tone caused Wu Wei and the others to turn and look. Who is this? Wu Wei felt he was even more arrogant than the god of light. Chapter 204 The Magician from the Empire. Not far behind them, a slender, tall young mage stood with his arms crossed. He looked about the same age as Blake, with short, slightly curly dark red hair, fair skin, and a somewhat thin face. His appearance was average, but his aura was sharp and piercing, like a drawn sword, his expression arrogant and unruly. Seeing the group looking over, he arrogantly raised an eyebrow. What? Never seen a genius before. This guy was too arrogant. Daniel frowned slightly. He was always humble and low-key, and seeing this arrogant man made him instinctively uncomfortable. The others couldn't help but glance at him as well. Wu Wei had never seen such an arrogant person before. More than feeling disgusted, he found it rather novel. He sighed him up and down, tentatively asking, "Brother, are you very powerful?" Powerful? How the young man seemed to have heard a joke, arrogantly raising his head. Compared to me, all the other contestants in this truth tournament are nothing but worms in the mud, utterly insignificant. Just you watch, the champion of this tournament will definitely be me, Lawrence Campbell. This was a blatant mockery. The moment the words left his mouth, all the surrounding mages turned their heads, glaring angrily at the young man. Daniel and the others broke out in a cold sweat, their expressions twitching. Wu Wei couldn't help but rub his forehead. This kid's mouth was venomous. He'd already drawn hatred with a single word. He regretted it. He shouldn't have spoken up. My lord, this kid has the aura of a legacy crystal on him. He must have received a legacy of some ancient mage. The ringwraith Augustus's voice suddenly rang in Wu Wei's ears. However, I can't discern the aura of this legacy crystal. He shouldn't be from my era. Having gradually witnessed Wu Wei's power, Augustus began calling him my lord. Of course, this doesn't mean August is already Wu Wei's follower. What is a heritage crystal? Wu Wei asked telepathically. August had been quiet ever since Wu Wei left the room, afraid of disturbing him, but now he seemed more alert. He popped his head out of the ring and explained to Lawrence Campbell not far away, a heritage crystal is something we pass down to our disciples. It can transmit information, helping them understand magical theories and combat techniques, and it also has a strong protective effect. A wisp of the mentor's divine soul aura is attached to the crystal, serving as a warning to others to protect the disciple, and also to prevent the disciple from being stolen. The mentor can locate the disciple's position through that wisp of divine soul aura. Ancient humans were known for their ruthless methods. It was common for them to snatch promising talents as disciples. Through the function of this heritage crystal, one could vaguely glimpse the image of ancient mages balding from worry about protecting their disciples from being taken away by others. Generally speaking, inheritance crystals are made of elemental crystals, and the elemental crystal is the same for the magician of that element. This kid's elemental crystal is both wind and fire, so the magical inheritance he received should come from an ancient magician who is proficient in both wind and fire. I see, Wu Wei suddenly understood. No wonder this kid was so arrogant. He had received the inheritance of an ancient magician. Just as Wu Wei was feeling conflicted, someone suddenly shouted, "Look! President Wood is out." Instantly, the waiting area for the contestants, which had been filled with hushed conversations, fell silent. Almost all the contestants stopped their banter, and even the magicians who were engrossed in their studies put down their thick spellbooks and craned their necks to look at Star Moon Lake. Wu Wei turned his head in the direction of everyone's gaze and saw a figure flying towards the venue in the sky. This figure was walking on air, not flying very fast, with his dark blue magic robes fluttering in the air, looking quite casual. However, as he approached, a surge of magical energy spread across the entire Star Moon Lake, even causing the lake itself, covered by a giant magic array, to ripple slightly. This person was none other than Keith Wood, the current president of the Mage Association. Almost instantly, all magical eyes focused on him. His face suddenly appeared on the massive water screen. Compared to his childish, carefree demeanor with Jimmy, Keith Wood now stood tall and imposing, his expression serious, every movement exuding the majesty of a powerful figure, a completely different person. Wu Wei instantly understood. At this moment, he was the renowned water magic Saint Deep Blue Wings, the highly respected president of the Mage Association, as everyone knew him. Well, indeed, everyone has two sides. President Wood. President Wood. President Wood. A deafening cheer erupted on the lakeside beach. Mages waved small flags adorned with elemental symbols wildly, freely displaying their excitement at seeing their idol. Looking around, the entire Star Moon Lake was teeming with people, overflowing with passion. Wu Wei glanced at them and couldn't help but sigh. The strong of this era are truly national idols. Especially the saints above level 7, they are known to everyone, comparable to international movie stars on Earth. It truly is an era where everyone admires the strong. However, Wu Wei didn't feel anything for this President Wood. After all, for him, as the god of light, level 7 was merely the starting level of a war angel. In the vast and boundless universe, level 7 was just the level of a grunt, countless and insignificant existences in the Legion. This made it difficult for Wu Wei to feel much. At most he would sigh that it would be nice to have such a person under his command. Just as Wu Wei was sighing, President Wood had already landed on the platform, gave a mage's salute to all directions, and then sat down in his seat. The image on the water screen then shifted from President Wood to the others in the venue. Mages had already taken their seats on the platform. As President Wood sat down, someone immediately greeted him with a smile. "President, there are more people at this year's conference than ever before, and even the number of participants is 30% higher than last year. This is a good omen, indicating that our association's influence on the continent is stronger than ever." Indeed, another archmage chimed in with a smile. "I've looked at this year's list of participants, and not only do we have several promising talents in our academy, but other families and even amateur mages have also produced quite a few good prospects. Once this batch of mages grows up, our ranks of mages will be even stronger." President Wood had already been paying attention to the promising talents of this year's conference, and upon hearing this, he smiled as well. There are indeed many promising talents this year, and their quality is much higher than in previous years. This shows that our efforts over the years have not been in vain, and our initiative to cultivate a new generation of mages through the Magic Academy has been quite successful. Although the Mage Association has a long history, it truly experienced a difficult period during the heyday of the Holy See. In its early years, there were even years when it couldn't recruit a single student. Not a single mistake, not a single post, not a single content, not a single book, not a single bar, not a single thing. Fortunately, in recent years, the Holy See of Light has declined, while the influence of the Magicians Association has grown day by day. More and more people are learning magic, and there are more and more promising talents. Everything is developing in a positive direction. Looking at the surging crowd below, President Wood was filled with emotion. If his mentor were here, seeing the Magicians Association in its current state, he would surely be very happy. Unfortunately, his mentor has been traveling around for many years in search of a breakthrough opportunity and has not been in contact with him for many years. He doesn't know when his mentor will return. The Magic Academy's success today is inseparable from the president's hard work and support. The other magicians were unaware of President Wood's thoughts, but upon hearing him mention the Magic Academy, some magicians showed expressions of emotion and admiration. Back then, the former president single-handedly founded the Magic Academy, wanting to change the various drawbacks caused by the master-apprentice system and strengthen our magic lineage. I still vividly remember the many difficulties and setbacks we faced. Over the years, if it weren't for the president's unwavering belief, consistently upholding the former president's principle of education for all, diligently nurturing the next generation, and seizing every opportunity to expand the Magic Association's influence, where would our association be today? Upon hearing this, the surrounding magicians all nodded in agreement. "All right, stop flattering me. The association's growth isn't solely my achievement, everyone has contributed significantly." President Wood smiled warmly. "Without everyone's support, how could I possibly manage such a large organization on my own?" Everyone immediately laughed, thanking the president for being so kind. Just as everyone was chatting and laughing amiably, a cold snort suddenly rang in their ears. HMPH attention-seeking. The voice contained magical power, clearly transmitted directly to their ears using wind magic. While the technique itself wasn't particularly advanced, the ease with which it was executed was extraordinary. The crowd abruptly stopped talking. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw level 6 Dragon Eagle soaring over Star Moon Lake, flapping its wings towards them. This Dragon Eagle had an astonishing wingspan, each feather seemed forged from metal, and its talons, like steel, gleamed with a chilling light, exuding a menacing aura. On the Dragon Eagle's back stood a figure. This figure appeared to be middle-aged, handsome, with an arrogant expression, and his fiery red magic robes exuded nobility and majesty. Even before they approached, the astonishing power of the man and eagle had already spread to the platform, causing many lower-level mages to gasp in surprise. Behind this figure followed several mid to high-level mages riding magic carpets and flying skateboards. They were clearly a group. These individuals wore uniform badges, signifying their identity and origin, Royal Mages of the Light Empire. As everyone knows, although the Royal Mage Corps of the Light Empire was established relatively recently, it is full of talented individuals and its strength should not be underestimated. In particular, the leader of the Royal Mage Corps, the Royal Saint Archmage Andrew Hayway, is a rare saint-level mage, holding a revered position in the Light Empire and enjoying the Emperor's utmost trust. How? The Light Empire. Wu Wei's eyes narrowed, a cold smile creeping across his face. In the era of the old God of Light, the Light Empire was the center of the world, and also the place where mages were most severely suppressed. Who would have thought that the old God of Light had only been gone for so long, yet mages had already taken over its territory. Chapter 205 Life is often more dramatic than fiction. The one who had just spoken really was clearly the Royal Archmage before them, and an old acquaintance of many of the mages present, Andrew Hayway. In the blink of an eye, this Royal Archmage had flown to the front of the platform and gracefully dismounted from the dragon eagle's back. For a moment, the entire platform fell into an inexplicable silence. Many mages' expressions became somewhat subtle, and they couldn't help but turn to look at President Wood's expression. In the silence, President Wood slowly stood up, his usual warm smile gone, replaced by a complex expression. Long time no see, junior brother. Don't mention it. I don't deserve the junior brother title. Royal Archmage Andrew gave him a forced smile, showing no respect whatsoever to the president of the Mage Association. I'm here today representing the Royal Mage Corps of the Light Empire. President, please address me as Your Excellency. President Wood sighed. Very well. Your Excellency, please take a seat. Andrew straightened his clothes and turned to sit in the seat reserved for the Royal Mage Corps. The Royal Mages who had accompanied him sat down behind him. Soon, servants brought coffee and desserts and quietly withdrew. An eerie atmosphere hung in the air. The mages of the Mage Association glanced at President Wood, then at Royal Archmage Andrew, and all silently kept their mouths shut, none daring to utter a word at this moment and risk offending him. The mages controlling the water screen cameras sensed something was wrong and tacitly shifted their gaze away from the stage. I just glanced at the list of participants and found swordsmen and bards among them. Even a level 1 bard has registered, Royal Archmage Andrew said with a cold laugh, clearly not in the mood for his coffee. I know the Magic Academy is always unrestrained, accepting all sorts of unqualified individuals, but I never expected it to be this lack of discipline. The Truth Conference is a forum for exploring truth. What right does a level 1 bard have to participate? Studying and researching magical theory isn't the exclusive domain of mages. Even if you're not a mage, as long as you're willing to participate in the Truth Conference and explore the mysteries of truth, my Magicians Association welcomes you, President Wood said nonchalantly, his expression magnanimous. As he spoke, he glanced at the mages behind him, smiled slightly, and continued, as for the Magic Academy, its development over the years is evident to all. In the last decade alone, it has trained over 1,000 new generation mages, and this year alone, it has enrolled 486 new magic apprentices. The Magic Academy has always strived to strengthen the magic lineage. This is also the lifelong wish of our mentors. The mere mention of mentor by President Wood caused Andrew's face to darken instantly, and he nearly crushed his teacup in anger. The most humiliating and incomprehensible thing in his life was that his mentor hadn't chosen him, but instead selected Wood as the president of the Magicians Association. Clearly, his talent was superior, and his strength was greater. He snorted coldly, what's the use of having more people? The Temple of Truth isn't open to just anyone. Only the most agile fledglings have the potential to conquer the sky. Speaking of the most agile fledglings, President Wood said with a half-smile, my true disciple, Ben Stewart, is the real fledgling. Look, he's here. In the main hall. While several scantily clad magical girls let out excited screams, their movements exaggerated, their expressions filled with various little stars. Stewart, it's Stewart. Amidst the screams, a tall, slender young man with captivating chestnut hair, wearing a magical robe, slowly walked out. His robe swayed in the breeze, the pure black robe shimmering in the sunlight, radiating iridescent black. He also held an oak staff, the top of which was inlaid with dazzlingly colorful gems. His entire appearance was incredibly stylish. Stuart, Stuart. The cheers grew louder and louder, until a tall, beautiful magical girl stepped forward, holding a bouquet of vibrant magical flowers, and excitedly said, "Stuart, I wish you victory in advance." Smack! The magical girl then affectionately kissed Stuart on the cheek. Ben Stuart nodded expressionlessly, continuing to walk forward with the flowers, seemingly indifferent to the magical girl's attitude. The magical girl, on the other hand, seemed somewhat embarrassed in public, her face turning pale. "Oh, this kid's pretty good at putting on an act," Wu Wei scoffed. A pretty girl offering flowers and expressing affection in public, even if he didn't like it, should he at least maintain some decorum? "That magician is so rude," Black Lytton echoed, expressing his displeasure. "If this were in my territory, no matter how powerful that magician is, I would expel him." Just as Wu Wei was about to add more comments, he suddenly heard rapid breathing beside him. He saw Lawrence, who had just been so arrogant and domineering, now with a livid face and bloodshot eyes, clenching his fists and staring at Ben Stuart and the magical girl. His red eyes were filled with resentment and anger, his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fists, like an enraged bull. "Hey buddy," Wu Wei glanced at Stuart and the others, then at the hot-headed Lawrence, and asked tentatively, "You're so agitated, did that show-off steal your girlfriend?" "What?" Lawrence roared, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Wu Wei. "How did you know? Are you in cahoots with that bastard Stuart?" Haha. Wu Wei rubbed his nose, forcing a smile. "I was just guessing." "Calm down, I don't like that show-off either." HMPH. Lawrence snorted, his agitation subsiding slightly. "I'll make him pay. From today onwards, I'll make them all regret it." "Regret?" Wu Wei glanced at him sideways and blurted out, "Hiss, that magical girl who kissed you just now, wasn't she your ex-girlfriend?" You've gone too far." Lawrence, who had just regained some composure, suddenly blushed again, unable to hold back his tears any longer. He burst into tears, squatting on the ground, pounding his chest and stamping his feet, sobbing uncontrollably, utterly heartbroken. Blake and the others exchanged glances, truly rarely seeing a man cry so bitterly. It was a stark contrast to his initial appearance, when he was cynical, arrogant, and defiant. For a moment, everyone looked at him with pity. "You really are Jinx," Liliana said, rolling her eyes at Wu Wei. "Can't you just say less?" Then, she knelt down to comfort him. "Young man, life is full of ups and downs. Be strong." Yes, Wu Wei nodded repeatedly, like a chicken pecking at rice. "Sister Nana is right, they're just minor bumps in the road. As the saying goes, women are like clothes, out with the old, in with the new." HMPH. Liliana glared at Wu Wei fiercely. The mermaid princess, Hage, also gave Wu Wei a disdainful look. Daniel and Black turned their heads away, looking around as if they didn't recognize Wu Wei at all. Fortunately, just then, Lawrence, who had been pounding his chest and stamping his feet, suddenly stood up. He wiped away his tears and snot with his sleeve, his eyes blazing with intense heat. He looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and roared powerfully, "I, Lawrence, swear to the heavens, from this day forward, I will never cry again." Liliana's initial sympathy for him gradually turned into admiration. This young man had recovered from his setback so quickly, it was commendable. At the same time, she glanced at Wu Wei, as if to say, "Everyone who owes me, I will collect it all. Everyone who has bullied me, I, Lawrence, swear, I will make you live in regret and remorse, forever sinking into deep self-reproach for your blindness. Shock, tremble, mortals." As Lawrence delivered this dramatic declaration, he exuded a unique aura, surrounded by an aura of immense confidence, radiating an astonishing light. Not a single mistake, not a single word, not a single content, not a single word. Just as Wu Wei was deeply moved, Daniel, who had seemed perfectly normal moments before, suddenly became breathless, his face flushed, and his gaze fixed intently in one direction. His entire being seemed like a volcano about to erupt. Wu Wei's heart skipped a beat, and he followed Daniel's gaze. A young man with flowing blonde hair, dressed in a magnificent magical robe, even more dazzling and aloof than Stuart, entered the hall surrounded by his entourage. "Wow! Prince Charles! Prince Charles has come to the Truth Conference. Prince Charles!" someone exclaimed in disbelief. Could it be that this young man is actually a member of the imperial royal family? Where are you from? You don't even recognize Prince Charles Springhall? His Highness displayed astonishing magical talent at the age of 3, studying under the Royal Archmage Andrew Hayway. Now, at such a young age, His Highness is already a level 5 Archmage. I believe he will be promoted to Archmage before he turns 30. Such formidable talent! Many exclaimed in amazement. It seems Prince Charles is aiming for the championship of this year's Truth Conference. Wu Wei glanced at the red-faced Daniel, then at the young, already a great mage, and had some guesses in his mind. Just as he was about to speak, Blake covered his mouth and pleaded, "Big brother, please stop talking." Wu Wei's eyes widened as he exchanged glances with Blake. Could it be that Blake? Blake sighed and nodded heavily. Yes, that's the one. Wu Wei gasped deeply, looking left and right, his heart filled with shock. Does this world have to be this melodramatic? What a loser's rise to power, what a genius's fall and broken engagement. I've encountered them all. Oh, the people around instantly understood. Mermaid Princess Hage, Liliana, and others all cast sympathetic glances at Daniel. Alice, this world is too superficial. Eh? Isn't this Daniel Lytton from the Duke of St. Violet's family? Ah, so he's Daniel Lytton? The once great genius, whose talent mysteriously vanished, turning him into a useless young duke. Daniel Lytton's name was renowned throughout the Holy Violet Duchy, and even the other 2 great kingdoms and the Empire. A duke's heir, once high and mighty, with exceptional talent, even surpassing the 3rd prince of the Empire, suddenly lost his talent, becoming a complete waste. This kind of story was always one of the most popular tales among the common people. Especially since this poor young duke had been jilted by the kingdom's princess. That's right, that's right. It's said that after the princess and the young duke broke off their engagement, she quietly got engaged to the 3rd prince of the Empire. Look, the one on the stage. Ah, is that so? I've never heard of it. Well, if I were the king and princess, I would definitely make the same choice. After all, one was a high-ranking, promising 3rd prince, and the other was a down-on-his-luck young duke who might not even be able to inherit the duchy. Sigh, but come to think of it, young Duke Daniel is quite pitiful. In an instant, countless sympathetic gazes fell upon Daniel Lytton, the kind of gazes of pity for the weak. Daniel's face turned even more ashen, his whole body trembling with anger. Once upon a time, he thought he could control his emotions. However, when he actually saw Prince Charles, he still couldn't let go of his resentment. Brother, Lawrence patted Daniel's shoulder, a cigarette dangling from his lips, puffing out smoke as he gave Daniel a heavy hug, speaking in a tone of shared misfortune. This is something I got from the natives when I was training overseas. Just one puff, and all your troubles will vanish. Chapter 206 The Ice Disaster Arrives. Daniel. Alright, bro, I know you're upset right now, Lawrence chimed in indignantly. HMPH, those rich and powerful people are no good. When I, Lawrence, become a god of magic, I'll make them all kneel before me and repent. He looked utterly cynical. Wu Wei was speechless. Well, with this idiot Lawrence stirring things up, at least Daniel felt much better. However, it seemed that what was supposed to be a simple truth conference was likely to take an unexpected turn. Getting more and more interesting, isn't it? Wu Wei squinted, stroking the inconspicuous ring on his finger, and muttered to himself. Great god of light, everything in the mortal realm is but a playground for you, the old ring wraith Augusta praised respectfully. Your holy radiance will surely illuminate every corner of the world. Enough, enough, Wu Wei replied dismissively. You already know a little about my situation, so stop with the nonsense. Once you've rendered meritorious service, I will naturally grant you a physical body. Thank you for your great lord's grace. Augusta's voice trembled with excitement. Wu Wei narrowed his eyes, coldly sweeping his gaze across the room. Although the old ring wraith's words had a hint of flattery, as the god of light, his true mindset was naturally superior. Even his involvement in this world was more of a game than a mission. The whispers below naturally didn't reach the ears of the royal archmage Andrew. His gaze towards Prince Charles III was filled with the appreciation and care of an elder for an outstanding junior. Lord Wood, is my clumsy disciple, whom I've casually taught, even worthy of your attention? Andrew's words were humble, yet the pride in his eyes was undisguised. President Wood gave Charles, who exuded royal bearing, a deep look. Even though his personality and ideologies clashed with Andrew's, he couldn't bring himself to belittle Prince Charles and had to nod, saying, This Prince Charles is no less than Stuart, my academy's most outstanding student. His future is bright. As long as he holds fast to his initial passion for seeking truth, I believe he will go further on the path of truth than you or I." Herr Andrew chuckled coldly, about to say something when suddenly, crystalline snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. Watching these beautiful ice crystals fall gracefully, they resembled pure white feathers, gently and freely dancing in the air. The two highly respected sages on the platform, and the bustling crowd below, were all slightly taken aback. What was once a sweltering, sunny day suddenly turned into a snowfall. The temperature plummeted, and the scene became bitterly cold. The crowd gathered began to stir, realizing that from the moment the snowflakes started falling, their breath had turned into puffs of grayish-white vapor. The biting wind easily penetrated their thin clothing. It felt as if a giant hand made of ice was pressed tightly against their skin. The intense, piercing cold made them shiver and their teeth chatter. What alarmed them most was that not a single snowflake melted. Moreover, whether the snowflakes landed on the ground, the lake, or people's clothes and hair, they quickly froze a small area around them. This was just the chill condensed from a small snowflake. If these snowflakes were allowed to continue falling on people, wouldn't they soon become ice sculptures? Realizing this, the crowd immediately became agitated and tense. Such a strong chill, these people seem hostile, Wu Wei thought to himself, glancing around at the crowd. He noticed the surrounding light was dim. The once bright sun had been obscured by a thick, dark cloud. The cloud was visibly thickening, and the raging wind was growing stronger. Soon, snow mixed with the wind, which in turn swirled the cloud, forming a whirlpool of black clouds right above their heads, like a blizzard. A chilling, oppressive, dangerous, and desperate atmosphere emanated from the vortex. Seeing the whirlpool of black clouds almost touching their heads, a heavy weight pressed on their hearts, their eyes widened in fear. It was as if a ferocious beast formed from ice and snow lurked within those layers of dark clouds, ready to pounce at any moment. Could it be? President Wood's deep eyes suddenly narrowed, and he immediately shouted in a deep voice, "Silence! No noise!" At the same time, a vast magical aura spread outwards, and the invisible waves made everyone tremble. The chaotic atmosphere instantly fell silent. Apart from the howling blizzard in the sky, the scene was completely quiet. President Wood stared intently at the swirling blizzard, his wise gaze seemingly piercing through appearances to the very essence of all things. He calmly and sternly declared, "Icewill, our magic association is not a place for you to run wild, especially today. You are not welcome here. Get back." How he from within the violently churning snow clouds, a cold and malevolent voice echoed, "President Wood, my old friend, I have come to the Magic Association today, of course, in response to your call for truth, bringing my disciples to discuss the great path of truth with you." Everyone present immediately looked up at the sky. A figure gradually emerged from the swirling blizzard. He appeared to be middle-aged, with a stern face and an imposing presence that rivaled even the Grand Archmage Andrew Hayway of the palace. He hovered silently in the clouds, clad in a gray leather robe with black patterns and black boots. If it weren't for the ornate staff inlaid with aquamarine in his hand, one might easily mistake him for a naval officer rather than a noble mage. However, aside from his attire, people were struck by the fact that this mage, exuding an aura of malevolence, had an unusually pale grayish-white skin. Furthermore, he possessed extraordinary long, silver-white hair and eyes that resembled those of a venomous snake. Hiss! Upon seeing this, the crowd, who had been holding their breath, couldn't help but gasp. Everyone knew that grayish-white skin, long silver hair, and venomous eyes were the hallmarks of the Northern Siren. A human ice mage who also possessed so many characteristics of the Northern Siren, there could only be one person in the world. That was the 7th-level Archmage, Icewill, feared throughout the magic world and once known as the ice disaster of the North Sea. A story had long circulated in the magic world. It was rumored that Icewill, the ice disaster, was a half-human, half-siren hybrid, abandoned by his human mother at birth. Fortunately, he was taken in and raised by the former president of the Magic Association. However, because of his mixed blood, Icewill was not accepted by either the siren or the humans, suffering oppression at the Holy Land Magic Academy. His personality drastically changed, and he accidentally severely injured a companion, ultimately being expelled from the Holy Land Academy by the former president. After leaving the academy, Icewill became even more unrestrained, roaming the North Sea polar regions year-round. It is said that a lord in the north once offended Icewill with his insolence, And that very night, his entire castle was frozen into an ice sculpture. Everyone in the castle, including the Lord himself, perished. The solid ice reportedly took 6 months to melt. Because of this, Icewell, ruthless and unscrupulous, has always been infamous. If you see Icewell's flag in the distance over the North Sea, the best course of action is to stop and offer him all your wealth. The people of the North know that they would rather fight a polar bear barehanded than provoke Icewell in the slightest. Now, seeing Icewell, the ice disaster, appear before the crowd, everyone is terrified. If it weren't for President Keith Wood standing by, many of the more timid would probably have already fled. Ha, a bunch of weak ants. Icewell glanced at the crowd below, a contemptuous and arrogant smile playing on his lips. He then took a step, walking through the air towards the platform. The crowd erupted in commotion once more. To their horror, they discovered that with each step Icewell took, the dense ice and snow elements in the air would spontaneously condense into frozen staircases. Icewell descended from the sky as effortlessly as if stepping down the stairs of his own palace. But only a true mage who had practiced magic could understand the sublime skill required to manipulate magical elements to such an extent with mere willpower. Just then, people saw another figure appear in the clouds behind Icewell. This was a true northern siren, young and handsome, with long silver hair, delicate gray-white skin, and sinister eyes like those of a sea serpent, all exuding an exotic charm. Unlike other ordinary sirens, he wore a fitted gray tuxedo with black patterns, a beautifully crafted golden rapier at his waist. He walked calmly down the ice steps constructed by Icewell, following the other man. It was clear this young siren came from a distinguished family and had received an excellent education. His noble bearing even surpassed that of the third Prince Charles of the Empire. The crowd silently watched Icewell and the young sirens ascend the platform. In an instant, the blizzard and thick clouds that had blotted out the sky vanished behind them. The weather cleared again, but the crowd remained silent, trembling with fear. HMPH. Royal Archmage Andrew scoffed disdainfully. Icewell, you were expelled from the Holy Land by your teacher long ago, stripped of your membership in the Magic Association. Besides, the Truth Conference is a grand gathering for human magicians. What are you, a half-sirens, doing here? Get out of Paw Island immediately, or don't blame me for showing no mercy. Before the words were even finished, a wave of heat surged forth. The scorching heat caused the air around Andrew to distort and tremble. Tiny, sparkling sparks, like fireflies in the night, danced and leaped around him, as if with just a little more thought, a great fire would inevitably erupt. Icewell, known as the Ice Disaster, completely ignored Andrew's threat, instead glancing casually at President Wood, a mocking smile playing on his handsome half-sea monster face. Respected President Wood, I've heard you advocate the lofty ideal that all living beings are equal before the Temple of Magical Truth. Are there elves, half-elves, dwarves, gnomes, and other non-human species in the magic academies directly under the association? President Wood replied solemnly, that's right, this was also my teacher's ideal. Before truth, all beings are equal. I think you're just spouting empty words, Icewell, the Ice Disaster, sneered. I've brought my disciples, following all your rules, to participate in the Truth Conference. You're actually trying to expel me now? Are you trying to deceive the world, or are you afraid my disciple is too strong and don't dare let him participate in the competition? Fine, Karen, let's go. With that, he turned and walked off the stage. Yes, teacher. The stunningly beautiful siren Karen Glacier, with her head of icy hair, followed respectfully. Wait, Guildmaster Wood interrupted, his voice cold. Icewell, although you are a half-siren and have done many evil things, today is the day of the Truth Assembly. Before the Hall of Truth, all things are equal. I'm giving you a chance to let your disciple participate in the Truth Assembly. I hope your disciple can glimpse the gates of the Hall of Truth and not follow your old path. Haha, then we'll wait and see. Ice Disaster Icewell walked back with his hands behind his back, smiling, and glanced at Andrew with a half-smile. Respected Royal Holy Magister, you and I are merely guests of the Holy Land. The affairs of the Holy Land are not for you to decide. HMPH. Andrew withdrew his sharp gaze and aura, sneering at President Wood. This is truly a foolish decision. The Magic Association will collapse sooner or later under your control. Whatever, Charles is bound to be first. He is the future eagle, destined to soar in the sky of truth. You've already decided on first place before the competition even begins? Andrew, your personality is still as arrogant as ever. Ice Disaster Ice Will mocked, then added, come, I forgot to introduce you. My disciple here is Karen Glacier, the son of the great North Sea King. Karen Glacier gave President Wood and Andrew an impeccable noble bow. Smiling slightly, Karen greets President Wood and Archmage Andrew, two saints. I hope you two will offer your guidance at this truth assembly. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner below the stage, Wu Wei watched this scene, secretly sneering. The Siren clan really is persistent, they can't even be absent from the truth assembly. Huh? Just then, Wu Wei noticed Princess Hage standing to the side, her delicate body trembling beneath her hood, as if she were suppressing some intense emotion. A thought flashed through Wu Wei's mind, could some melodramatic scene be unfolding again? Chapter 207, The Level 1 Bard makes his appearance. Driven by curiosity, Wu Wei nudged Princess Hage with his shoulder and abruptly said, Hey, Xiao Dai, why are you so agitated? Could that white-haired sea monster be yours? You know what I mean. Princess Hage, completely shrouded in her hood, ignored Wu Wei entirely. Instead, she trembled even more violently, her clenched fists cracking softly. Judging from your angry expression, did he steal your fiancé or something? Wu Wei asked, feigning surprise. This plot is so melodramatic, it's giving me goosebumps. You, Princess Hage's eyes, hidden beneath her hood, cast a look of grief and indignation at Wu Wei. Whether it was anger or annoyance, tears welled up in her eyes. Wu Wei. Liliana quickly shoved Wu Wei aside, giving him a disapproving glare. Can't you stop bullying Deshiva? She said, comforting Princess Si-Song while glaring at Wu Wei. And besides, do you have any common sense? Among the high-ranking sirens, Si-Song is the surname of the West Sea King, while Glacier is the surname of the North Sea King. Princesses and princes of the two clans cannot marry. Alright, since it's not a romantic entanglement, Wu Wei shrugged with a knowing smile, then it must be an enemy. Sure enough. Princess Si-Song trembled again, her gaze sharp and angry as she stared at Karen Glacier in the distance. Oh, it seems you really hate the white-haired sirens, little Deshiva, Wu Wei said, rubbing his nose. Since you're my slave, your hatred is my hatred. Don't worry, watch how I teach that arrogant brat a lesson this time. With that, Wu Wei gestured to someone in the distance. The man was none other than the great alchemist Jimmy Gaunt. After receiving Wu Wei's gesture, he hesitated slightly, then replied with his eyes, Are you really going to do that? Should we reconsider? Nonsense, Wu Wei glared at him from afar, threatening him with his eyes, if you don't do it, all your research funding will be suspended. Jimmy Gaunt shuddered. To him, there was absolutely nothing more important than research funding. Immediately, he resolutely walked towards the platform where the bigwigs were. Meanwhile, the verbal sparring between the three saint-level figures on the platform continued. President Wood said indifferently, while both of your disciples are excellent, having reached the level of grand mages at such a young age, this truth conference values the pursuit of truth more than fighting skills. In terms of the depth and breadth of their exploration of truth, our magic association is undoubtedly #1 in the world. Ben Stewart has studied for many years in our affiliated academies, receiving the most orthodox education, and his theoretical knowledge is incredibly rich. He will surely take first place this time. Wood, you didn't found the Magic Association, Royal Archmage Andrew retorted coldly. Of all the students your teacher personally taught, you were the most dull-witted. If it weren't for the association's abundant resources, you would never have become an Archmage. How powerful can your students be? Our Prince Charles, on the other hand, has noble blood, possesses the resources of the entire empire, and has a profound foundation, something you cannot compare to. What a joke. When it comes to bloodlines, who can compare to the High Sea King Prince? Ice Disaster Ice Will said proudly. His Sea King bloodline is already enough to support his growth to level 8 legendary. And now that he's receiving the baptism of magical truth, he might just become a Sea Emperor level figure in the future. The three saint level elders, with deep historical ties, argued back and forth, each having high hopes for their successor and none wanting to appear inferior in terms of momentum. Gentlemen, please be quiet and listen to me. Jimmy Gaunt walked over, forcing a smile. The three saint-level elders immediately fell silent and stared at Jimmy Gaunt. Royal Mage Andrew, a fire elemental saint, was known for his fiery temper. He immediately roared, Who are you? We three saint-level experts are talking here, and you, a mere sub-saint, dare to interrupt. Wait, Guildmaster Wood hurriedly stopped him. Andrew, he's not an outsider. Take a closer look at him. Andrew suppressed his temper and scrutinized Jimmy Gaunt from head to toe for a long time. Suddenly, a strange look flashed across his face. Jimmy Gaunt? You old geezer, you're still alive. Jimmy Gaunter nearly suffocated. However, he and Wood were on good terms and could banter and tease each other. But he wouldn't dare retort to the hot-tempered Andrew with a "You old geezer, you're still alive." He chuckled awkwardly and said, "Andrew, I've long heard you serve as a court mage in the Imperial Royal Family, but I've never had the chance to visit my old classmate. It's been decades since we last met, hasn't it?" "I've heard of your reputation in my younger days," Andrew said, unusually calming his temper and revealing a gentler expression. "Although you haven't reached the saint rank, you're still a renowned alchemist. At least you haven't disgraced your teacher." Jimmy Gaunt was a good-natured man back then, never offending anyone, and Andrew had no grudges against him. Jimmy Gaunt breathed a sigh of relief. "Our teacher only had a few students like us. It's rare to have a chance to reunite in our old age." Andrew's face immediately darkened, his voice stern. "Alchemy, while part of the magical truth, is ultimately a minor path to the Hall of Truth. Rank is eternal. I hope you cultivate diligently and become a saint soon." Jimmy Gaunt's face immediately turned embarrassed again. "Jimmy, ignore him. Everyone has their own pursuits. Alchemy, when mastered to its highest level, isn't necessarily inferior to other orthodox magic." The fearsome Ice Calamity Iceville, surprisingly, showed a rare friendly expression. "I'm truly happy to see you alive." "Iceville, I'm happy too," Jimmy Gaunt greeted him cheerfully. Regardless of past grievances, they had all studied magic under the same teacher. "But how did you get so old? I almost didn't recognize you." "Time really is a cruel mistress," Ice Calamity Iceville remarked, smugly stroking his youthful face. PFFT. Jimmy Gaunt nearly coughed up blood, giving him a cold, sarcastic look. "You're a half-sea siren, of course you live longer and are younger. But you don't have to be so sarcastic, Jimmy. Among all my classmates, you were the only one who never bullied me, and you even stopped someone from bullying me once." Ice Disaster Iceville's eyes flickered with a strange emotion. "So, if you ever have any difficulties in the future, you can come to me. I hope I can repay the favor you did me." "I stopped someone?" Jimmy Gunter felt a wave of confusion. Why couldn't he remember that? Okay, since you say you owe me a favor, then so be it. Am I really so old that I can't remember the past? Phew. Seeing this, President Wood breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "Jimmy, do you have a way to resolve our dispute?" All eyes were on him. "There's no good solution, just a small suggestion," Jimmy Gunter suggested, looking like an honest man. "Since all three of you are so confident in your disciples, the outcome will ultimately depend on the competition. How about this? Everyone chip in some money and bet on the preliminary rounds. Whoever's disciple comes in first place wins and pockets all the other bets." The three big shots remained silent for a moment. Andrew spoke first. "Jimmy's idea is good. Since everyone is confident, why not take a gamble? Ice Disaster, Wood, are you two up for it?" "Why wouldn't I dare?" Ice Disaster said confidently. "Then let's do it." "A very good idea." President Wood didn't know what Jimmy was up to. Whether it was based on their special friendship or other factors, he had no reason to refuse. "How about this, Jimmy, you play too. Why don't you bet on Stuart with me? I guarantee you'll win." Jimmy, don't believe him. "Bet on the third Prince Charles with me, and you're guaranteed to win." "Jimmy, you need to think this through. The Sea King's bloodline isn't simple." Seeing the three arguing again, Jimmy hurriedly said, "The three of you, stop arguing. I already have someone in mind to bet on." The three big shots' eyes sharpened again, staring intently at Jimmy Gaunt, as if his bet would inevitably affect the future of their friendship. Jimmy Gunter was filled with regret. He wished he hadn't gotten involved in this, but now that things had come to this, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and go on. He chuckled dryly and said, "I bet on him." He casually pointed a finger towards the distance below the stage. "Who?" The three big shots all looked in the direction he was pointing, their hearts skipping a beat. Could this be another dark horse, someone even Jimmy Gunter favored? But Jimmy was pointing to a dense crowd of contestants. They couldn't tell who he was referring to at all. "Here, I'm here." Wu Wei jumped up and down a few times, smiling and waving to the big shots. "Master Jimmy Gunter's bet is none other than myself." All eyes in the room focused on Wu Wei. It seemed everyone wanted to see just who this person, favored even by Master Gunter, was. What? It's him. President Wood, who always presented himself as a highly respected figure, turned pale and almost spat out blood. He stared at Jimmy Gaunt with a cold look. The person you've chosen is just a level 1 bard? Old man, what do you think of the truth of magic? Hey, level 1, so what? Everyone started at level 1. Wu Wei raised his hand in protest. Chapter 208. Thank you, everyone. Archmage Andrew frowned as he looked at Wu Wei. Undoubtedly, the man appeared utterly unremarkable at first glance. Although Jimmy Gaunt had been solely focused on alchemy, and their time together was limited, his relationship with Wu Wei was rather strained. But to become a master alchemist, Andrew didn't think Jimmy was mentally unstable. Could this kid be playing dumb? Thinking this, Andrew subtly flicked his fingers, casting a detection spell. A barely perceptible magical fluctuation instantly enveloped Wu Wei. With his exceptional magical skill, such a detection spell was second nature to him. The next moment, he froze. It really was level 1? Moreover, he discovered that this kid not only possessed level 1 strength, but even his aptitude was extremely ordinary. He didn't even have the superior aptitude he had anticipated, let alone the average one. He was bewildered and furious, feeling that Jimmy was simply playing a trick on him. Jimmy Gaunt, even jokes have their limits. How dare you compare a level 1 bard to my disciple? This is not only an insult to Charles, but also an insult to me. I disagree. Replace him immediately. What's wrong with a bard? Wu Wei raised his hand, protesting defiantly. Bards also use magical power. We haven't even competed, so how do you know I'm not as strong as your Charles? Besides, the Truth Conference is about the depth and breadth of the exploration of truth, not just fighting. What he said wasn't wrong in principle, but unfortunately, the gap between a level 1 bard and a level 5 archmage was simply too great. If this level 1 bard kid really had such a deep understanding of magical truth, how could he only be a level 1? Not to mention the always arrogant royal archmage Andrew, even Ice Disaster Iceville, who was at odds with Andrew, and President Wood, who was closest to Jimmy, didn't take these words to heart at all. None of the three paid any attention to Wu Wei. Jimmy, under the combined pressure of President Wood and Andrew, broke out in a cold sweat, inwardly lamenting, but still forced himself to persist. I think he's fine. I'm betting on him, no changing my mind, absolutely no changing my mind. So what if I lose? I accept it. Andrew's face darkened, and he was about to speak again when Ice Disaster Iceville suddenly snorted coldly, since it's a bet, who wins is up to the bettor. Jimmy can bet on whoever he wants, and at worst, he'll lose the bet. What are you doing now, forcing him to buy something? Why don't you just cover his bet too? Jimmy gave him a grateful look, then straightened his back. Iceville is right. I'm not afraid of losing. Why are you all reacting so strongly? Are you afraid of losing to a mere level 1 bard? Alright. Saint Magister Andrew, enraged, laughed coldly. Since you're so eager to lose money, I won't stop you. Someone like him, forget about the championship, just getting into the first round of the preliminaries, and this round is your win. President Wood frowned helplessly. He and Jimmy Gaunt had a good relationship in private. Although they had a falling out when they were young because they were pursuing the same girl, that girl didn't remain single. She married a prince, didn't she? He had originally planned to help Jimmy win, but Jimmy insisted, so he had to give up and shake his head. Andrew is right. As long as that bard boy gets through the first round of the preliminaries, you win. Don't think getting into the preliminaries is easy. This year's Truth Conference has over 2,000 applicants. Only the top 100 qualify for the preliminaries. President Wood looked him over from all angles and couldn't see what ability that unremarkable kid had to get into the top 100. He even estimated that if that kid could get into the top 1,000, it would be a stroke of luck from the goddess of truth. Wu Wei, sitting in the audience, secretly chuckled to himself. Dean Wood and Andrew really dared to say that, just to get into the qualifiers? Well then, don't blame Wu Wei for sharpening his knives. Alright, it's settled then. Jimmy, receiving a signal from Wu Wei, secretly gloated while putting on a bitter face. He rummaged through his pockets, frugally pulling out all the money he had and placing it on the table. 5 gold francs, betting on Wu Wei to get into the qualifiers. 5 gold francs. Andrew, already in a bad mood, scoffed. You're supposed to be an alchemy master, a top-tier figure among the quasi-saints. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at for putting on such a poor face? With our status, if we're going to bet, it should be this much." With that, he flicked his finger, and a white stone landed on the table, rolling once before barely coming to a stop. The stone was jade-like in texture, regularly shaped, as if specially cut, radiating pure and peaceful energy fluctuations. A magic stone. Jimmy shuddered, his eyes filled with a mixture of shock and envy. That was a magic stone. A divine crystal. Wu Wei, seeing it from afar, was momentarily stunned. His eyes lit up. This was a treasure. A divine crystal was essentially a mineral rich in energy, very common in the universe, and even had many names. In the magical world, it was called a magic stone. In the cultivation world, it was called a spirit stone. In the technological world, it was called an energy ore. Ultimately, they were all the same thing, a gift from the universe to the evolution of life. Because the energy contained within the ore was far purer and gentler than that within the crystal cores of magical beasts, making it easier for humans to absorb and utilize, divine crystals were widely used in the ancient magical era. However, precisely because of its widespread use, it was also consumed very quickly. Even before the ancient magical era ended, the resources of divine crystals were already nearly exhausted. Furthermore, in order to accumulate divine power as quickly as possible, the old god of light had plundered the plane of light several times, making the already scarce divine crystal resources even rarer. He thought this stuff had disappeared from the plane of light, but unexpectedly, these mages still had some. Although this divine crystal was low grade, because its energy was pure enough, it could be converted into about 10 or 20 points of divine power, almost equivalent to a level 7 magical beast core. Since that was the case, Wu Wei had an idea and immediately transmitted his voice to Jimmy. "Bet with him, win all the divine crystals he has." But I. Jimmy looked embarrassed and helpless. The reason was simple, he didn't have any magic stones to gamble with. Although an alchemy master had many ways to make money and could become rich in no time, Jimmy himself was a big spender and had never accumulated much wealth. Well, Wu Wei originally intended to earn some extra gold, but these saint-level mages were inhumanly generous. Since they were clearly offering him a helping hand, wouldn't it be against all reason not to accept? Wu Wei didn't have any divine crystals on hand, but he still had 356 points of divine power. With such transcendent energy as divine power, converting it into low-level energy crystals was a piece of cake. Immediately, he allocated 200 points of divine power, converting them into 10 divine crystals. With just a thought, the 10 divine crystals silently fell into Jimmy's pocket, and the saint-level mages didn't even notice. "Jimmy, you don't even have any magic stones." Royal Archmage Andrew sneered at Jimmy Gaunt's embarrassed expression. "I think you should come back to the palace with me and become an alchemist's apprentice. Of course, you'll have plenty of magic stones then." Who said I don't have any?" Jimmy Gaunt, who had already secretly received instructions from Wu Wei, blushed and pulled out a handful of magic stones from his pocket as if in a fit of pique, saying aggressively, "I bet 10 magic stones. Andrew, do you dare to accept?" 10. Guildmaster Wood's expression changed, and he said solemnly, "Jimmy, calm down. You don't need to bet your entire fortune on a mere squabble. Magic stones are extremely precious, and even if Jimmy is an alchemist, it's not easy for him to accumulate them. These magic stones are probably what Jimmy saved up to try and reach level 7. If he loses them all, he'll go crazy. Don't try to persuade me. I'm going to fight him today." Jimmy pulled out all the magic stones he had, his eyes blazing as he glared at Andrew. What am I afraid of? Don't blame me if you lose." Andrew scoffed dismissively. Although it was a huge sum for him too, he was throwing out the same 10 magic stones. As a proud royal archmage, how could he tolerate being outdone by Jimmy? Since Andrew had placed his bet, Ice Disaster Iceville, who had great confidence in his disciple, casually pulled out a leather bag and tossed it onto the table. 10 magic stones, bet on Carl Glacier to win the preliminary round. President Wood wanted to stop it, but at this point, it was beyond his control. He shook his head helplessly, hoping Jimmy wouldn't break down after losing. Immediately, he also took out 10 magic stones and bet on Ben Stewart. What was originally an unremarkable preliminary round, under Wu Wei's secret encouragement and Jimmy Gaunt's persuasion, turned into a high-stakes gamble. Wu Wei, who was secretly overseeing everything, was overjoyed. The resources of these saint-level mages were far more abundant than he had imagined. It seemed that this trip to Pison Island would not only yield the heart of the earth, but also provide the divine power needed to repair his godhood. Playing dumb to fool others was indeed a brilliant move. Since Andrew was betting that he wouldn't pass the preliminary round, there was even more room for maneuver. Wu Wei squinted, secretly pondering how to get these saint-level big shots to contribute more to the construction of his divine kingdom. Thank you, big shots. Chapter 209 Wu Wei, please don't betray me. President Wood, a middle-aged mage approached, reminding him, time's almost up. Alright, President Wood glanced at Jimmy Gunter again, sighing helplessly, let's begin then. With President Wood's loud announcement, the first round of the Truth Tournament preliminary rounds officially began. This year's Truth Tournament had an unprecedented 2,000 participants. Not only President Wood, but even his junior brother, the Royal Court Saint Magister Andrew Hayway, was deeply moved by the spectacle. Although Andrew had always questioned his senior brother Wood's succession to the presidency, there was no doubt that the sheer number of young mages participating was a testament to the growing strength of the Magic Association and the flourishing of the Path of Truth. The atmosphere was solemn. After a brief period of commotion, the crowd, holding their breath and looking solemn, entered the examination halls under the guidance of the instructors, taking their seats according to their numbers and names. Wu Wei naturally followed suit. Tisk-tisk, look at this atmosphere, it really feels a bit like the college entrance exam back in the day. Wu Wei sighed inwardly. Not only was the atmosphere like his own college entrance exam, but even the expressions of these young mages were just like those of the high school students he took back on Earth. In fact, Wu Wei didn't know that for many participants, participating in the Truth Tournament wasn't just about the generous prizes after winning and the superior reward of being personally guided by any council member of the association. It was a real opportunity to stand out. To perform exceptionally well in such a high-level tournament was equivalent to proving oneself to the whole world. Once one had a brilliant performance, or caught the eye of some important figure, then one's future would surely be bright and prosperous. Of course, none of this mattered to Wu Wei. He had only one goal, to win the tournament's first prize, the Rock Soul, also known as the Heart of the Earth. Big brother, good luck. Brother Wu Wei, I wish you all the best. Blake and Daniel, who were also participating, greeted Wu Wei from the left front and right rear respectively before taking their seats. Cody, another contestant, was further away in the front row on the right. He waved to Wu Wei and the others as a gesture of goodwill. Wu Wei, seated slightly behind the middle, politely nodded to his companions before settling into his seat with interest. The environment here is really nice. Oh? There's even a crystal ball. Reliving the feeling of his own college entrance exam, Wu Wei was in a good mood, leisurely looking around. The examination room was located on the beautiful shore of Star Moon Lake, with a stage directly in front. It was clear that what was originally a grassy area had been transformed into a unique temporary examination room by the staff. Each contestant had their own table and chair, and in front of each was a transparent crystal ball with a base. This was a tool for reviewing and answering questions. It was very simple to use, even for ordinary people without much magical inheritance. To make an analogy, this was like the tablet computer he used to use on Earth, simply swipe to operate it. The only drawback, however, was that this thing seemed to only be used for answering questions, not for doing anything strange. Ahem, quiet, everyone, please be quiet. Not long after they sat down, a steady, powerful cough came from the direction of the podium. Many contestants looked up. A middle-aged mage in a black robe, with a thick, white beard, had somehow appeared at the front of the examination hall. Young contestants, I am the association's permanent director and the host of this year's Truth Conference, Archmage Wilder. Host Wilder, in his usual steady and powerful voice, gave a brief self-introduction, then pointed to the calm surface of Star Moon Lake. As he pointed, a magnificent, bright blue magic circle immediately appeared on the lake. Soon, a curtain of lake water slowly rose from this magic circle. The host, Wilder, used his amplification magic to explain at the opportune moment. As always, the preliminary round of this Truth Conference will use a question bank point system. The names of the top 100 participants will be displayed on this water-based curtain wall. When the exam time ends, the top 100 participants will advance to the next round, and all other participants will be eliminated. These words instantly created a tense atmosphere. Most of the participants wore solemn expressions. The preliminary round alone would eliminate 1,900 out of 2,000 people, leaving only 100 to advance. This competitive pressure was far more severe than Wu Wei's college entrance exam years ago, which explained their nervousness. However, the host, Wilder, seemed accustomed to such reactions. He continued in his powerful voice, "The difficulty of the questions remains divided into 3 categories: beginner, intermediate, and advanced, corresponding to 1, 3, and 5 points respectively. You can skip questions you don't know. Remember, this preliminary round uses a point system, and the exam time is 1 magic moon hour." With that, he inverted a magic moon hour hourglass on the stage. At the same time, Wilder once again used his amplification magic to announce loudly to the entire audience, "The preliminary rounds begin." Instantly, the entire venue fell silent. Almost simultaneously, the vast majority of participants rushed to the crystal ball. The crystal ball began to emit a gentle, bright magical light, and the participants, their brows furrowed, focused intently, their eyes practically bulging, fixed on the crystal ball as the test questions began to appear. Judging from their expressions, it was as if even a second's delay would leave them far behind. "Interesting," Wu Wei remarked, still intrigued, glancing around at the tense and solemn expressions of the other participants. He couldn't help but recall his own college entrance exam, which seemed to have been similar. Turning his gaze away, Wu Wei raised his hand and rubbed the ancient ring on his finger, brimming with confidence. To be honest, as an outsider from Earth, he was quite curious about what kind of tests this world, which revered magic and martial arts, would present to assess the cultivator's progress. Moreover, the ability to endlessly practice problems and accumulate points within a limited time is quite different from exams on Earth. Filled with curiosity, Wu Wei looked down at the crystal ball in front of him. PFFT. What the hell is this? This glance nearly made him collapse in front of the crystal ball. The problem displayed on it read, "Several chickens and rabbits are kept in the same cage. Counting from the top, there are 35 heads. Counting from the bottom, there are 94 legs. How many chickens and rabbits are in the cage?" Isn't this the classic elementary school math problem from China, Earth, the chicken and rabbit in a cage? As someone who had endured countless years of exam-oriented education, Wu Wei was utterly dumbfounded, petrified on the spot. Of course, even in his stunned state, he clearly remembered that this problem had multiple solutions, the most classic being the lifting the legs method, the assumption method, and the equation method. But shouldn't the exam for the Truth Conference be related to magic? Why is it testing elementary school math from China? Just as Wu Wei was feeling utterly bewildered, a young magician, who had been counting on his fingers, was driven mad by the chicken and rabbit in a cage problem. Perhaps he was just unlucky, but like Wu Wei, he drew the classic chicken and rabbit in a cage problem as his first question. This young magician, who seemed to come from a respectable background, broke out in a cold sweat as he looked at the problem. He sat in his seat, frantically scratching his head and counting on his fingers for ages, before finally completely losing his composure. This is too hard. It's fucking too hard. He grabbed his hair and howled, "What kind of question is this? We're learning magic, why should we care about how many rabbits and chickens are in the cage?" His scream immediately shattered the silence. Many other contestants who had drawn similar problems gave him knowing glances. Indeed, the questions in this preliminary round were incredibly strange and difficult. However, the commotion had barely begun when it erupted. On the platform, President Wood, the Holy Archmage Andrew, and Ice Disaster Ice will all frowned slightly. Below the stage, the host, Wilder, understood immediately and waved his hand, shouting, "The Truth Conference exam is sacred and cannot be disturbed. Drag him out." Before his words even finished, 2 magical puppets standing on either side of the examination hall, resembling knights in armor, strode forward and quickly dragged the complaining young maid out of the hall, disqualifying him from the preliminary round. "I reiterate, respect the exam rules and abide by the exam discipline, or you will be disqualified from the preliminary round." Host Wilder used amplification magic to issue a stern warning to all the candidates, his expression filled with unquestionable authority. The scene quickly quieted down. Even those with many doubts and questions dared not make a sound and could only obediently bury themselves in their work. President Wood, observing this, slowly rose and, using amplification magic, amplified his steady and powerful voice throughout the hall. "Young contestants, magic is the great voyage to truth. Magic is the sublime knowledge for exploring the essence of all things. Magic is the way and method to grasp the true meaning of the world. These questions may seem unrelated to magic, but in reality, each one is inseparable from the exploration and application of magic. If you cannot even answer such simple questions, if you are unwilling even to think about them, how can you become true great magicians in the future? How can you become pioneers that future generations look up to on the path of seeking truth? His words seemed to instantly ignite the passion in the hearts of all the candidates present. The contestants' eyes shone brightly, as if they deeply understood the meaning. The hall quickly quieted down, they stopped complaining and instead looked intently at the questions before them. Just as President Wood said, magic is the path to seeking truth, full of thorns and obstacles. If they could not even solve these problems before them, what qualifications did they have to become true great magicians? The atmosphere in the hall was electric. President Wood sat back down in his seat, satisfied, patiently awaiting the appearance of outstanding students. Sitting next to him, Ice Disaster Iceville nodded slightly, acknowledging President Wood's preliminary testing strategy. On the other side, Palace St. Magister Andrew's expression shifted, seemingly agreeing with President Wood's earlier words, though a mocking smile remained on his lips. In his view, over 90% of the participants were mediocre talents, unlikely to achieve anything significant in their lives. Magic, he argued, was a high-level skill reserved for a select few, and President Wood's education for all philosophy was nothing more than a foolish waste of time. Puff puff puff. Time passed slowly, and the magical water curtain rising above Star Moon Lake finally rippled for the first time. As the wave surged, the names of the participants appeared one after another on the water curtain. The first-place winner was none other than Ben Stewart, a genius from the Holy Land's directly affiliated Magic Academy and President Wood's disciple. His appearance seemed to have been expected by many. However, many Academy members and beautiful young women remained outside the arena, their expressions excited and joyful. If it weren't for the rule against noise during the preliminary rounds, these spectators would likely have cheered loudly. Soon after, the second-place winner appeared at the top of the water curtain, Charles Springhall, the third prince of the empire, a disciple of the imperial royal family's holy archmage Andrew. His name's appearance also excited many supporters and young women, and he was only 1 point behind Stewart, making them evenly matched at the start of the preliminary rounds. Soon after, Karen Glacier, a disciple of the Northern Sea Clan's Ice Disaster Iceville, appeared, placing him third. His third-place ranking seemed to be due to his initial unfamiliarity with the Magic Association's standard crystal ball, causing him to move a little slower, but again, he was only 1 point behind. Currently, it's clear that his strength is on par with the top two geniuses. Amazing. Look at these three, truly amazing. It's only been a third of an hour, and they've already achieved such high scores, it's unprecedented. The crowd outside the arena was abuzz with discussion, every eye glued to the rankings displayed on the water screen. Although they had all expected the top three spots to be firmly held by these three prodigies, trained by masters, watching their battle was far more thrilling than watching the other contestants. Even many of the participants inside the arena were closely watching the rankings of these three geniuses. His Highness the Third Prince is indeed outstanding, only 1 point behind Stewart. Stewart is indeed a promising talent, but His Highness hasn't truly unleashed his full potential yet. I believe that in the next ranking update, first place will undoubtedly belong to him. Speaking of rankings, my beloved disciple, Karen Glacier, was merely a little slow at the beginning. Don't be too surprised by the next ranking update. On the platform, President Wood, Andrew, and Icewell were all calm and composed, equally confident in their beloved disciples. However, while the three of them chatted, Jimmy Gaunt, also sitting on the platform, didn't say a word, silently sitting in his seat, his old face flushed red. The top 100 rankings on the water screen had appeared. Jimmy Gaunt carefully looked at them 3 times, but still couldn't see Wu Wei's name. Most importantly, after careful observation, Jimmy Gaunt discovered that brat Wu Wei hadn't even answered a single question yet. What a joke. This is practically killing him. Wu Wei, we're all working for the great leader, Mr. Wu. Please, don't you dare let old Jimmy down. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210 Lawrence's Powerful Rise. Seeing Jimmy's anxious and frustrated expression, President Wood said meaningfully, "Jimmy, My old friend, I warned you long ago that you should place your bet on Ben Stewart, a disciple of our Holy Land Magic Academy. Given our years of friendship, don't you trust the student I personally trained? A student you trained? Hell, I really don't trust him. Andrew interrupted with a mocking smile. Jimmy, with that old man Wood's weak character, the student he trained is definitely no match for my disciple Charles. How about it? The preliminaries have only just begun. We can give you a chance to choose again. Place your bet on my disciple Charles. Jimmy, you really can reconsider. You know, that kid you value, well, he hasn't even answered a single question yet. Ice Disaster Ice will frowned, glancing at Wu Wei, indicating, considering our years of acquaintance, you can now place your bet on any one of our 3 disciples. I don't think any of us will object. President Wood nodded, and Andrew also showed an expression of agreement. Jimmy Gaunt was a tech geek back then, and with a magic path just emerging, they were all students of the same mentor. Jimmy Gaunt was also a kind and unassuming person in the academy, and even the 3 powerful figures who had some conflicts with each other had a good impression of him. Therefore, it wasn't a big deal for Jimmy Gaunt to cheat and choose again from among their disciples. After all, for them, the protagonists of this preliminary competition were their disciples. No. I absolutely won't change. Jimmy's old face flushed red, as if he had made a tough decision. He slammed his hand on the table, his expression resolute, and said, I, Jimmy Gaunt, am a Grandmaster of Alchemy, and the person I choose is irrevocably chosen. Sigh. President Wood shook his head, and a look of regret appeared in Icewell's eyes. Since this old fellow Jimmy Gaunt was so stubborn and insisted on losing everything, what could they do? Jimmy, you chose this yourself, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Andrew's eyes were full of mockery as he deliberately sneered. I'll accept your 10 magic stones without hesitation. HMPH, Jimmy Gaunt turned his face away, his expression showing indifference and determination. But in his heart, he was secretly thinking, Brother Wu Wei, losing magic stones is a small matter, but you must protect my old face for me. Achoo. In the preliminary exam room, Wu Wei suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose nonchalantly and continued to play with a crystal ball in front of him. Interesting, really interesting, isn't this the law and application of optical imaging? Oh? There's even a chemistry question, testing the displacement reaction of ferrous sulfate. Wu Wei slid the questions across the crystal ball, thinking to himself how interesting it was. The questions set by these magicians not only included mathematical calculations, but also physics, chemistry, and some simple astronomy and geography questions. The difficulty ranged from elementary school to junior high and high school. These questions would indeed be challenging for those in this world who haven't received a systematic education. However, for Wu Wei, an earthling who had already endured the arduous college entrance examination and completed 4 years of university, these questions were merely a revisiting of his 9 years of compulsory education. Of course, there were also some questions related to magic. For example, how to conjure a fireball, and then at what angle and with what force to throw it, ultimately hitting the stone crab beast 180 meters away. This question was listed as a comprehensive test in this preliminary round and was quite difficult, worth 5 points. Of course, as the saying goes, what's easy for someone who knows how? Aside from not knowing how to conjure a fireball, the other questions were simply a matter of projectile motion from high school physics for Wu Wei. There were many more such examples, showing that the current president, Keith Wood, placed great emphasis on basic education. If one could master these fundamental knowledge derived from nature, in this world renowned for its martial arts and magic, one could truly become a learned person. I never expected this. I really underestimated these magicians. Just as Wu Wei was playing the puzzle with great interest, the little old man Augustus appeared in his ring, hands behind his back, looking calm and collected. Under the blessing of divine magic, Augustus, appearing in spirit form, could only be seen by Wu Wei, and their conversation was a direct spiritual exchange, which outsiders could not hear. I thought the magicians of this era only knew how to play with the superficial aspects of magic, but I never expected they were actually pursuing the essence and truth of all things. Although these questions are still quite rudimentary, at least it's clear that they're heading in the right direction. The ring-wraith Augustus nodded, offering his unreserved praise, then changed the subject. But rest assured, my lord, this knowledge about the essence of all things was common sense for children in my time, utterly insignificant to me. Give me just half an hour, and I guarantee you'll reach the top of the rankings, and no one will be able to surpass you until the end of the preliminaries. Augustus exuded confidence. He was determined to make a name for himself in order to be reborn, and he had been wholeheartedly devoted to Wu Wei's arrangements. No need, Wu Wei shook his head, refusing. These questions are quite interesting, I can handle them on my own. If there's anything I don't understand, I'll ask you, as you wish. Augustus nodded respectfully, standing obediently to the side like a servant, awaiting Wu Wei's call. Wu Wei loosened his slightly slippery and tired fingers, about to begin answering the questions, when a suppressed, anxious sigh came from his left front. Looking up, he saw a tall, flamboyant young mage slumped miserably on the table, clutching his hair, seemingly driven to the brink of collapse by these strange questions. Isn't this the same Lawrence who was so arrogant and defiant earlier? Wu Wei immediately recognized Lawrence, thinking to himself that this kid had just openly declared he would trample all the geniuses present underfoot today. What? He just made a promise, and now he's about to be proven wrong. Turning his gaze again, Wu Wei looked at the rankings on the water screen. The top 3 were the very geniuses Lawrence desperately wanted to crush. Thinking of this, an interesting idea began to surface in Wu Wei's mind, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This preliminary round was definitely going to be very interesting. Ringwraith August. I'm here. That kid has at least received the inheritance of ancient magic. Go yes, my lord. The next instant, Ringwraith August disappeared beside Wu Wei. The more Wu Wei thought about it, the more he felt that his wicked sense of humor would make the series of events that followed exceptionally interesting. He was really looking forward to it. Time passed slowly, and the normal preliminary rounds gradually entered a heated phase. The water screen rankings, which refreshed every few minutes, had been updated again and again. Although the top 3 spots kept changing hands between the Holy Land genius Ben Stuart, the Imperial Third Prince Charles, and the Northern Siren genius Karen Glacier, this did not dampen the enthusiasm of the many contestants and spectators. Perhaps it was precisely because the 3 geniuses were so evenly matched that the outcome of this preliminary round was so suspenseful. As for the other contestants, they were all vying for the few remaining spots in the next round. For many, simply advancing to the first round was already a success. The atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly tense. Just then, the preliminary round host, Wilder, glanced at the inverted hourglass, turned around, and loudly reminded everyone, there's only a quarter of an hour left in the preliminary round. Contestants, please hurry. What? Only a quarter of an hour left. What do I do? I haven't done so much. I haven't even made it into the top 100 yet. Too late. With the host's prompt, all the contestants in the arena panicked. A magic moon lasts about 3/4 of an hour, and now only 1/4 of an hour remains. This means the preliminary rounds have entered their final stage. If they don't make a final sprint now, they'll be eliminated. The faces of all the participants were solemn, and almost all of them simultaneously plunged into the sea of questions. At the front of the crowd, 3 outstanding young men, hailed as geniuses, exchanged glances, then lowered their heads and continued answering the questions diligently. They still firmly held the top 3 positions, but the real competition between them had only just begun. It seems those 3 lads have very solid fundamentals. President Wood nodded with considerable appreciation. Although they had placed a bet beforehand, from another perspective, these 3 young disciples already represented the future of the magical world. Seeing their outstanding performance, he, as the current president of the Magic Association, felt genuinely gratified. Although I'm reluctant to admit it, the students you've taught are indeed quite good. The usually arrogant court archmage Andrew, for once, offered praise. Before his words of praise had even finished, his expression turned arrogant again. The fact that your disciples have been able to compete with my disciple Charles this far proves their excellence. However, they are still not on par with Charles. Your disciples will inevitably be trampled under Charles's feet. HMPH, what arrogance! Ice Disaster Ice Will's eyes, like those of a sea serpent, then turned cold. Now let's wait and see how your disciple Charles will trample my and Wood's disciples under his feet. The 3 big shots each held their own opinions, arguing fiercely. Alchemist Jimmy Gaunt, also sitting on the platform, sat sullenly to the side, smoking his pipe alone, not wanting to say a word. Because his bet on Brother Wu Wei was still not even in the top 100. He didn't know what Brother Wu Wei was up to, but this feeling of uncertainty was making him as tormented as an ant on a hot pan. Jimmy Gunter was slightly surprised. he noticed an unfamiliar name had suddenly jumped to the bottom of the rankings, and at an incredibly fast pace. This name hadn't even made it into the top 100 before, but just now, with the water screen refreshing, it jumped to 80th place. And not long after, the water screen refreshed again, and that name had leaped more than 20 places, reaching 63rd. This speed was astonishing. Keep in mind that we've reached the final stage of the preliminaries, and the gap between teams has widened considerably. How difficult is it to catch up in the rankings at this point? What's going on with this young man? How did he manage to improve his ranking so quickly time and time again? Lawrence Campbell. Ice Disaster Ice will also notice this name. He glanced sideways and asked President Wood beside him, "Is that a student from your Holy Land's directly administered Magic Academy?" Someone who could improve their ranking so rapidly at this time was bound to attract attention, especially someone who had risen from outside the top 100 so quickly. President Wood didn't answer, his expression somewhat ambiguous. After Icewill made his inquiry, he and Andrew looked at the ranking water screen. What they saw nearly made the three big shots in the stands widen their eyes in disbelief. The water screen refreshed again, and the unfamiliar young man named Lawrence Campbell had actually climbed from 63rd to an astonishing 35th. A jump of a full 32 places. Chapter 211 The Rise of a Dark Horse. This young man. President Wood frowned and pondered for a moment, then suddenly raised his hand to summon the mage in charge of student records and the registration information for the Truth Tournament contestants. "Alan, do you know this young man's background?" Reporting to the president, "This young man, he." The middle-aged mage looked embarrassed, his eyes unconsciously glancing at the Royal Archmage Andrew and Ice Disaster Icewill beside him. Seeing his hesitation, President Wood's heart sank, and his expression suddenly became stern. "No need for pretense. Speak." The middle-aged mage's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately dared not hide anything anymore, bowing his head and telling the truth. "President, this Lawrence Campbell was once a student of our academy, but he was expelled a few years ago because he repeatedly failed the theoretical examinations." "What?" Upon hearing the words expelled, President Wood's mind instantly filled with many bad thoughts, and his face immediately turned ashen. If it was truly as he suspected, then hypocritical. Ice Disaster Icewill scoffed, a mocking glint in his venomous eyes. "This level? Failing the theoretical exam? A Magic Academy directly under the Magic Association, truly as disgusting as ever." Lawrence's experience unconsciously reminded him of the ostracism and humiliation he had suffered within the academy, making this hell all the more chilling and meaningful. "Shut up. The academy's affairs are none of your business, being an outcast who has long been expelled." Andrew coldly glanced at Icewill, then turned to President Wood, his tone sarcastic. "Wood, is this your so-called fairness and justice, giving all those willing to pursue the truth a chance?" President Wood's face was extremely grim. He hadn't expected that his once proud Magic Academy would be embroiled in such a scandal. However, unlike Andrew and Icewill, he knew the Academy's instructors well. He believed they might have neglected students' individual circumstances, but he didn't believe they would deliberately fabricate grades to expel people from the Academy. However, the truth of the matter wasn't something he could decide simply by thinking about it. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Andrew and Icewill and solemnly promised, "The situation is still unclear, and everything is just speculation, not enough to make a judgment. I will send someone to investigate the truth later, and then I will naturally give this student an explanation." Jimmy didn't want to get involved in their dispute and hadn't spoken, only glancing at the big screen from time to time so as not to miss the ranking changes. At this moment, his expression suddenly changed. "Stop arguing. Look. Lawrence's ranking has risen again." The three big shots paused and quickly turned to look at the big screen. They saw that Lawrence Campbell, who had just been ranked 30th, had now squeezed into 20th place. Moreover, his rise was rapid, and even now he showed no signs of fatigue. Soon, his ranking rose again, surpassing the previous contestant to reach 19th, then 18th, 17th, and 16th. In just a short time, he actually surpassed those promising talents carefully cultivated by the Academy and the Royal Mage Order, squeezing into the top 10. The top 10 is a threshold. Those who can enter the top 10 are all geniuses, at least in terms of magical theory. Moreover, talent alone is not enough. Careful training and the student's own hard work are also required. Lawrence Campbell's ability to squeeze into the top 10 completely exceeded everyone's expectations. On the podium, the three big shots looked at each other, and the atmosphere became somewhat tense. At this moment, not only on the podium, but also the spectators around Star Moon Lake who were nervously watching the competition noticed Lawrence Campbell's sudden rise in ranking. Huh? Who is this Lawrence? To be able to squeeze into the top 10, standing shoulder to shoulder with those geniuses, his theoretical strength should be very strong. How come I've never heard of him before? The crowd looked surprised and discussed among themselves. Unfortunately, Lawrence Campbell had only recently received his inheritance and hadn't had time to make a name for himself. Almost none of the professionals watching the competition had ever heard of him. Even those who vaguely recognized the name couldn't believe that the person on the big screen was the Lawrence they knew. A buzz of whispers arose among the crowd, a great deal of curiosity growing about this suddenly emerging dark horse. Everyone unconsciously began to focus their attention on this name. Beside the podium, Liliana stood with her arms crossed, deep in thought as she watched the rankings on the big screen. Amidst the intense attention, the rankings on the big screen were updated again. This time, Lawrence Campbell's name appeared in 4th place. Wow! The crowd erupted in a clamor. Even the many mages on the podium who were watching Lawrence's name were stunned. He had jumped from 10th to 4th place in one fell swoop. That speed was simply too fast. It's important to understand that in the top 10, although the point difference between rankings becomes very small, the competition is even fiercer. Because none of those who managed to reach this ranking were weak, everyone was a genius, everyone was working incredibly hard to answer the questions, making it extremely difficult to surpass them. Yet Lawrence Campbell seemed completely unaffected, his ranking continuing to rise rapidly. How could this be? He must have skipped the easier, lower scoring questions and gone straight to the more difficult, higher scoring ones, Royal Archmage Andrew asserted. Otherwise, the current situation is inexplicable. Not necessarily, Ice Disaster Ice will sneered. His earlier ranking was low, so he must have tackled the difficult questions first, and is only now starting on the easier ones to rack up points. The Truth Tournament preliminary rounds always progressed from easy to difficult, using this to differentiate contestants. The two actually started arguing about this very issue. President Wood gestured to the mage controlling the magical eyes, giving a telepathic instruction. Immediately, one of the magical eyes turned and aimed at Lawrence Campbell in the examination hall. The next moment, Lawrence Campbell's figure appeared on a massive magical water screen. In the scene, the young magician was engrossed in solving a problem, his gaze focused and his expression serious. His quill pen moved swiftly across the paper, almost without pause. He then input the correct answer into the crystal ball. Not bad, Jimmy glanced at it, his eyes showing approval. This problem requires conclusions and some formulas from my mentor's book, The Efficiency and Consumption of Magic Transfer Between Different Mediums. The Academy doesn't cover this in such depth, and most magicians wouldn't even touch upon it. It's remarkable he wasn't stumped. He then glanced at the 3 powerful figures beside him and muttered, judging by this kid's problem-solving speed, he probably has a lot of potential to be tapped. Could he possibly push your 3 prized disciples down? Impossible. 3 resolute voices rang out almost simultaneously. The 3 powerful figures turned sharply to glare at Jimmy, their gazes piercing and intimidating. Jimmy was startled, staring dumbfounded at the 3 people who had suddenly moved in unison. After a long while, he patted his chest to calm himself, weakly saying, "Impossible is impossible, why such a big reaction?" The 3 big shots hadn't expected their reactions to be exactly the same, and for a moment they looked at each other, somewhat embarrassed. Opportunistic tricks might bring temporary glory, but to squeeze into the top 3, you still need real strength. Royal Archmage Andrew turned his head away dismissively, saying disdainfully, "This kid called Lawrence is alright, but that's about it. With him, to squeeze into the top 3, unless, however, before he could finish speaking, the rankings on the big screen suddenly changed again. Lawrence Campbell, who was originally in 4th place, suddenly jumped to 3rd, while Prince Charles, who was originally in 3rd, plummeted to 4th. Andrew's words stopped abruptly, his arrogant expression freezing on his face. An awkward silence filled the air. Jimmy gave Andrew a strange look, then glanced at the other 2 big shots, and couldn't help but silently complain in his heart, who was it that just now so confidently declared it impossible, and only after a while did Andrew suddenly react, blurting out incredulously, "How is this possible?" Prince Charles was someone he had personally taught. He knew perfectly well how much more capable Prince Charles was of magical theory. How could he possibly lose to a self-taught mage? President Wood and Ice Disaster Ice will also frown deeply, their previously confident hearts suddenly filled with a strong sense of crisis. They had thought the championship was just a competition between their three disciples, but unexpectedly, a dark horse had emerged. What if this Lawrence Campbell really overtook them? Would their bet become a joke? On the platform, the atmosphere froze for a moment. On the field, Charles Springhall glanced at the rankings during a break from answering questions and immediately noticed something was wrong. He had actually dropped to 4th place. Moreover, the one pressing down on him was actually an unknown magician. From childhood to adulthood, Prince Charles had always been the most outstanding among his peers, growing up amidst countless praises. He could tolerate temporary setbacks, but he would never tolerate failure. An unknown magician dared to try and overpower him? Dream on. Prince Charles's eyes darkened, his mind instantly focusing to its peak, and he quickly flipped to the next question to begin solving. This time, his problem-solving speed was unprecedented. Time ticked by. With Lawrence Campbell's sudden rise and Charles's increased efforts, the competition among the top 4 quickly intensified, and the atmosphere in the Truth Conference venue grew increasingly tense. The magicians responsible for controlling the magic eyes and the water curtain noticed this and tacitly switched their perspectives, focusing their magic eyes on the 4 main competitors in the fierce competition: Prince Charles, Lawrence Campbell, and the other favorites to win, Ben Stewart and Karen Glacier. In an instant, high-definition images of the 4 appeared on the water screen. Everyone's attention was unconsciously drawn to them, tensely watching their performance and rankings. Before long, the entire Truth Conference venue fell silent. Chapter 212 Wu Wei successfully advances. Andrew, being a powerful Saint Magister, calmed down after the initial shock and seeing Charles's focused and composed demeanor. He sneered, "HMPH, I didn't expect the preliminary rounds to be so intense," forcing Charles to use his true abilities. Truly unexpected. With a single sentence, he defined Prince Charles's decline as not using his true abilities. President Wood frowned but remained silent. Sure enough, shortly after Andrew's words, the rankings on the water screen were refreshed again, and Prince Charles's position jumped to 1st place. At the same time, Lawrence Campbell also completed a question, his name flashed, and he rose another place to 2nd. On the other hand, Ben Stewart, who had been in a relatively leading position, was suddenly pushed down to 4th. How, as expected, once Charles gets serious, no one can beat him. Royal Archmage Andrew felt reassured upon seeing this, a hint of pride appearing on his face. Charles was only using half his strength before. We've got this little preliminary tournament championship for sure. But your Magic Academy's outcast is quite capable. This time, he might actually get 2nd place, which is not bad. Seeing Andrew's smug expression, President Wood and Ice Disaster Ice will exchanged unpleasant glances. If they had only lost to each other, their pride would have made it embarrassing, but they could barely accept it. Losing to a wild kid who suddenly appeared was unacceptable to either of them. However, at this moment, the situation had completely deviated from their expectations and was beyond their control. They could only hope that their carefully cultivated disciple could live up to their expectations. The atmosphere on the podium suddenly became heavy. In the arena, upon seeing the latest rankings, Ben Stewart and Karen Glacier also lost their usual composure and their expressions changed slightly. Losing to Charles was bad enough, but to be surpassed by some unknown brat. A disgrace. This was absolutely disgraceful. This situation could not be tolerated. The two glared at the large screen, then quickly buried their heads in the magic crystal ball. Their fingers flew across the ball, skipping the randomly selected low-scoring questions and focusing solely on the extremely difficult and tricky high-scoring ones. Their concentration was incredible, and their answering speed unknowingly increased. Ice Disaster Icewill, watching his disciple's outstanding performance, couldn't help but sit up straight, a look of satisfaction on his face. No matter how the 3 of us compete, my disciple has received the most orthodox education. Once those 3 get serious, that kid named Lawrence will definitely be pushed down. However, his words had barely faded when Lawrence Campbell, in the hall below, answered another question and submitted his answer. A flash of light appeared on the large screen, and the rankings instantly updated. The rankings that appeared made Icewill's eyes nearly pop out of their sockets, his smile freezing on his face. How is this possible? President Wood and Royal Archmage Andrew's expressions changed instantly upon seeing the rankings. Inside the hall, Prince Charles, Karen Glacier, and Ben Stewart's faces paled upon seeing the latest rankings on the big screen. The rankings on the screen were: first place, Lawrence Campbell; second place, Ben Stewart; third place, Karen Glacier; fourth place, Charles Springhall. Despite the three of them exerting their full strength, Lawrence hadn't been suppressed. Instead, he had surged to first place. This ranking caused an uproar among the audience by Star Moon Lake. How is this possible? My God, Lawrence actually rose to first place. A dark horse. This is an absolute dark horse. The Royal Magicians and the Magic Academy have a completely lost face this time. Where did this kid come from? How can he be so strong? Almost all the audience went crazy, and the students of the Magic Academy and the Royal Magicians were even more incredulous, their expressions like they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Outside the arena, a frenzy erupted, but the atmosphere on the podium was stiff and suffocating. I never expected this wild boy to be so formidable. I have to admit, I misjudged him, Ice Disaster Ice Will said with difficulty, his face still showing embarrassment and disbelief. However, Ice Disaster was Ice Disaster after all. In the blink of an eye, he composed himself, took a deep breath, and said, however, the point difference between the four of them is very small. The rankings might change after the next question. Until the very last moment, the outcome is still uncertain. President Wood and Royal Archmage Andrew nodded silently. After being repeatedly proven wrong, neither of them dared to make any guarantees. The specifics would only be known after the results were announced. Attention all contestants, there are 3 magic months left until the end of the competition. Please hurry and answer the questions. Suddenly, the host Wilder's voice rang out in the hall. As soon as he finished speaking, all the contestants tensed up instantly, and Prince Charles, Karen Glacier, and Ben Stewart also tensed. The rankings just now were enough to prove that the kid named Lawrence was no less capable than them. They had to be extremely focused. 3 magic moons worth of time were barely enough to solve one problem. And the difference in points between them and Lawrence was only 1 or 2 points. There was only one way to win the championship. The 3 exchanged glances and almost simultaneously did the same thing, skipped all the previous problems and began to concentrate on solving the problem with the highest point value. Under the influence of a strong sense of urgency, the 3 of them unleashed their full power, their entire bodies enveloped in an inexplicable aura. At this moment, nothing and no one could distract them. The magic guy, responsible for capturing the live broadcast, occasionally swept across the arena from above, dutifully projecting the situation in sight onto the surrounding water screen. The faces of Lawrence Campbell, Prince Charles, Karen Glacier, and Ben Stewart occasionally flashed across the water screen. The champion of the preliminary round was about to be decided among these 4. Unbeknownst to them, the atmosphere on site grew increasingly tense. On the platform, by Star Moon Lake, the entire venue gradually quieted down. Everyone unconsciously held their breath, waiting for the final moment. Even the 3 bigwigs on the platform were no longer as composed as before. Some drank coffee, others stroked their staffs, subtly dispelling their tension. Jimmy Gaunt, on the other hand, remained extremely calm. Although Wu Wei wasn't yet in the rankings, if everyone failed, the competition would be a draw, and he wouldn't lose anything. How about we all guess who'll be number 1? He suggested, looking left and right. The 3 bigwigs snorted coldly, ignoring him. At this point, none of them were confident their disciple could win, only a fool would pay attention to Jimmy. In the tense wait, time ticked by. Suddenly, the host, Wilder, announced again, attention all contestants, the competition time is about to end. The countdown has begun. Contestants who haven't finished answering yet, please speed up. Any unanswered questions at the end of the time limit will be counted as incorrect. With that, Wilder took out a timer and began the countdown. 10, 9, 8. His voice was calm and composed, yet as the countdown began, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Almost all the contestants, including Charles and his 2 companions, entered a frantic answering mode, their scalps tingling with anxiety. They had chosen the questions with the highest point values, solving them would immediately boost their scores significantly. However, the highest point value also meant the highest difficulty. If they hadn't solved the questions by the end of the countdown, they wouldn't just be out of contention for the championship, they might even be overtaken by the other contestants. Before they knew it, the countdown had reached its final 3 seconds. The final 3 seconds of the countdown. Charles and his companions were still engrossed in answering questions. The final 2 seconds of the countdown. Charles and his companions were still engrossed in answering questions, but their hand movements were becoming increasingly rapid. Because of the time crunch, the three had completely abandoned any regard for the aesthetics of their handwriting. Their strokes were wildly distorted, almost flying into the sky. The countdown ended in a single second. The mage, originally ranked 5th, jumped 2 places after answering a question, squeezing into 3rd. Charles and his 2 companions, however, were still writing furiously. Everyone inside and outside the hall held their breath, intently watching the image on the water screen. Some even unconsciously held their breath. Even those on the platform couldn't help but slightly rise from their seats, nervously watching the 3 in the hall. Just when everyone thought they were going to be late, snap, snap, snap. 3 crisp sounds seemed to explode in everyone's ears. Charles and his companions finally stopped writing in unison in the last second of the countdown, slapping their hands onto the crystal ball to submit their answers. The next moment, whoosh, the large screen suddenly went dark, and the crystal balls on all the contestants' tables also suddenly went dark. On the podium, the host, Wilder, pressed the timer and announced loudly, "Time's up. The competition is over." What a close call. Everyone watching the championship battle, both inside and outside the arena, unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. The long exhale instantly dispelled the tense atmosphere. At the same time, as the crystal ball went out, a chorus of groans erupted throughout the arena. I'm doomed. I only did 34 questions, I'm definitely going to be eliminated." Listening to the wailing and howling around him, Wu Wei chuckled and shook his head, unable to help but recall the scene in his classroom after taking the college entrance examination. How similar was that scene to the present? To be honest, the Truth Tournament, with 2,000 magicians vying for 100 preliminary spots, was fiercely competitive, indeed comparable to the college entrance examination. And the influence of the Truth Tournament in the magic world was almost on par with the college entrance examination. Amidst a commotion, the host announced the end of the event, and the contestants, guided by staff, retreated to the waiting area below the stage. Wu Wei searched through the crowd and rejoined the others. Seeing Blake looking dejected, he asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Brother, I'm so glad I didn't study magic," Blake said listlessly, his eyes vacant. "Magic is too hard. I only answered 10 questions, and I feel like all my energy has been drained. If I had to study this every day, I'd go crazy." Wu Wei was taken aback. "It's alright, I don't think it's that hard." As soon as he said this, everyone looked at him with a knowing look. Even Daniel, who is usually very calm, had the same expression. Wu Wei sensed something was wrong and wisely shut his mouth, but couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He still hasn't experienced enough. Compared to the college entrance exam, what is this kind of exam? Besides, the questions weren't particularly difficult. The hardest ones were just advanced functions, solid geometry, and some complex chemical reactions. Just choose the ones you know how to do, right? Anyway, the result only counts the total score. Nobody cares if you're weak in any subject. However, considering the different knowledge systems of the 2 worlds, he couldn't explain these things and could only leave it at that for the time being. After a few words, Wu Wei refocused his attention on the venue. Now that the competition was over, all that remained was to wait for the results. On the stage, Jimmy and the other 3 were also waiting for the results. The results should be out soon, right? Jimmy, who never had much patience for anything other than experiments, was getting impatient as he waited and couldn't help but chat with the 3 big shots next to him. "I think the 3 of them have finished answering the last question. The final ranking will probably depend on how many steps they get right." The questions with the highest point value in the Truth Tournament were very difficult, so the points were not only calculated based on the final result, but also on the steps taken. 10 points for all correct answers, 6 points for 2 correct steps, and 3 points for 1 correct step. Jimmy said this because the error rate for these kinds of questions was very high. Even with normal solutions, it was easy to make mistakes in the steps, let alone when the 3 of them were rushing to write like they were. "Why don't you talk about the kid you chose?" Royal Archmage Andrew glanced at him disdainfully. "His name has never appeared in the top 100. What? Are you just going to let those 10 magic stones go to waste?" Hearing this, Jimmy felt a little guilty. However, guilty as he was, he wouldn't admit defeat verbally. He chuckled insincerely, "We can talk about that after the rankings are out." Andrew sneered. Normally, he would have definitely said a few more words to Jimmy, but he really wasn't in the mood for that right now. He was more concerned about his disciple's situation than the inexplicable junior that Jimmy had chosen. His gaze swept across the platform and he saw Charles's noble and elegant figure. He secretly asked him, "Charles, how confident are you about the last question?" 100%. Prince Charles looked up at the instructor on the platform, a smile on his lips, his eyes radiating confidence. Andrew's heart immediately settled. Charles was always composed, so if he said that, he must have gotten the last question right. While Andrew was talking to Charles, Ice Disaster Icewell and Guildmaster Wood were also secretly exchanging ideas with their disciples. After a brief exchange, both mentors understood the situation, their expressions unconsciously relaxing and revealing confident demeanor. Meanwhile, the post-competition review and verification process was already complete. The host, Wilder, whispered a few words to the mage controlling the main screen's water curtain, then smiled and walked onto the stage. "All right. The preliminary results are in. I'm sure everyone is eagerly waiting. Without further ado, I'll begin announcing the results. As usual, I'll start with the 100th ranked contestant." Upon hearing this, the previously noisy hall immediately fell silent. Wu Wei stopped talking to others and turned to look at the main screen above the stage. The contestants who had been wailing and screaming just moments before also quickly quieted down, their breathing rapid and tense as if awaiting judgment. Faintly, Wu Wei heard the murmuring prayers of a contestant beside him. "My Lord of Light, God of Truth, all the great gods of magic, please bless me to pass the line. I must be in the top 100. Please." A bead of cold sweat trickled down Wu Wei's forehead. "Brother, at the rate you're praying like that, the gods won't even bother to punish you, let alone bless you. At least I, the God of Light, really want to kill you." Everyone waited anxiously. Suddenly, the last row of names slowly appeared on the big screen. And the names didn't appear all at once, but rather from left to right, first showing the sequence, then revealing the names little by little. "Come on, let's see who the lucky ones who just barely made it into the top 100 are." The host's powerful, highly persuasive voice rang out. A bead of cold sweat appeared on Wu Wei's forehead. These people from the Magic Association really know how to play games. This thing is practically an alternate world version of the brain. He seriously suspected these guys were also transmigrators, and transmigrators who watch too many variety shows. Wu Wei, who had initially shown no nervousness, was now somewhat uneasy, stirred up by Blake's words. Had he really gone too far this time and run into trouble? "Brother Wu Wei, I'm so nervous." Blake swallowed hard, grabbing Wu Wei's arm. "TCH, have some backbone," Liliana said calmly, arms crossed. "If everyone loses, we can just take it by force." A hint of fighting spirit flickered in her beautiful eyes. Clearly, she hadn't considered Wu Wei a strong contender. Daniel Litton's eyes also flashed with a fierce light. "Nana's right, if all else fails, we'll have to resort to force." Oh, Wu Wei was speechless. Could these guys have any faith in him? Fortunately, his name appeared on the screen quickly. Number 100, Wu Wei. The magic host, with an unusual pause, called out, "This name is hard to pronounce, very unfamiliar. How do you read it?" "It sounds like Wu Wei." "Let's congratulate him, Your Excellency Wu Wei, on successfully passing the selection competition." AWW. The scene erupted in cheers, many casting envious glances at Wu Wei. Although the ranking seemed rather pathetic, there were at most 2,000 contestants this time, and making it into the top 100 was already quite remarkable. "Brother Wu Wei, congratulations." Blake and Daniel excitedly congratulated him. Even Liliana gave Wu Wei a strange look. No matter how she looked at him, Wu Wei didn't seem like the kind of spoiled brat who could make it into the top 100. Yet, unexpectedly, he had. Princess Hage, whose mood had improved slightly, snorted coldly. "Top 100, huh? Congratulations, that's quite impressive." Clearly, she was still holding a grudge against Wu Wei's earlier joke. Wu Wei, however, didn't seem to care, simply chuckled calmly, and squinted as he looked up at the high-ranking figures. Chapter 213. Another world version of Fen Jin passing the Imperial examination. Almost simultaneously, the three Saint-level figures, including President Wood, were in utter shock. Their focus had been entirely on who would take first place, completely forgetting about Wu Wei, who had never appeared in the top 100. Ice Disaster Icewell's stiff face twitched. This kid's never even been in the top 100. The other two saint-level mages could only exchange bewildered glances, having forgotten all about the boy. Anyway, Jimmy Gott suddenly became smug. No matter what, I won. At least 10 magic stones are mine. Of course, if none of your disciples get first place, Jimmy, you're lucky this time. You even managed to gamble your way to this. Even his good friend, President Wood, was furious, his face darkening as he coldly snorted. However, we still have a chance. Whoever gets first place will share the spoils of victory. Of course, with only one fruit left, only one person could taste it. President Wood, Andrew, and Ice Disaster all had complete confidence in their disciple. After exchanging a cold glance, they gradually turned their attention to the rankings. The results continued to be posted, and several more names appeared on the list after Wu Wei. Regardless of who the name belonged to, as long as they successfully advanced to the first round, they were already overjoyed and could cheer with relief. Meanwhile, the contestants whose names had not yet appeared were still waiting anxiously. Suddenly, an excited scream shattered the silence of the scene. 92nd place is out. It's me. It really is me. The bustling crowd turned to look at the source of the voice. A thin but spirited young man was crying tears of joy, shouting with his head thrown back, "Ha ha ha, I did it. 10 years of hard study, arduous training in magic, Piltha Mano. Finally, today, I've made it. Ha ha ha." The somewhat manic laughter echoed in the air. Just moments ago, the water curtain rippled, revealing his name, Pilt Mano, ranked 92nd. "Hey, bro, it's only 92nd, why are you so excited?" A young mage beside him, annoyed, spoke up, offering a speechless reminder. Making such a fuss over 92nd place? If he won first, he'd probably die on the spot. What do you know? Pilt, beaming with elation, proudly raised his head. Even if I'm 92nd, I'm still the 92nd in the world. Better than all the mages in our village, our town, and our sand city. Indeed, the Truth Tournament, organized by the Magic Association, represented the highest level of magic competition in the world, with extremely high prestige. To stand out in this competition, even someone like Wu Wei, who just advanced to 100th, was an exceptional elite far beyond the ordinary, let alone 92nd. At least for now, these participating young mages, if they successfully advanced, would have already gained everyone's recognition for their solid foundation and outstanding potential. Sure enough, the list had only just reached number 92 when a number of middle-aged men who looked like butlers, accompanied by male and female servants, squeezed in from the outer crowd. Excuse me. At this moment, a middle-aged butler in a formal suit, his hair meticulously combed, squeezed his way to Piltover. "Respected Mr. Piltover, my name is Rob, and I am Viscount James's personal butler in Cumberland City. Your outstanding performance at the conference was quite remarkable. I wish you all the best in your upcoming tests." The middle-aged butler removed his hat in greeting, then produced a contract and got straight to the point. "Respected Mr. Piltover, I have a job to recommend to you. Would you be interested in serving Viscount James? His esteemed Viscount James has promised you a detached house in Cumberland City, a quarterly salary of 5 gold francs, and generous allowances. Of course, if you have any research projects, Viscount James will also fully support them. How about it? The compensation is very generous, just sign your name here. Don't be fooled by the abundance of mages in the Holy Land. In reality, if you were to look around the world, you'd find that the profession of mage is extremely rare. In addition, mages typically possess a wealth of knowledge and powerful magical abilities, invaluable assets that ordinary soldiers cannot match. The benefits a mage can bring are multifaceted. Even in disputes with other lords, a single fireball from a mid-level mage can often end a battle that would otherwise be a fight to the death. Therefore, some lords and nobles are even willing to trade a squadron of elite guards for a mage with some skill. Even a novice mage receives a very high salary and benefits. Mages who excel in the Truth Assembly are especially sought after and will be treated as honored guests for life. Wait. Respected Mr. Piltover, you don't want to go to that harsh, cold land of Cumberland, do you? How about coming to our warm and prosperous south? Just as the middle-aged butler Rob was trying to persuade the 92 Piltovers, another Viscount butler from the south squeezed in. Before long, Pilt was surrounded by a group of butlers and servants searching for outstanding mages. The promises they made were naturally increasingly extravagant. After all, He was now an excellent mage who had achieved good results in the Truth Assembly. Signing him now would be a huge win for any lord. If he could pass the second round of the Truth Assembly, it would be an even greater windfall. Otherwise, once he achieved a higher ranking in the second round, ordinary noble lords wouldn't be able to afford his services. Ha ha ha, you're all too kind. I choose, oh, ha ha ha, wait a minute, I'll think about it some more. Pilt was beaming with pride, as if this moment surrounded by the crowd was the pinnacle of his life. Ultimately, Pilt, ranked 92nd, was signed by a subordinate of an earl from a major western city, who outmaneuvered many viscounts' butlers, offering a villa, maids, allowances, and a high salary of 7 gold francs per quarter. The other contestants ranked 93rd to 100th also received invitations from many nobles and wealthy merchants. Even Wu Wei himself received offers from a viscount, 3 barons, and 5 wealthy merchants. Although Wu Wei's actual strength was only level 1, they valued his potential. At level 1, he had already stood out among over 2,000 people, and considering his young age, was there any doubt about his potential? The prices offered were not low either, 2 gold coins per quarter, plus various allowances, far exceeding those of ordinary low-level mages. After all, for nobles and wealthy merchants alike, having a mage ranked in the top 100 of the Truth Conference was a matter of prestige. If they were lucky, signing him and providing substantial financial support to help him advance quickly would be a huge profit for them. Merchants, driven by profit, naturally wouldn't miss out on such a good opportunity. No, I want to be a free-spirited bard. Don't bother me. Wu Wei waved his hand, dismissing the crowd with an aloof attitude and refusing all invitations. The stewards and deacons present thought Wu Wei was too arrogant, putting on such a big show despite his low strength. However, when they saw Daniel Litton and Black Litton approaching Wu Wei, they immediately understood. It turned out that Wu Wei had powerful backers, and they, as insignificant figures, couldn't afford to sign him. So the crowd surrounding Wu Wei completely dispersed. As the results were announced, the atmosphere became increasingly lively. People cheered with surprise, and young mages who successfully advanced were signed on the spot. As the ranking increased, the signing fees naturally increased as well. Of course, some mages who had entered the second round did not sign on the spot. They wanted to try their luck. If they could successfully advance from the second round, even if it was just to achieve a higher ranking, their value would skyrocket. Wow, brother Wu Wei, look! The rankings are barely over 50, and those mages' quarterly salaries have already jumped to 13 gold francs. Their other allowances and benefits have almost doubled. Black Litton, who had joined Wu Wei and the others, stared at the excited crowd, speechless. At this rate, won't the top-ranked mages be worth more than me, an earl? In fact, that's true. Daniel glanced around and replied seriously, high-level mages are not only powerful, but they also possess vast knowledge, which is crucial for any power. Therefore, those grand mages who master advanced magical knowledge are supported by various forces wherever they go, and after establishing certain merits, they can even obtain corresponding titles from the king. Speaking of which, mages are now one of the most important core forces in many countries. They are few in number, but their status is very high. Even our Holy Violet Duchy has a magic corps, and the corps leader is an important advisor to my grandfather when making decisions. Cousin, now that you mention it, I think I remember. Blake slapped his forehead and said suddenly, no wonder I always saw old magicians coming and going in the palace when I was a kid. So that's what it was all about. In fact, it's not just magicians. In this world, only those with truly great strength earn the respect and admiration of others. The rise of mages in recent decades is related to the legend of the fall of the God of Light, which circulated a century ago. Without the Church of Light, the imperial leadership on the continent, seeking power, naturally turned their attention to mages. Liliana spoke casually, arms crossed, but her eyes revealed anticipation for the future. However, our Lord has returned, and this world will surely return to our Lord's embrace. I think being a mage is a very interesting profession, and it doesn't conflict with the divine magic of our church. Wu Wei gazed at the magical water curtain rising from the lake, offering his opinion with an air of composure. If these mages are willing to return to our Lord's embrace, I think our Lord would be happy to accept them back. After all living beings in this world are children of our Lord of Light. Let mages return to our Lord's embrace. Liliana raised a flirtatious eye, turning her gaze with interest, thinking to herself that Wu Wei always had some unique perspectives, making him somewhat unpredictable. Chapter 214: The Unexpected Champion. The results announcement continued. Many female mages participated in this truth conference, but this was a world where strength reigned supreme, and the status of women was far lower than on Earth. Women who received quality education mostly came from noble or wealthy families. Therefore, only about 20% of the more than 2,000 participants were women. So far, only a dozen or so female mages had successfully entered the top 100. These female mages mostly had certain backgrounds and generally did not sign contracts with any power. Therefore, the stewards and deacons present, eager to recruit talent, mostly focused their attention on the impoverished male mages. Time passed slowly, with cheers of joy echoing through the crowd, while those whose names hadn't yet entered the top 100 grew increasingly anxious and tense. In the blink of an eye, the rankings had passed the 30s, leaving only 29 spots. This meant that the chances of those who hadn't made it to the next round were becoming increasingly slim. Many participants, knowing they had no chance, collapsed to the ground, weeping and wailing inconsolably. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Wu Wei noticed a thin, tattered male mage with balding hair trembling as he drew a sharp dagger from his waist. His expression was pained, as if he were utterly despairing of himself. "Hey, brother, isn't this a bit much?" Wu Wei leaned closer, advising, "Rankings are valuable, but life is more precious." Rankings are valuable, but life is more precious? Wow. What a poem. What a poem. Blake, standing nearby, widened his eyes and clapped excitedly. "Big brother, you're a born poet. Just listening to you speak, I can feel my soul being elevated." "You guys," Liliana rolled her eyes at them, thinking, "He's about to commit suicide, and instead of helping him, you're discussing poetry? Enough already." "Young man, don't pay them any mind," Liliana frowned and tried to comfort the balding mage. "It's just an exam. Even if you don't get in this time, you'll have another chance." No chance." The balding mage's lips trembled as he spoke, and tears welled up in his eyes. "I, Richie Taylor, am already 29 years old. I have no chance." The truth conference is held once every 10 years, a great opportunity for all mages to make a name for themselves. However, according to the rules, those over 30 years old cannot participate. Clearly, this 29-year-old Richie Taylor had no chance to participate in the next truth conference. I have let down the Lord's expectations. I have let down Wanalina, who works so hard for me every day. I don't want to live anymore." The balding mage, Richie Taylor, roared to the sky and raised his knife to stab himself in the heart. Hey. Wu Wei, sweating profusely at the sight, quickly grabbed his wrist and comforted him. "Brother Richie, calm down. Look, the list is only up to 30th place now. There's still a chance later. Why don't you wait a little longer?" Ha ha ha. Upon hearing "wait a little longer," Richie Taylor burst into maniacal laughter while crying, Wait a little longer? Ha ha ha, what the hell am I waiting for? I'm just trash. I'm just a poor, sour, stinking piece of trash. How could I possibly make it into the top 30? I have no chance. I'm going to die." With that, he raised the knife again, ready to stab himself. Wu Wei was dumbfounded, cursing inwardly that this guy was too ruthless to himself. Such a sharp knife, he stabbed without batting an eye. Looking at his bitter and resentful appearance, how much pressure was building up inside him? Just then, with a plop, the water screen ranking flipped, and the name of the person ranked 29th appeared on the water screen. "Wait? Just wait a little longer." Wu Wei glanced at him and quickly pulled him back again. Are you kidding me? Can't you just let me die peacefully?" Richie Taylor looked distressed, anxious, and utterly hopeless. "Take a closer look." Wu Wei pointed to the water screen rankings. Helpless, Richie Taylor turned to look, and immediately gasped, freezing on the spot. 29th place, Richie Taylor. It was him, Richie Taylor. Thump. Richie Taylor, still breathless from the emotional turmoil, suddenly blacked out and collapsed to the ground like a stone. Damn it, this guy shouldn't be so happy. Come on, come and save him. Wu Wei broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself that young people really have it tough. Look at his suppressed emotions and deep-seated obsessions. At Wu Wei's call, the onlookers immediately came to his aid. Pinching his philtrum, soothing his breathing, and even having 2 healing mages cast healing spells. After all that, Richie Taylor finally groggily awoke. He struggled to his feet, ignoring the mud and dust covering him, and immediately burst into tears of joy. "It's me. 29th place. Ha ha ha. I did it. I'm going to rise to the top. Ha ha ha." Despite his emotional outburst and seemingly erratic behavior, everyone present knew perfectly well how prestigious and outstanding 29th place was, surpassing even 30th. If the others who failed could also achieve 29th place, they would be willing to run in naked, let alone run wildly. After Richie Taylor calmed down a bit, numerous stewards and servants from the Earl and Marquis, and even a high-ranking official from the Duke's mansion, came to invite him. The promises and compensation offered were extremely generous, drawing immense envy from the onlookers. Especially that important figure from the Duke's mansion, who even guaranteed that the Duke would grant him the lowest rank of knighthood, making him a nominal nobleman. Furthermore, he would arrange for a noblewoman to marry him, demonstrating considerable respect for this magician ranked 29th. However, Richie Taylor firmly waved his hand at the crowd, refusing, "No, I will not sign with anyone. I will return to Spring Bamboo Town to repay my baron." Huh? Spring Bamboo Town? What kind of town is that? It's clearly a poor, run-down market town deep in the mountains. And the baron of Spring Bamboo Town, he's just a stepmother's son. His wealth doesn't even compare to our town's big landowner, Warren. The crowd was stunned, buzzing with discussion. They couldn't believe that this poor, run-down magician would refuse the high-paying offers of an earl, a marquis, and even a duke, choosing to return to his remote village to repay his baron and his hometown? What a joke. Had he gone mad? Seeing the utterly disapproving expressions on the faces of the crowd around him, Richie Taylor explained with a beaming smile, "You don't know, our baron, to support me, the only magician in town, he personally works the fields. And my Juanlina, to supplement my nutrition, milks me every day, in winter, her hands." As he spoke, tears welled up in his eyes again. Was this what they called a rags to riches story? Wu Wei, somewhat dumbfounded, wiped away a cold sweat, walked to his side, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "The world is always full of suffering, which is why we need a god. Young brother, I see you are of simple character and have extraordinary potential. Why don't you join me in believing in a god?" Huh? Believe in a god? Yes, the god of light who shines his light upon the world. Richie Taylor looked at Wu Wei blankly. I want to go back to Spring Bamboo Town. That's not contradictory. Believing in the god of light will only make your heart purer. To win over this eccentric magician with a firm stance, Wu Wei personally took on the role of a preacher, enthusiastically introducing him to the Church of Light. Soon, under Wu Wei's influence, Richie Taylor became a steadfast believer in the god of light, and devoutly expressed that he would definitely spread the faith of light to Spring Bamboo Town. However, Richie Taylor was just a small ripple. As the rankings were announced one after another, people would occasionally weep bitterly, and occasionally someone would roar wildly. All of this left Wu Wei somewhat astonished, even more so than the college entrance examination he had experienced on Earth. Meanwhile, time ticked by, and before he knew it, the preliminary rankings had risen from 100th to the top 10. On the podium, Jimmy Gunter idly flipped through the contestant files submitted by association members. As he looked, he couldn't help but remark, "It seems the Magic Academy has really done a good job these past few years. The majority of those who advanced are students from the Magic Academy." If the instructors knew this, they would be very pleased. President Wood, rarely hearing Jimmy praise him, chuckled, "I thought I'd never hear you praise me in my life." Jimmy rolled his eyes at him, "I'm praising the Magic Academy, not you. What are you so smug about?" President Wood took a sip of coffee, smiling but remaining silent. HMPH Royal Archmage Andrew, who was drinking coffee, picked up the file, glanced at it, and gave a disdainful snort, but unusually refrained from mocking him. At this moment, Ice Calamity Icewell, who hadn't spoken for a long time, suddenly put down the staff he had been stroking in his palm and glanced at the big screen. 5th place. President Wood and Andrew's heart skipped a beat, and they immediately changed their previous nonchalant attitude, focusing their attention on the big screen. The name of the 5th place slowly appeared on the screen. Melia Hutt. The host, Wilder, his powerful voice resounded throughout the hall. "Congratulations to Miss Melia for winning 5th place in this year's Truth Conference preliminary round. Let's cheer for her." As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous cheers erupted in the hall. In the contestants' waiting area, a girl with an anxious face suddenly jumped up, her face revealing an uncontrollable joy. On the podium, Jimmy felt the name looked familiar, Then suddenly remembered, I remember this person was in third place just now, right? Although she was eliminated at the last minute, her strength is still quite remarkable. That's right. She's also a student of my magic academy. President Wood nodded with a smile, his expression full of pride. This child has quite a talent for magic. Although she started late, she's diligent and hardworking enough. She's one of the children I have the most faith in. The number of female magicians pursuing truth is already small, and those with outstanding talent are even rarer. For Melia to be able to break into the top 5 in the highly competitive preliminary rounds shows just how excellent she is. Even Wu Wei couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. This seemingly unremarkable magical girl's future prospects are truly limitless. Time continued to pass, and the list on the big screen continued to refresh. The words fourth place gradually appeared. Hey! Finally, the main event is here. Jimmy perked up immediately. Now that he had half the chips in hand, he was completely free of psychological burden and spoke without any restraint. He glanced at the 3 people beside him, chuckling with amusement. Tisk tisk, I wonder who will be fourth this time. This ranking isn't very good. Wood and the other 2 ignored him. They had already discussed the matter with their disciple and believed that he had a real chance of winning the championship, and certainly wouldn't end up in fourth place. Therefore, they all appeared calm and confident in their disciple. Seeing that they weren't responding, Jimmy shrugged, feeling utterly bored. At this moment, the name of the fourth place winner finally appeared on the big screen. Charles Springhall. The host, Wilder, loudly announced the name on the big screen, his voice as impassioned as ever. Congratulations to Mr. Springhall for winning fourth place in this year's Truth Conference preliminary round. Let's cheer for him. As soon as he finished speaking, a deafening cheer erupted in the hall. In the waiting area, many contestants cast envious and admiring glances at Prince Charles. This was a top 4 finish, a ranking they wouldn't even dare to dream of. However, Prince Charles, the person in question, felt no joy whatsoever. Instead, his face turned deathly pale, and he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Fourth. He couldn't believe it, he had only come in fourth. There were only 4 contenders for the championship. His fourth place finish meant he was the weakest among them. Prince Charles, always proud and arrogant, couldn't bear this. At this moment, he felt his face burning, and even the looks he received seemed full of mockery, making him utterly ashamed. On the podium, Royal Archmage Andrew stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend that his disciple had come in fourth. This is impossible. I don't believe it. He was furious, his face flushed red. Suddenly, he grabbed President Wood's collar and shouted, Charles clearly solved the last question, he couldn't possibly only be fourth. I demand a review. He took a deep breath and glared fiercely at President Wood, if I find any problems with the results, my Royal Mage Order will not let this go. Your Truth Conference will be over. Andrew, calm down. President Wood held Andrew's hand, his expression remaining calm despite being grabbed by the collar. He trusted the magicians on the judging panel and believed they wouldn't do something so self-destructive. While the 2 were arguing, the third place winner was announced. Third place, Ben Stewart. Congratulations. The host, Wilder, spoke with his usual impassioned voice, however, no one on the stage noticed what he was actually saying. Andrew and President Wood, who were arguing, froze the moment they heard the name. Ice Disaster Iceville, who had been leisurely watching the spectacle, also paused slightly, then revealed in uncontrollable joy. If Stewart is third place, then the champion is. Jimmy glanced hesitantly at Ice Disaster Iceville. Andrew, who had just been yelling at President Wood, looked extremely embarrassed. Since Ben Stewart only got third place, President Wood's suspicion of rigging the game was undoubtedly cleared. He sheepishly released President Wood's collar and silently straightened his disheveled clothes. His aristocratic upbringing told him he should apologize. However, his usual arrogance and stubborn refusal to bow before Wood made his mouth seem glued shut. He simply couldn't utter a word. He could only forcefully skip this part, turning around to give Ice Disaster Iceville a sour look. Looks like this time the champion is definitely your Karen. Congratulations, haha, you're too kind. You're too kind, it's Karen who did her best. Ice Disaster Iceville straightened his collar with a refreshed air, an uncontrollable smugness on his face, as if to say, my disciple did her best, what can I do? Andrew and President Wood's faces immediately turned extremely ugly. Just when everyone thought the dust had settled, the identity of the second place winner was finally revealed. Second place, Karen Glacier. Congratulations. The host Wilder's voice came. Ice disaster. Icewell's face changed drastically. How is this possible? Karen clearly solved the last question. President Wood and Andrew were also completely surprised by this result, and were stunned for a moment. How could this be? The three of them couldn't accept the result for a moment, standing there dumbfounded, looking at each other, the atmosphere extremely awkward. However, while they were still dumbfounded, Jimmy Gott suddenly realized 4 people were vying for the championship, and 3 had already been eliminated. So, who would win? It was obvious. Ha ha ha, I won. A clean sweep. Ha ha ha, I never expected this, I never expected this. Ha ha ha. He leaped up, hands on his hips, laughing wildly with excitement. After laughing for a while, he suddenly realized what he'd done, rushed to the table, and grabbed all the magic stones on it, carefully piling them up as if afraid they'd be snatched back. Ha ha ha, these are all mine. His stinginess was simply unbearable to watch. Distracted by his outburst, President Wood and the other 2 also realized what had happened, their expressions becoming extremely complicated. Who could have imagined that all their scrambling would ultimately benefit Jimmy, who was supposed to be an outsider? Who could have imagined that Lawrence Campbell, who had appeared out of nowhere, could still outperform them even when their disciples were all giving it their all? However, the 3 were all powerful figures, and although the result was completely unexpected, they wouldn't renege on their promise. The 3 of them still looked as if they had swallowed flies, their faces extremely pale. Lawrence Campbell, that name was deeply etched into their minds. Chapter 215. Talented individuals emerge in every generation. The champion was no longer in doubt, yet everyone remained quietly waiting and watching. As the water curtain rippled, the name of the winner of the preliminary round of the Truth Conference finally appeared at the top of the water curtain leaderboard. Lawrence Campbell. The host, Wilder, almost strained his voice, facing the entire hall, and announced with great enthusiasm, "Congratulations to Mr. Lawrence for winning first place in the preliminary round of this Truth Conference." After a few moments of stunned silence, the crowd erupted in cheers. Thunderous applause and surging cheers, along with a continuous stream of discussions, filled the air. None of the audience members or contestants present had expected that the person who would ultimately win first place in the preliminary round would be the unknown Lawrence Campbell. This was far beyond everyone's expectations. "You bastard." The third Prince Charles cursed on the spot, his eyes filled with resentment as he coldly stared at Lawrence, who was surrounded by a crowd like a star in the center. The other 2, Ben Stewart, who had always been hailed as prodigies, and Karen Glacier, the Siren Prince, also glared at Lawrence with deep resentment. In their eyes, the winner was undoubtedly one of the 3 of them. After all, each of them had received the best choices and the finest education since birth. For this Truth Conference, they had been meticulously trained by 3 powerful archmages for 10 years. They had performed consistently well in this preliminary round, yet all 3 of them had still lost. What went wrong? They simply couldn't understand it. Sigh, I never expected that this year's top seed in the preliminaries would be such a complete stranger. It's his skill that he won. It's a bit of a surprise. It just shows that our magical world is full of talent. Otherwise, if all the rankings were held by people like us, how could our magical world possibly develop and grow? On the platform, 3 highly respected archmages were both surprised and moved by Lawrence Campbell's victory in the preliminaries. Overall, all 3 archmages hoped to see more outstanding talents emerge in the magical world, so that the magic association they loved could continue to thrive in this world. "Lawrence Campbell, please come to us." The 3 archmages cast friendly and encouraging glances at Lawrence, with President Wood even standing up formally and waving warmly to him. Out of respect for the 3 archmages, the bustling crowd instantly fell silent. To be personally invited and received by the president of the Magic Association and 2 other archmages was an unparalleled honor for the many magicians and spectators present. The crowd quieted down, all eyes turning to Lawrence Campbell. Some even made way for him to reach the platform. It was truly a moment of immense glory, the center of attention. Lawrence's lips curled into a smile as he greedily savored this unprecedented moment of glory. His heart was pounding, yet his expression remained calm and composed. This small achievement was nothing compared to his past experiences. And so, with unwavering composure and unwavering spirit, Lawrence walked step by step to the platform, standing confidently before the 3 top figures of the magical world. This lad has quite the bearing. He's not arrogant in victory, nor is he intimidated by praise or criticism. Even standing before the 3 of us, He shows no fear whatsoever. This is precisely the demeanor of a hero. Ice Disaster Iceville nodded in approval, then turned his gaze to President Wood with a deliberately sarcastic expression. Such a talented individual, to be dismissed? Brother Wood, your academy is truly blind. HMPH, that's right. Court Archmage Andrew immediately retorted sharply. This situation is clearly the academy's, no, it's your, President Wood's, responsibility. Such talent can be so easily buried. If this continues, the future of our magical world is truly worrisome. President Wood's face was somewhat grim, but no matter what, it was their academy's fault for handling the matter poorly. Since it was a problem directly under the Magic Association, it was inextricably linked to him, the president. Under these circumstances, President Wood could only nod awkwardly, tacitly agreeing, I guarantee this is just an isolated case. This matter won't be left like this. I will definitely investigate thoroughly and give that kid an explanation. Lord Lawrence Campbell, the middle-aged magic host politely handed over the megaphone. Please tell us about your feelings regarding this victory. He was naturally extremely polite to this dark horse who had won first place in the preliminary rounds, as the other's future achievements would far surpass his own. Lawrence's face remained ashen. He calmly waved away the megaphone, simply casting a spell. A surge of powerful magic instantly condensed the air in front of him, slowly forming a vortex. The vortex was clearly visible, with magical particles floating within, sparkling like stars in the universe, symbolizing the path of truth. This. President Wood frowned, his expression becoming exceptionally serious and solemn. Such impressive magical skill. He casts an amplification spell so casually. Amplification spells aren't rare, most mages present can cast them, but to do it so effortlessly is truly remarkable. His magic is steady and profound, condensed and unwavering, already at the level of a 5th-level archmage. Ice Disaster Iceville couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. And judging from the way he casts spells, it's fluid and graceful, suggesting he's very skilled in combat. Such rich theoretical knowledge, coupled with his proficiency in practical combat. Saint Archmage Andrew, always proud and picky, even held the current Magic Association president, Keith Wood, in high regard. Yet, he seemed to greatly admire Lawrence Campbell. This young man's future is limitless. He's even comparable to the third Prince Charles. These saint-level figures were full of praise for Lawrence. Even Wu Wei muttered to himself, Lawrence usually seems like a cynical, argumentative, and rebellious teenager, but once he's on stage, he seems quite capable. Not bad, not bad. Suddenly, Lawrence slowly swept his cold gaze across the entire room, an invisible pressure seemingly enveloping everyone. He raised his hand with extraordinary poise, facing the amplification magic, assuming a posture ready to begin speaking. Instantly, the entire room fell silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lawrence, eagerly anticipating what practical tips or learning methods this dark horse newcomer would offer. Especially some of the magical girls, who already harbored admiration and affection for Lawrence, their eyes sparkling with adoration. The scene was silent. Time seemed to stand still. Suddenly, a series of wild laughs, amplified by the amplification magic, soared into the sky, making everyone's ears ache. Lawrence, one hand on his hip, gazed at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his demonic and arrogant laughter crashing down on everyone's minds like a tsunami. Shock. Everyone's expression was one of stunned disbelief. This demonic laughter was the complete opposite of his previous composed and dignified demeanor. Especially the three saint-level figures who had just been so lavish in their praise, their smiles froze on their faces as if winter had suddenly fallen, a bead of cold sweat sliding down their temples. Slap Wu Wei couldn't help but slap his forehead, wiping away the cold sweat, muttering, Lawrence, that guy, really can't change his nature. As I expected, I reckon what's coming next will shock everyone. Suddenly the demonic laughter abruptly stopped. Lawrence Campbell's childish expression also vanished, and he raised a finger, pointing it at Ben Stewart, the Holy Land's prized disciple. In that instant, everyone's eyes were fixed on Stewart. Stewart looked around, utterly bewildered, a chill running down his spine as a bad premonition rose within him. Who is this kid? Where did he come from? Did he think getting first place in the preliminaries wasn't enough, and he wanted to step on him to climb to the top? Lawrence's gaze was calm, his expression solemn. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he slowly gave Stewart a thumbs up. Phew, Ben Stewart, the genius disciple of the Holy Land Magic Academy, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Lawrence, this kid, understood the basic situation and knew to befriend him now. For a moment, Stuart's expression softened. He nodded to Lawrence, a smile appearing on his face, indicating acceptance of his goodwill. Suddenly, a contemptuous glint appeared on Lawrence's lips as he pointed his thumb downwards. "You, no good." His voice, amplified by a magic array, instantly reached every corner of the scene. "You?" Stuart nearly vomited blood, his face flushing crimson and then pale. He felt countless mocking gazes piercing his back like needles. He laughed in fury. Fine, Lawrence, you arrogant brat. Don't think you can humiliate me just because you got lucky and won first place in the preliminaries. As a mage, I'll show you that theoretical knowledge is useless." A thick, powerful magical aura erupted from Stuart, like a drawn sword aimed directly at Lawrence Campbell. Everyone present felt his intense, inky fighting spirit in that instant. Faced with such humiliation, only battle could wash it all away. Ben Stuart, worthy of being a genius disciple of the Magic Holy Land's directly affiliated academy, displayed the powerful aura of a great mage in that instant. A fight was about to break out. At least several thousand people, including contestants and their families, were immediately thrown into chaos, many both excited and expectant. The 3 saint-level magic masters on the field exchanged glances, none of them intending to step forward to stop the battle. As magicians, they had to pursue the Temple of Truth while also possessing combat abilities. Just when everyone thought this battle was inevitable, Lawrence coldly turned his head, completely ignoring Stuart's powerful fighting spirit, and focused his gaze on a pretty magical girl. "You." What was going on? This sudden turn of events immediately drew everyone's attention back, and countless eyes fell on the magical girl. "Isn't this?" Blake pointed at the magical girl, his face filled with doubt and uncertainty. "Isn't this the one who went up to Lawrence when Stuart came out earlier, the one who seemed to be his ex-fiancée? At most, she's an ex-girlfriend, right?" Wu Wei couldn't help but retort. The magical girl instantly fell into a state of helplessness, her face turning pale with panic. Because the vast majority of people in this world come from ordinary or impoverished backgrounds. Feeling a deep sense of empathy, the stories were vividly described, with most sympathizing with Lawrence and vilifying Stuart. As a saint-level mage, Guildmaster Wood had already gleaned some of the past from the whispers. His face grew increasingly dark and grim. He never imagined that Stuart, usually so respectful and polite in his presence, would do such a thing. Poor Stuart couldn't read minds, otherwise, upon hearing Guildmaster Wood's thoughts, he might have coughed up blood and died on the spot. "I don't even know Lawrence," he thought. It's understandable, the two were simply not on the same level. This is the Magic Association you manage, along with its affiliated Magic Academy, and your most prized disciple, Stuart. Royal Saint Archmage Andrew's face was also ashen. "You've squandered all the hard work your mentor has accumulated over a lifetime. I don't think it's a big deal. The law of the jungle is the essence of the world." "Ice disaster Iceville, unusually," defended President Wood, coldly sneering. "Case Wood, the law of the jungle should be instilled in students from the start." President Wood's face was as black as ink. At this moment, he had no choice but to stand up. Silence. The aura of a saint-level expert was released, a powerful, dragon-like pressure enveloping the entire scene. The strong are respected, and under the saint-level expert's power, the scene instantly fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. President Wood's expression was solemn. He bowed slightly to Lawrence and said apologetically, "Lord Lawrence, I understand all your emotions right now. This was an oversight on our part, and I will do my best to make amends. Hereby, I invite you to return to the Magic Academy and become a core member of the Magic Association. From now on, I will personally mentor you." "Wow." Some surprised whispers arose from below. President Wood is actually willing to apologize for Lawrence like this. It seems Lawrence is really lucky. He's suddenly become a core member of the Magic Association, a hot commodity. If I were Lawrence, I'd be laughing in my dreams. The president personally mentoring him is an immense honor. Even Blake and Daniel couldn't help but envy Lawrence Campbell. He'd suddenly risen to the top. The president personally mentoring him was clearly a sign that he was preparing to take on a personal student. Wu Wei knew very well how Lawrence had gotten first place in the preliminary rounds. Moreover, while others might not understand Lawrence's immature mentality, Wu Wei was very clear about it. What he wanted, President Wood probably couldn't give him. Just as Wu Wei had expected. Lawrence glanced at President Wood quietly, then slowly extended a finger, his tone unchanged. You, hiss a tingling, lightning-like sensation spread to everyone present. This, how could this be possible? How dare he? After the previous two experiences, no one doubted that Lawrence would do something earth-shattering. All right. Wu Wei wiped away a cold sweat. This kid, I'm really impressed, he really dares. At the same time, in an instant, President Wood also felt a chill run down his spine, a feeling of unease spreading through his body. This kid wouldn't really spout nonsense, would he? You, Lawrence, with an righteous and awe-inspiring expression, rebuked him forcefully, incompetent and foolish. I refuse to return to the academy, and I will never become a member of the Magic Association in this lifetime. PFFT. President Wood clutched his chest and staggered back a few steps, almost getting shot on the gut. He was short of breath, his breathing uneven. The scene fell silent, everyone was stunned by Lawrence's words. Even Ben Stewart, who had been preparing to challenge Lawrence to a duel, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. That brat dared to talk back to the respected guildmaster. What did it matter if he insulted Stewart? Good, well said. Only Royal Archmage Andrew stood up, clapping enthusiastically. Young man, well said. You have guts, I admire you. Join our royal family. Before he could finish speaking, Lawrence unleashed another devastating finger strike, pointing at Andrew and shouting, You royal family are snobbish and contemptuous. I, Lawrence, am ashamed to be associated with you. Andrew nearly fainted from anger. Ha, very good, kid, I'm starting to admire you more and more. Ice Disaster Icewell stood up and praised, Your temper is exactly like mine back then, 1 is 1, 2 is 2, you can't tolerate even the slightest imperfection. That's right, these people are all trash, join us, let's. Before Ice Disaster could finish speaking, he was shattered by Lawrence's earth-shattering finger strike. He roared passionately, You're even more trash. You're just a pirate. I, Lawrence, am upright and honorable. I would rather starve to death than become a pirate and bully the weak. Ice Disaster Icewell was shocked and trembled all over, laughing angrily. I'm trash, I bully the weak. Hell, for so many years no one has dared to say such things to me. A vortex of ice crystals instantly formed in front of Ice Disaster, and the aura of an extremely cold winter spread outwards. Stop. President Wood swayed and blocked his path, waving helplessly at Lawrence. I want to beat this kid up, but considering he's been overstimulated and his mind is a bit off, let's expel him first. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 powerful magical puppets arrived with thunderous footsteps, flanking Lawrence and carrying him away. Who's overstimulated? Who's out of their mind? Lawrence cursed, Keith Wood, you muddle-headed, incompetent old bastard. Let me go, let me go. President Wood's face twitched slightly, barely suppressing the urge to unleash a forbidden spell on him. Ho-ha-ho-ho. Lawrence Campbell, being carried away, let out another maniacal laugh. All those who have wronged me, you will all suffer endless regret and pain. All those who have looked down on me, you are all blind fools. I, Lawrence, am a genius blessed by the god of magic, and you are all trash. The rampant laughter, mixed with manic roars, carried Lawrence Campbell further and further away until no sound could be heard. But even though it was no longer audible, the maniacal, Chuanibaya laughter still lingered in everyone's ears, refusing to subside. Throughout the entire process, even Wu Wei was so shocked that he couldn't speak, his face frozen in a daze. Although he knew Lawrence was a Chuanibaya, he never imagined he could be this Chuanibaya. Wu Wei sighed deeply. Truly, new talents emerge in every generation. It was precisely because of Lawrence's outburst that President Wood abruptly announced the end of the qualifiers, thus hastily concluding the event. Chapter 216. The Favored One of the God of Magic. Cheers! Inside a makeshift tavern on Patrick Island, Wu Wei and his group were celebrating their first victory. They were drinking rum, a high-proof spirit made from sweet sugar cane, introduced to various countries from the southern continent by pirates in recent decades. After a few drinks, the handsome, blonde-haired, blue-eyed Blake picked up his harp and began to play a poem with great enthusiasm. We crossed the ocean, fought against storms, battled alien races, and arrived at the magical holy land of Patrick Islands, beginning an epic chapter. The refreshing music, combined with Blake's excellent bard skills, naturally attracted a lot of attention, and the surrounding crowd grew larger and larger, creating a lively atmosphere. Wu Wei also comfortably half-reclined in a solid wood chair, sipping his leisurely drink and enjoying the pleasures of mortal life. He was in a very good mood. This time, the bet he commissioned Jimmy Gunter and the 3 saint-level experts had earned him a full 30 magic stones, or divine crystals. Although they were only the lowest grade divine crystals, they were still equivalent to 600 points of divine power. It's important to understand that with Wu Wei's current number of followers, the amount of faith power he can generate each day, after being converted into divine power, is only a mere 2 or 3 points. Relying solely on his followers, it would take at least half a year to accumulate that much divine power. How could he not be happy that such a small bet had earned him so much? However, extra income is an unstable factor. For him, the god of light, a stable daily income is paramount. This is precisely why finding the heart of the earth is essential this time, otherwise, his number of followers will reach a bottleneck. Of course, it's not that divine power cannot directly create the heart of the earth, but the divine power required to create a treasure of that caliber is far beyond what Wu Wei can currently afford. Little Wu Wei. Jimmy Gaunt swallowed the last word, chuckled dryly, and said in a slightly ingratiating tone, "We agreed beforehand that you would share some with me as research funding." Jimmy had, of course, acquired some magic stones before, but he used some for personal consumption and sold the rest for other resources. So much so that even this dignified alchemy master couldn't scrape together half a magic stone. "What's the rush?" Wu Wei said calmly. "This is just the beginning. There are still the semifinals and finals. Those 3 archmages are all incredibly wealthy. They'll definitely squeeze another fortune out of us." Jimmy Gaunt trembled, both surprised and delighted, swallowing hard as he weakly asked, "You mean you're not going to come back? This is a rare opportunity. I've decided to bet everything." Wu Wei whispered a few words in his ear, then handed Jimmy a brocade pouch, instructing him to open it later. Jimmy Gaunt grew increasingly astonished, his face turning deathly pale. This kid Wu Wei was incredibly bold. However, one thing the kid said completely won him over: fortune favors the bold. If this gamble paid off, Jimmy Gaunt wouldn't lack research funds for a while. "Alright, I'll get right to it." Jimmy gritted his teeth, took Wu Wei's pouch, and went to warm up. After Jimmy left, Wu Wei continued to enjoy this rare moment of leisure. "Brother Wu Wei, congratulations on making it into the top 100 of the preliminaries. It's a pity my understanding of magic is too shallow to be of much help." Daniel Litton from the Duchy of St. Violet toasted Wu Wei with a touch of reserve. "And I wish you all the best in your future endeavors, and may you achieve great feats for our Lord." Although Daniel's strength had recovered, his profession was, after all, a knight, so it was normal that he hadn't passed the highly specialized preliminaries. Don't worry, Wu Wei clinked glasses with him, relaxed and calm. "This mission isn't difficult, let's all relax." HMPH, bragging. A clear, melodious voice rang out from the side, tinged with sarcasm. "You only made it into the preliminaries by chance. Hoping you'll win the championship is like hoping for Cody. He ranked 67th this time." The speaker was a girl hidden in a hood. Only through her clear, bright eyes could one guess that she was a stunning beauty. This girl was none other than Deshava Haiwer, who had become Wu Wei's slave. Cody, his face flushed from drinking, his tongue tied in knots, nervously waved his hands repeatedly. No, I can't, I performed terribly." As Jimmy Gunter's assistant, Cody's understanding of the true essence of magic was not shallow, and his overall abilities were very strong. Everyone had previously thought that the chubby Cody would at least be in the top 10, but unfortunately, after the results came out, he only ranked 67th. It's clear that the participants in this truth tournament were truly exceptional. "Little Deshava," Wu Wei chuckled, half drunk, "although you rank 83rd in the preliminary rounds, a tiny bit higher than me. However, that doesn't mean you can ride roughshod over me. How about we make a bet? If you win, I'll set you free." Princess Hage's breathing quickened suddenly. She lowered her voice and said, "Wu Wei, you mean, if I surpass you in the next round, you'll set me free? You're a man, don't go back on your word." "If it's just a bit like this, that's too boring," Wu Wei said slowly, sipping his wine meaningfully. "For the sake of my great lord, I must win this competition. If I don't win, even if you win, I'll release your seal, and you can go wherever you want." "What?" Princess Hage's eyes widened in shock beneath her hood. You'll set me free if I don't win? Wu Wei, are you drunk and talking nonsense? Hage, don't be nervous. Liliana, with her mature and beautiful demeanor, hugged her shoulder, comforting her. Although Wu Wei seems rather unserious on the surface, he's a man of his word. How about I be your witness? I believe he's just looking for an excuse to release you, and he made this bet with you. As she spoke, Liliana cast a look at Wu Wei that was both gratified and somewhat strange. Relieved that the boy had finally had a change of heart and didn't want to bully Princess Hage anymore. But strange, where did Wu Wei get this change of heart? Brother Wu Wei, I support your decision. Blake put down his harp, drunkenly approaching to offer a toast, saying, Princess Hage is a spirit of the ocean. Your decision to set her free proves that my brother Wu Wei's heart is broader than the ocean itself. I will definitely write a magnificent poem for you, so that your great deeds will be remembered forever. Even Princess Hage was moved. Her eyes softened, and she looked at Wu Wei with a hint of apology. Brother Wu Wei. Yes, I've always misunderstood you. It turns out you're a good person. Hey, Wu Wei downed his drink in one gulp, looking at everyone with a bewildered expression. Have you all misunderstood something? I mean, I made a bet with Xiaode. If I don't get first place, I'll set her free. Am I really that unfit to be a champion? Brother Wu Wei, stop joking around, Blake comforted him. It doesn't matter if we win or not. We've already discussed it with Sister Nana. We'll try to get the champion to exchange for that treasure. If we can't, Sister Nana has decided, you understand. Wu Wei, we've planned everything. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, Liliana said, a sharp glint in her eyes. Although I really dislike that kid Lawrence, I still hope he can get first place. At least he's the easiest target. It's understandable, among those with a chance of winning, Lawrence is the one with the least backing. The others, like Prince Charles, have incredibly powerful and difficult to deal with forces behind them. If things escalate to head-on confrontation, it'll be difficult to back down. Wu Wei looked at his teammates who had absolutely no confidence in him and said helplessly, okay, since everyone lacks confidence in me, then my bet is valid. If I really win the championship, then Xiaodai will have to solemnly swear that she will be my slave for the rest of her life, obediently and diligently. If I tell her to go east, she can't go west. If I say that deer is a horse, she absolutely can't say it's a deer. In short, she must do everything a slave should do. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. You. Princess Hage's apologetic gaze vanished instantly, replaced by shame and anger. You're disgusting, so shameless. Wu Wei, I misjudged you. Liliana crossed her arms and sneered repeatedly. What kind of filthy thoughts fill your mind? Blake rubbed his head, thought for a moment, then rubbed his head again, drunkenly saying, Brother Wu Wei makes a lot of sense. As a slave, shouldn't you do what a slave should do? What's shameful about that? Listen to what Blake has to say. Wu Wei said dismissively, Xiaodai, Sister Nana, you have to be kind. Don't assume everyone else thinks the same way just because you have dirty and shameless thoughts. I'm just saying, those who need to cook should cook, those who need to do laundry should do laundry. Don't all act like slaves and still think of yourselves as princesses. You, Princess Hage almost fainted from anger, filled with shame and rage, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Hage, don't fall for his tricks, calm down. Liliana was also quite angry, and put her arm around Princess Hage's shoulder, saying, we'll take this bet. I'm not good enough for him. With his level of just squeezing into the top 100 in the preliminaries, how can he possibly win first place? This time, Liliana, will bet with you. Wu Wei looked at Liliana strangely and asked weakly, Sister Nana, are you really going to participate in this bet? What, are you scared? Liliana's eyes were full of provocation. If you can really get first place, not only Princess Hage, but even I will listen to you. You say go east, I'll go east. You say go west, I'll go west. But if you don't get first place, Wu Wei touched his nose, his face full of helplessness. Originally, he made this little bet just to tease Princess Hage. Of course, after she became a real female slave, she would be one of his own, and then he could spare no effort to train this subordinate. Now that Liliana had interfered, it felt like she was walking into a trap. What? Scared? Liliana chuckled coldly. If you lose, it's just that Hage will be freed. Also, from now on, if I say it's white, you can't say it's black. Brother Wu Wei, please don't. Blake tried to stop Wu Wei, trembling with fear. Okay, I'll bet. Wu Wei, looking like he was being forced into a corner, said, Sister Nana, Zio Dai, don't regret it. No regrets, we all swear. Alright, swear then. Zio Dai, are you in or not? I swear in my father's name. Wu Wei, if you dare to renege, may the god of light strike you dead. A noisy betting game was reached amidst the chaos, everyone brimming with confidence, as if everything was under their control. Just as Wu Wei and the others reached an agreement, suddenly, a cheer erupted from the bar. Lawrence, it's Lawrence. A dwarf screamed. Lawrence? Right now, the most popular person at this truth conference was none other than Lawrence Campbell. Although his actions seemed a little bit childish, he still became the idol of many contestants, especially those who had failed to qualify. His words to the three archmages were just too exciting. Lawrence, Lawrence. Amidst cheers, Lawrence, his face as calm as still water, strode into the bar with an air of extraordinary composure, waving occasionally to the cheering supporters, befitting a superstar's entrance. Lawrence, tell us, how did you win the championship? Boss Lawrence, take me on as your underling. Lawrence, Lawrence, I love you, I'd have your babies. Lawrence walked to the bar, ordered a drink, and casually waved to Wu Wei and his group, indicating they were old friends. Wu Wei politely waved back, raising his glass in greeting. Winning the championship is actually very simple. Lawrence, holding his glass, his expression serene and his demeanor enigmatic, said, as long as you hold a heart devoutly devoted to the truth of magic, you will surely receive the favor of the god of magic. Boss Lawrence, have you truly received the favor of the god of magic? Lawrence glanced at him calmly. The favor of the god of magic is important, but your own efforts are equally crucial. As long as you're willing to strive, anything is possible in the future, even if you're a dwarf with very low magical affinity. Really? The dwarf apprentice mage who had asked the question looked at him with sparkling eyes. If I work hard, can I really become the first archmage of the dwarves? But my mentor said that we dwarves have very low magical affinity, and it's impossible for us to even become grand mages in this lifetime. You definitely can, keep trying. Lawrence made an encouraging gesture and said softly, I used to be a lowly being looked down upon by my mentor and classmates. But look at me now, how excellent am I? Archmage, Archmage is just a starting point. Thank you for your advice, Boss Lawrence. The dwarf apprentice mage's heart instantly filled with powerful energy, and he declared passionately, in the future, I will definitely strive to become an archmage. Teacher Lawrence. Boss Lawrence. The bar erupted in noise. Lawrence had unknowingly become the undisputed idol and spiritual mentor of the rejected contestants. Wu Wei and his friends exchanged bewildered glances, seemingly stunned by the scene before them. Oh, Brother Wu Wei, is there really a god of magic? Blake asked timidly. Is that Lawrence really favored by the god of magic? Wu Wei was speechless, glancing silently at the ring where the ring wraith was hiding. He had only asked August to help Lawrence when he couldn't solve the problem and didn't need August's help. How did that old guy manage to fool Lawrence? It felt like he'd turned Lawrence into a moron. Perhaps he really is favored by the god of magic. Wu Wei rubbed his temples, a headache throbbing. He felt a sense of helplessness, hoping that Lawrence would eventually pull himself together. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217. Judy, I'm about to do something big. Just as Wu Wei and his comrades were celebrating their resounding victory, far away from the Patrick Islands, in the dead of night, a solitary moon was slowly obscured by floating clouds. The dim, reddish moonlight, filtering through the thick clouds, rendered the desolate, primitive corpse silkworm swamp below even more eerie and sinister. The corpse silkworm swamp was vastly different from ordinary wetlands and swamps. It was filled with ugly, bizarre, necrotic ancient trees, entwined with vines, a dark and desolate landscape perpetually filled with a lingering stench of decay. Most deadly of all, beneath the dense, crisscrossing necrotic trees lay piles of withered branches and decaying leaves, upon which grew uneven layers of aquatic weeds, making it impossible to distinguish between solid land and the swampy ground floating with decaying branches and leaves. Any human or wild animal that stumbled upon this place would often become forever trapped, never to emerge again. This is why this swamp, deep within the primeval forest, is filled with despair and death. Beneath almost every pitted, muddy swamp lies the remains of wild beasts or humans. The abundance of corpses leads to a proliferation of putrefactive, venomous corpse silkworms that feed on flesh, making this dark and eerie swamp even more terrifying and dangerous. Yet, tonight, two slender women are walking one after the other through this dim and desolate swamp. The ground is filthy, and a highly toxic miasma rises from the surface, spreading like white fog among the jagged, withered branches and driftwood. All around is silent, the entire swamp and forest are shrouded in a heavy aura of death, save for the shimmering, grating rustling of the pale, plump corpse silkworms as they dart back and forth among the reeds and sedges. However, the two women walking among them seem completely oblivious to their surroundings. Not only did the complex environment and dim light have no effect on them, but even the poisonous miasma that permeated the surroundings dispersed on its own as they approached. Even the bloodthirsty, putrefactive corpse silkworms scattered and fled the moment they drew near, as if the two of them were the most deadly and terrifying creatures. "Miss Judy, how much longer until we reach our destination?" The woman walking behind spoke softly. She was petite, her face half covered, wearing a hooded, fitted, gray-white outfit with bound sleeves and leggings, over a robe. Beneath the robe, her waist was wrapped with numerous daggers. A closer look revealed a hidden crossbow under her left wrist and a hidden sword under her right, suggesting she was a master of stealth and assassination. The woman walking in front of her was particularly striking. She wore a hooded dark purple robe, her figure slender and tall, and even through the robe, her curvaceous and alluring figure was faintly visible. Beneath her hood, her skin was as white as snow, her lips as red as ink. Her beauty would make her a stunning beauty sought after in any major city. However, beneath this beautiful exterior lay a chilling, eerie aura. Even the swarms of bloodthirsty, ferocious corpse silkworms around her, gripped by an inner fear, hastily retreated wherever she went. This woman, a blend of beauty and danger, was none other than Judy, another seasoned fanatic under Wu Wei's command, the Dark Witch. "Don't worry about Amanda, we'll be there soon." Judy's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a confident air, as if a bright future lay ahead. The woman dressed like an assassin was named Amanda, but her true profession was a thief. She had initially learned assassin skills purely for self-defense. She followed Judy at a leisurely pace, but after only a few steps, she frowned with concern and asked, "Miss Judy, are you sure that wizard can be trusted? I've heard he used to be a confidant of High Priest Solo. They're no good." "You mean Moses?" A hint of mockery flashed in Judy's eyes beneath her hood as she sneered. "How? Don't worry, Moses has abandoned darkness for light. He's now a loyal servant of our Lord of Light, his body and soul belonging to him." Abandoned darkness for light? It was hard to believe such words came from the mouth of a dark witch. Amanda muttered to herself. She had always thought such words could never be associated with people like them, but now it had happened, just like the wizard Moses they were discussing. As for that High Priest Solo, who should have been torn to pieces long ago? HMPH, he already died under our Lord's divine punishment. Mentioning her enemy Solo, Judy's eyes immediately flashed with resentment, but this hatred quickly transformed into reverence and barely suppressed excitement. "Thank you, Lord, for avenging me. Although there are still a few left to deal with, it's time to repay your grace. Praise be to our Lord. High Priest Solo is finally dead." Amanda breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, with High Priest Solo dead, they would no longer have to worry about being hunted down. However, a sense of unease lingered in her heart. Miss Judy had saved her life, and the latter's obsession and passion deeply attracted her. It seemed as if she had a premonition that these lowly people who could never see the light of day, could truly carve out a place for themselves if they followed Miss Judy. Miss Judy, was the first sword thrust at High Priest Solo really that Moses? Of course. Did that Moses truly offer his soul to the Lord of Light? Yes. But how can we be sure? As they ventured deeper into the corpse silk swamp, the surrounding environment became increasingly complex. A stench permeated the air, the ground was damp and soft, each step sending up puddles of mud, making it impossible to feel the solidity of the earth. Amanda even wondered if they were walking on floating piles of rotten grass. But no matter how difficult the path, under Judy's guidance, neither of them sank into the swampy mire. Moreover, as they went deeper, the pale, writhing corpse silkworms around them grew in increasing numbers, but seemingly because of Judy's presence, they only dared to gather at the outer edge, none daring to approach. Just then, a bright light gradually appeared in the distance within their sight. "We've arrived at our destination," Judy exclaimed excitedly, quickening her pace, with Amanda close behind. Soon, Judy and Amanda saw a group of strange people setting up a makeshift camp around a campfire. First to them was a half-giant, dressed in coarse cloth, with an unusually burly physique, probably 3 or 4 meters tall. Why half-giants? Because they were all hybrids with giant blood, a fact clearly visible in their appearance. They weren't as tall as giants, but their size and strength far surpassed that of ordinary people. However, their bloodline was too mixed, so they were disliked by both giants and humans, and their social status in this world was extremely low. But because of their terrifying brute strength, easily overturning chariots and smashing city gates, they were often highly sought after by low-ranking mercenaries. However, this half-giant seemed rather dim-witted, reaching out to grab a corpse silkworm that crawled nearby and stuffing it into his mouth. Amanda found this incredibly suspicious. Amanda was utterly dumbfounded by the sight of the corpse silkworm bursting with venom after being bitten, her skin crawling with goosebumps. Turning her gaze, she spotted 3 green-skinned goblins with pointed snouts and monkey-like faces. One of them appeared to be an alchemist. This goblin sorcerer was also holding several pale, plump corpse silkworms, roughly squeezing venom from their fangs into a small bottle. "Hey, this is good stuff," the goblin sorcerer said with a sinister laugh, noticing Amanda's surprised look. "The corpse silkworms here are extremely poisonous, just one bite is enough to paralyze a mammoth. Hey, if you make good use of these gifts of nature, you'll definitely benefit immensely." Amanda decided to turn her attention away from the goblin sorcerer, who usually lived in the city sewers, but then she noticed that his 2 goblin companions were also anomalies. The other 2 green-skinned goblins, each carrying a barrel of explosives nearly half their height, were fiddling with some strange mechanical parts, their expressions filled with intense enthusiasm. Amanda watched, without a doubt that these goblins were capable of blowing themselves to heaven. If it weren't for the goblin race's incredibly high reproductive rate, they might very well have driven their race to destruction due to their excessive curiosity. As for the others present, Amanda glanced at them briefly, 3 burly orcs and 5 equally uncouth humans, probably mercenaries who had fallen on hard times. "Miss Judy, you've finally arrived." Just then, the sorcerer Moses, dressed in a gray robe, his face gaunt and exuding a sinister aura, greeted them with a grin. "I've gathered all the talent you were looking for. Rest assured, they're even more elite and outstanding than Black Fang's men," Moses assured her, patting his chest. But when Amanda heard these words, she was utterly stunned. Before her stood a group of crude, eccentric street urchins. How could they possibly be more capable than the infamous Black Fang? Where did this sorcerer Moses, who had betrayed High Priest Solo, get the confidence to say such things? Was this all just an exaggeration to curry favor with the Lord of Light and Miss Judy? Was his entire performance an act? Before Amanda could raise any questions, Moses had already stepped in front of Judy, confidently introducing, "Come, everyone, stand up and greet Miss Judy." The half-giant, 3 goblins, and 8 mercenaries all rose and respectfully bowed to the Dark Witch Judy, swearing allegiance. Surprisingly, these people, despite their rough appearance, were quite adept at manners. "This is the half-giant Karma, a heavy artilleryman," Moses continued excitedly, introducing them from the half-giant side. "This is Trop, the most famous goblin alchemist in Tenzin City, and these 2 are the renowned goblin engineers, the Benson brothers." So the strong half-giant was named Karma, and the other 3 goblins were Trop, Abel, and the Benson brothers. However, what surprised Amanda most was that Karma was a heavy artilleryman, and the 3 goblins were the rare alchemist and mechanical engineer. Amanda hadn't quite caught the names of the others, but the 4 people with such rare professions before her were already deeply shocking. If what Moses said was true, then he had indeed found a group of exceptionally talented individuals. "Excellent, excellent, I'm very satisfied with these talents." Judy's lips curled up, and beneath her sinister hood, her determined eyes flashed with a cold glint. "With the help of these talents, I, Judy, can finally accomplish something great." Upon hearing this, Moses and the others present immediately revealed the same sinister smiles. Amanda's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly asked, "Miss Judy, wasn't it significant enough that I helped you infiltrate the Earl's mansion and assassinate an Earl? You want to do something even bigger." "That's right. Something far more significant than killing an Earl." Judy's eyes blazed with eager anticipation, her inner excitement palpable. "This will be the sublime gift I prepare for my lord." Hearing this, Amanda's heart sank. Oh no, something even more significant than killing an Earl, could it be? Chapter 218 Ancient Magical Ruins. The weather was clear, and the sky above the Patrick Islands was a deep blue. The forbidden area of the ruins, located in the heart of the main island and directly under the Academy's jurisdiction, was already packed with people. Have you heard? These ruins date back to ancient times. Of course I know. It's said that since the Magic Association moved its headquarters here, it hasn't been open to the public for decades. Wow, that's incredible. Look at such a large-scale ancient ruin. How many secrets of ancient magic are hidden inside? I never imagined that this truth conference would be related to these ancient ruins. Has the Magic Association already deciphered all their secrets? The participants and spectators at the ruins were all discussing animatedly, their speculations about the ancient ruins never ceasing. As the last qualifier to advance from the previous round, Wu Wei stood at the end of the line, gazing at the ruins ahead. This ruin was indeed very ancient, bearing the marks of time everywhere. Within an area roughly the size of 2 football fields, it was filled with strangely shaped, towering stone pillars, resembling a bizarre stone forest formed by natural weathering, a magnificent sight. However, closer inspection revealed that these ancient pillars, bearing the marks of time, were actually arranged neatly according to a specific pattern. Wu Wei also discovered that between the pillars were small, weathered magic circles. These small magic circles were interconnected, ultimately forming this large ruin together with the surrounding pillars. Among the ancient patterns forming these magic circles, many repairs and additions were clearly visible, indicating that the ruin had been carefully analyzed and restored by the masters of the Magic Association. This process likely took decades, only recently becoming fully functional. As for its purpose and how it would be used for the second round of testing, Wu Wei had no idea. "Silence, everyone." A majestic voice, amplified by a sound-amplifying spell, instantly spread throughout the entire area. Everyone immediately turned to look, and there stood Keith Wood, the current president of the Magic Association, with an imposing presence on the makeshift platform. Beside him were 2 other renowned 7th-level archmages, Andrew Hayway, the court archmage, and Ice Disaster Icewell. The crowd and participants showed great respect for these 3 magical giants, quickly falling silent and listening attentively. President Wood was very satisfied with the crowd's reaction, a hint of pride in his expression. He then continued, "As you can see, this is a magical relic from ancient times. However, after more than a decade of research and restoration by our association's research team, it can now be fully operational." Upon hearing President Wood's words, a chorus of exclamations and whispers erupted from the crowd. Completely analyzed and restored, and fully operational? This was undoubtedly the biggest news of the year in the magical world. And this major news was deliberately revealed only in the second round of the qualifying competition. One can imagine the anticipation and excitement of the participants and spectators who had just received this news. Silence. President Wood raised his hand, silencing the excited chatter of the crowd, and continued, "The true area of this ruin is actually far greater than it appears now. The ground beneath our feet, and the academy buildings surrounding us, were all part of this ruin in ancient times. Unfortunately, time is merciless, leaving us with very limited research materials. All we can do is cherish every gift of history and do our utmost to present the precious knowledge of ancient magic to the young mages seeking the truth." President Wood then proceeded with the usual routine of praising the Academy and the Magic Association, hoping to attract more young people to join their ranks. Wu Wei had no interest in listening to this. Like a student attending a disciplinary assembly, he ignored the headmaster's animated speech on stage, turning his gaze elsewhere. Just as he was beginning to doze off, President Wood finally got to the point. "Through years of analysis by our association's research team, we've discovered that this ancient magical ruin was a training facility used by ancient humans to cultivate young people. Although we've only restored a portion, this part is the core of the entire magical facility. Its functions are sufficient to give our second-round contestants a perfect competition experience comparable to the original." President Wood suddenly raised his voice, announcing with pride, "That's right, a competition. The second round of the qualifying competition will test a contestant's practical application of magic." A clamor of discussion immediately erupted among the 100 contestants present and the densely packed crowd of onlookers. No one had expected that the second round would already test a most difficult practical application, and it seemed to be a real-world competition. But how could they possibly conduct a practical competition using this ancient, weathered ruin? The crowd was filled with curiosity. President Wood glanced at their reactions and continued his enthusiastic introduction. The advanced technology of the ancient ruins is unique to our magic association. Now, you will witness firsthand this ancient magic, which is almost divine. Next, all the contestants only need to stand in the magic circle between those stone pillars, put on our specially made helmets, and their minds will instantly enter an incredibly realistic virtual illusion. It will be an arena where they can fight each other without suffering fatal injuries. Wow! Really? A virtual illusion? Incredibly realistic? And an arena? What kind of advanced magic technology is this? It's too amazing. The crowd was in high spirits, and the contestants in the second round were all eager and ready to try. For many of them, they might not be able to reach the final stage in the rigorous second round, but as long as they could personally experience the wonder of ancient magic, they would be content. Wait, this could be. Wu Wei, standing in the crowd, froze. Combining President Wood's description with the ancient ruins beside him, he was secretly astonished. Specialized helmets, virtual reality, real competition, this dilapidated ruin, it's probably a game server. And an immersive holographic virtual reality game at that. And what about those ancient humans from some ancient era? Could there be time travelers from Earth among them? Wu Wei was incredulous, utterly bewildered. This couldn't be real, could it? Humans on Earth hadn't even developed a true holographic game yet. President Wood then raised his hand again to silence the murmurs below and began announcing the rules of the qualifying rounds. The second round of the qualifying competition will be a two-person team, point-based elimination system. The competition will be broadcast live to you through a magical water screen, and the rankings will also appear on an adjacent water screen. The top 10 players will advance to the third round of the finals, and all other players will be eliminated. President Wood pointed, and two water-based magical screens, identical to those used in the first round of the preliminary rounds, rose majestically from the side of the ancient ruins. The first water screen displayed the names of the 100 participants, but their rankings and scores were currently both 0. The adjacent large water screen was divided into dozens of smaller screens. These smaller screens displayed different scenes, resembling a desolate, overgrown ancient battlefield. The crowd's emotion surged even higher, and everyone's mind was filled with the same thought: could this ancient magical ruin really transmit the participants' spiritual power to this virtual ancient battlefield? Could it allow the participants to compete in a virtual battlefield using their spiritual power? The crowd was in an uproar, but Wu Wei wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow. This dilapidated ruin was indeed an immersive holographic online game, and a competitive one at that. Indeed, one shouldn't underestimate this other world. This other world had existed for so long, with ancient times and true gods, it was normal for it to have many strange and unusual things. Take Wu Wei, for example. As long as his divine power was abundant and he was willing, creating a world similar to a holographic online game would be a piece of cake. The rules for the second round are simple. Contestants will be paired up and then teleported to random locations in the virtual battlefield. In the virtual battlefield, everyone except your one-on-one teammate is an enemy. Killing an enemy will earn you 5 points, assisting in a kill will earn you 3 points, and killing a teammate will deduct 10 points. President Wood continued loudly announcing the rules to the contestants. Furthermore, there are many potential monsters and enemies in the virtual battlefield. Killing them will earn you 1, 3, or 5 points respectively, and killing high-level monsters and exploring certain dangerous areas will yield valuable magical items and equipment. Remember, using your courage and wisdom will be the shortcut to victory. All the contestants, including the 3 geniuses, had shining eyes and were filled with excitement. Fighting each other in a virtual battlefield, using courage and wisdom, and searching for treasure, it instantly ignited their passion. Okay, I get it. This game is a combination of PUBG and League of Legends, Wu Wei thought helplessly. However, these kinds of games were indeed quite fun. He'd played a lot of them back on Earth and had a pretty good record. Just as Wu Wei had expected, President Wood announced, the competition will last for 3 magic moons. After the competition begins, every half magic moon, the arena will shrink towards the center. If a participant is not within the arena at this time, they will be immediately eliminated. The many participants, while excited, also showed a newfound caution. According to the competition rules, simply surviving wouldn't last long, otherwise, they would be eliminated from the arena. The earlier they were eliminated, the fewer points they would receive, meaning a lower ranking. It seemed that to win, they had to keep moving and be as proactive as possible, at least most of the time, actively fighting to gain points and improve their ranking. In addition, to ensure a balance of power among the contestants, our Magic Association has specially added a sophisticated balancing system to this arena. As President Wood's passionate and proud voice rang out, Wu Wei and the crowd nearly coughed up blood. What? This damn game even has a balancing system? Chapter 219 The Light Mage. As everyone knows, the more deliberately balanced something is, the more unbalanced it becomes in certain areas. Back when Wu Wei was playing games on Earth, the balance system caused him to fail countless times during his grueling, all-night gaming sessions. Now, this Guildmaster Wood has deliberately created a balance system and seems quite proud of it. It seems he's never played competitive games before. However, there's never absolute balance in this world. These mages have already done a remarkable job creating such an immersive, holographic online game. Since the rules have been set, Wu Wei will play by them. According to the balancing system established by our conference, all participants entering the arena will retain their individual strength, but we will adopt a higher ranking teaming system. That is, the first place will team up with the 100th place, the second place with the 99th place, and so on. President Wood stood high on the platform and waved his hand. All participants, please enter the ruins side by side with your teammates. The second round of the qualifying competition will officially begin in half an hour. This announcement immediately drew a series of groans from the audience. It should be noted that most of the participants ranked high in the previous round were mid to high-level mages, with very high individual strength. However, due to the balancing system, they had to be forced to team up with lower-ranked participants. This was like having a burden on them, actually lowering their overall strength. This filled those who were trying to achieve a high ranking in this round of qualifying competition, such as Ge Shunwei, with pressure and resentment. Of course, President Wood made this decision for two reasons: to maintain balance, to emphasize the importance of teamwork and teammates, and to promote lofty ideals such as powerful mages becoming qualified guardians. However, it was uncertain how many people in the audience would actually listen to President Wood's pronouncements. Brother Wu Wei, don't worry, Lawrence, am not like those snobbish guys. A confident voice rang out, and Wu Wei knew without guessing that his champion teammate, Lawrence Campbell, had arrived beside him. This competition is tailor-made for me. It's so easy, so incredibly easy. Lawrence smiled, his arrogant expression radiating an air of dominance. He patted Wu Wei on the shoulder. Brother Wu Wei, to be honest, I'm favored by the god of magic. Just follow me, and I guarantee you'll win even if you're just lying down. Oh, right, you can support me, I'll handle the fighting. Okay. Wu Wei smiled awkwardly but politely, a bad premonition rising in his heart. What he feared most had come to pass. Was this Lawrence some kind of invincible player who instantly picked to his character? And according to the usual pattern, the more someone boasted before a battle, the worse their ending usually was. Often, the more someone seemed like a king, the more likely they were turned up as a bronze-level player. But he, Wu, was the incarnation of the god of light. Even with a terrible teammate, he could still win at will. Besides Wu Wei and his group, the others also started trying to get closer to him, forming teams, and so on. Half an hour passed in a flash. Wu Wei and his teammate Lawrence donned their specially made helmets and stood within the relic's magic circle between the stone pillars. A buzzing sound filled their ears, magic began to surge, and a blindingly bright light instantly enveloped them. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in an unfamiliar meadow. Wu Wei steadied himself and looked at himself. He noticed he was now wearing a gray light mage's robe and wielding a dusty gray short-handled light mage's staff. Looking at Lawrence beside him, he was now wearing a stylish earth mage's robe, with a pair of amplifying gloves engraved with support formations on each hand, and an additional staff. It seemed this was related to the classes they had chosen before entering the arena. According to the rules of this qualifying tournament, all participants' initial strength level remained unchanged, but once inside the virtual arena, they could not bring any external items and could only use the basic equipment provided by the arena's balancing system. Wu Wei originally wanted to choose the priest profession, but in the ancient magical era, there was no priest profession. The corresponding profession was called the light mage, who used the element of light. Because the element of light represents life, Light magic includes some healing spells. However, compared to modern priests, light mages are more proficient in offensive combat and simply providing support. Therefore, Wu Wei chose the light mage profession, and upon entering the arena, he would receive a basic mage robe and staff. Those such as battle mages, elemental mages, magic swordsmen, and magic archers would receive corresponding basic clothing and weapons. However, the enhancements these clothing and weapons provide to the user are negligible. If one wants to gain more assistance, then one can only continue to explore and compete. Better than nothing, Wu Wei said after briefly glancing at his basic equipment and 2 small recovery potions, then turned his gaze to look around. All around was quiet, the sky was a clear blue, the air was moist, and it carried the fragrance of grass and earth. Beneath his feet lay black soil and exposed white stones. Among the lush weeds, rusted weapons and halberds were faintly visible. It seemed this was once an ancient city, razed to the ground in a fierce war. Now, with the passage of time, the forces of nature were gradually burying it, but the desolate and chilling atmosphere of war still lingered in the air. Suddenly, a near-cold, mechanical female voice rang out in the air. "Welcome to Trial Valley. The arena will officially begin in 30 breaths. Please prepare as soon as possible." Upon hearing this notification, Wu Wei froze on the spot, his lips twitching involuntarily. Were the ancient humans who created this arena definitely not transmigrators from Earth? Even the notification sound was so similar, could they at least try to imitate it more perfectly? "Ha ha ha, brother, don't worry, it's Lawrence's turn to shine." Lawrence laughed loudly, completely unconcerned whether his arrogant laughter would attract other enemies. Sigh. Wu Wei gazed at the azure sky, inwardly sighing. It seemed this was the brief calm before the storm, as they say. That kid Wu Wei is really lucky. He's only level 1, yet he got to team up with Lawrence, the first place finisher in the preliminaries. Looks like he'll advance effortlessly. What incredible luck! If I could team up with Lawrence, I could advance too. Outside the virtual arena, many people were optimistic about Lawrence, expressing their envy and admiration for Wu Wei's good fortune. In their eyes, Wu Wei's passing the first round of preliminaries was already a stroke of luck. The first round tested theoretical knowledge, having little to do with actual strength. But the second round was different. If one's strength wasn't strong enough, in this dangerous arena, one could only become someone else's points. If he hadn't teamed up with Lawrence, in the eyes of the audience, Wu Wei, with only level 1 strength, probably wouldn't even be able to beat a wild boar. Putting aside the topical pairing of Wu Wei and Lawrence, as the qualifying matches began, the water screen's subscreens were displaying the contestants in different positions. But just then, an audience member watching Karen Glacier suddenly exclaimed, "Hey! You guys, look!" The crowd immediately shifted their attention, and on the second subscreen, something that horrified everyone was happening. Karen Glacier, from the Northern Sirens, was a topic of conversation from the moment he appeared, due to his outstanding strength, cold demeanor, and being the chief disciple of Ice Disaster Icewell. In the previous qualifier, Karen Glacier only lost to Lawrence, ranking second, which was already an amazing achievement. Despite being second, no one doubted that Karen Glacier's strength was inferior to Lawrence, who ranked first. Being able to team up with Karen Glacier was an incredible stroke of luck that almost everyone envied. Karen Glacier's teammate, a low-level mage ranked only 99th, naturally knew he had struck gold. After entering the virtual arena, this low-level mage immediately became obsequious and fawning, to the point of being nothing short of a sycophant. Facing this fawning and begging low-level mage, Karen Glacier didn't even glance at him. But just as the 30-breath protection period ended and the system announced the official start of the arena, Karen Glacier turned around and plunged a magic dagger into the low-level mage's throat. The scene erupted in uproar. No way. He attacked his own teammate. He killed his own teammate. Could it be that he killed his teammate because he was too weak? Hiss. This siren is too ruthless. Truly insane. The spectators could hardly believe what they were seeing. But Karen Glacier's cold, piercing eyes, the low-level mage's unseeing expression, and the system's mechanical elimination notification all indicated that this was indeed happening. Karen Glacier killed a teammate, deducting 10 points. The system notification sounded simultaneously in the arena and the virtual arena. The unfortunate low-level mage fell out of the virtual illusion. He looked around blankly. As the first contestant to be eliminated in the second round of the Truth Tournament, he felt indescribably terrible. Karen Glacier, Having just killed someone, seemed as if nothing had happened, remaining as indifferent as ever. Chapter 220. Let's talk it out. HMPH. President Wood's face darkened as he watched the scene on the water magic screen. Icewell, your student seems quite violent, even killing his own comrade. Herr Ice Disaster. Icewell said calmly, it's just the law of the jungle. My student, Karen Glacier, was merely demonstrating the true law of the jungle to weak mages. Besides, does that spineless trash mage even deserve to be a comrade of the Glacier family prince? Hell, while Ice Disaster's words are somewhat extreme, Royal Saint Archmage Andrew frowned deeply. But Wood, your semi-final rules are far too lenient. In this world, it is always the strong who become comrades, not the strong who must support the weak. Icewell, Andrew. President Wood's gaze was extremely heavy. With great power comes great responsibility. If one only pursues power instead of using it to protect the world, what use is power? Everyone. Just as the three saint-level experts were arguing, Jimmy Gaunt suddenly appeared out of nowhere, trying to smooth things over with a righteous expression, saying, no matter what, you were all classmates before, so let's talk things out. As soon as he finished speaking, the three experts' gazes all fell on him, their expressions shifting between anger and displeasure. This was understandable. In the recently concluded preliminary rounds, each of the three experts had lost 10 magic stones to Jimmy Gaunt. Magic stones were incredibly precious. An ordinary mage might not even see one in their entire life. Hell, Jimmy Gaunt was sweating profusely from their stares, recalling the secret pouch Wu Wei had given him, instructing him to open it at this moment. That cunning Wu Wei would surely be able to handle the current situation. Jimmy coughed twice, turned to the side, opened the brocade pouch, and peeked inside. What he saw nearly made him faint, his face flushed red, and his heart trembled. That Wu Wei was utterly shameless, utterly shameless. Jimmy Gaunt had never imagined such shamelessness existed in the world, much less that he would one day be the one carrying out such an extremely humiliating task. Jimmy, what the hell are you doing? Andrew stared at Jimmy Gaunt with an unfriendly expression. Well, Jimmy Gaunt chuckled awkwardly, his eyes darting around, and he forced a smile. I was just thinking, we were all classmates before, it's embarrassing for me to win so many magic stones. How about I take this opportunity to give them back? Give them back. The Archmage Andrew looked Jimmy Gaunt up and down, his gaze softening instantly. Jimmy, I always knew you were an honest and kind person. I didn't expect that after all these years, you'd still be so kind at heart. Jimmy, you really didn't need to do that. Although the outcome of that bet was unexpected, a win is a win, Guildmaster Wood advised. Don't gamble anymore, we all understand. No. Jimmy shook his head vigorously, his face earnest. If I win and then run away, I'll feel uneasy for the rest of my life. He said this aloud, but inwardly he was screaming, Great Lord of Light, forgive me. It was all that bad boy Wu Wei's instigation. Punish him if you want. Jimmy, since you're going to gamble, let's gamble again. Ice Disaster. Iceville stopped Wood, who was about to persuade him further, and chuckled, let's do it the same way as before. Everyone puts in 30 magic stones. 30. Jimmy's eyes widened, and he swallowed hard, saying, Gambling so high isn't a good idea, is it? What's wrong with it? Ice Disaster. Iceville put his arm around his shoulder and said, Jimmy, you just want to give back the magic stones you won. If you're still betting 10, even if you lose, you won't be able to give them all back. It's better to settle it all at once. Also, Wood, Andrew, you two aren't afraid, are you? HMPH, what's there to be afraid of? Royal Archmage Andrew said calmly, our royal family's assets are far beyond your imagination. Today, let's have a real showdown between the three of us. I'll take the 30 magic stone bet. Wood, what about you? Such a huge bet left Guildmaster Wood speechless. Wood, you don't seem to have any confidence in your own disciple, do you? Ice Disaster. Icewell sneered. If you don't have confidence, I can support your withdrawal. Let me and Andrew have a fair bet. HMPH. President Wood was extremely serious, straightening his chest. Fine, Icewell, since you want to contribute to the Magic Association, I'll grant your wish. I accept this bet. With these words, the bet was officially established. At their level, they couldn't just say things casually. However, neither Wood, Ice Disaster, nor Andrew took Jimmy Gaunt seriously. Their only competitors were the three within their own ranks. Alright, since everyone agrees, I'll place my bet. Jimmy Gunter pulled out 30 magic stones and said calmly, "This time, I'm betting on Karen Glacier to win the championship. That kid's ruthless enough to start with a negative score, he definitely can't win." He was inwardly impressed. Wu Wei's schemes were truly endless, making it impossible to predict what he was up to. The three big shots, including President Wood, were caught off guard, their faces darkening as they stared silently at Jimmy Gunter. No one was a fool. Although Karen Glacier started with a negative score, his strength still gave him a good chance of winning. Moreover, Wu Wei was already in a group with Lawrence. If they wanted to play dirty tricks, it wasn't impossible for them to let Karen Glacier win. Compared to the potential reward of 90 magic stones, a mere semi-final championship seemed so paltry. Jimmy Gunter looked embarrassed by the stares. If it weren't for the research funding, he would never have done something like this. Since you all disagree with him, I bet on Karen, then I'll bet on His Highness Prince Charles. Although he's quite capable, he's too arrogant and self-willed. In this kind of semi-final, he has absolutely no chance of winning. The three big shots' expressions grew even more unfriendly, and they continued to stare intently at Jimmy Gunter. "Jimmy, why don't you bet on Ben Stewart?" President Wood sneered, a half-smile playing on his lips. His confidence was shaken in the preliminaries, and he hasn't recovered yet. He's bound to lose this round. All right. Jimmy Gunter nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "If you ask me, Stewart still needs some more practice. It's just a small setback, how can he be so discouraged? I'll bet on him to win." Royal Archmage Andrew laughed in fury, a laugh that sent chills down everyone's spine. "Jimmy Gunter, are you just bored and here to make fun of us?" Ice Disaster Icewell also smiled coldly. "Jimmy Gunter, since you've already bet on that kid named Wu Wei, how can you change your mind halfway through? You can only bet on him." Just as Jimmy Gunter was about to speak, a shocking scene appeared on the large screen formed by the water magic array. Ben Stewart, a genius student from the Magic Association's affiliated academy, had already gathered over 20 elite students in the trial grounds, announcing a collective plan to capture Wu Wei and Lawrence. Meanwhile, the third Prince Charles had unknowingly contacted over a dozen elite rogue mages from across the country, forming an anti-Lawrence alliance with terms like benefits and titles. Clearly, their primary target was Lawrence, who had been extremely arrogant during the preliminaries. Wu Wei was merely a casualty. But in this situation, how could Wu Wei, Lawrence's close partner, escape unscathed when his entire force was mobilized? No. Jimmy Gunter's face darkened, and he hurriedly shook his head, saying, No bet. How can I win in this situation, Jimmy? Didn't you say you were going to deliberately lose to us? Saint Magister Andrew grinned, saying coldly, "It's been countless years since anyone dared to deceive me." Ice Disaster Icewell also chuckled strangely. "Jimmy, although we are old classmates, I owe you a favor. However, my reputation as Ice Disaster isn't something I earned for nothing." Given Jimmy Gunter's previous shameless behavior, even Guildmaster Wood deliberately turned away, pretending not to see Jimmy's pleading eyes. "Wow, you're all bad people." Jimmy looked aggrieved and innocent. "You just wanted to trick me out of my philosopher's stone, Wood. We're best buddies." "How about this?" President Wood said helplessly, trying to smooth things over. "We can't let Jimmy be too desperate. Let's leave Lawrence aside for now. As long as Wu Wei can make it into the top 10 of the semifinals and squeeze into the next round of the finals, we'll consider it a win for Jimmy, okay?" "No." "Okay. It's a deal." The one who said no was, of course, Jimmy Gunter. The ones who said yes and it was a deal were naturally Andrew and Ice Disaster. Of the group of Lawrence and Wu Wei, the only one they were slightly wary of was Lawrence. But under such a large-scale siege, even if Lawrence had 3 heads and 6 arms, there was absolutely no chance of him escaping unscathed. Things had come to this point, and Jimmy Gunter could only feel like crying. President Wood patted him on the shoulder, comforting him. "Jimmy, don't be discouraged. I think Lawrence and Wu Wei are both good at creating miracles. You have to believe they might win." That's right. You still have a chance of winning," Ice Disaster chuckled, trying to reassure him. "Jimmy, you have to trust your judgment." "Screw you three," Jimmy groaned, staring at the 3 saint-level powerhouses. But inwardly, he was astonished. Was Wu Wei a human or a demon? He had predicted the reactions of these 3 old guys perfectly. Chapter 221. Come on, little bugs. Trial Canyon. The environment within Trial Canyon is modeled after an ancient battlefield. Throughout the canyon, ruins ravaged by war are everywhere. Even after countless years, these ruins still retain mysterious energy fluctuations, and traces of broken magic arrays are faintly visible. Because no humans have set foot here for so long, the weeds have grown wildly taller than a person. From a distance, even if someone is hiding in the grass, they are completely invisible. At this moment, within the canyon, in a half-collapsed stone hall, a group of young men dressed in different class uniforms are gathered together, whispering under the cover of the broken walls. This group numbers about 20, and the young man at the head, dressed in a red magic robe, with handsome features and a noble air, is none other than Prince Charles, the prized disciple of Andrew, the royal Saint Archmage of the Light Empire. Your Highness, that Stuart kid is no pushover, a yellow-robed mage standing beside Prince Charles, seemingly one of his confidants, whispered. Trial Canyon is the perfect place for groups to band together. The Magic Academy has a large number of people, and most of them are on good terms with Stuart. It's hard to guarantee they won't team up to help him rack up points. We can't afford to be complacent. You're right, Prince Charles nodded slightly, then narrowed his eyes slightly. However, Karen Glacier and Lawrence Campbell are not simple either. We can't be careless. Your concerns are also valid. Karen Glacier, as a high-ranking siren, although alone, possesses extraordinary bloodline talent and formidable combat power. She is indeed not to be underestimated. The yellow-robed mage nodded in agreement. And Lawrence is the same. I still haven't figured out his true strength. Before he could finish speaking, a cold snort suddenly rang in their ears. Who? Everyone's hearts skipped a beat, and they immediately changed formation and went into alert mode, forgetting all about speaking. In the center of the perimeter, Prince Charles's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly looked down at his feet. The abandoned stone hall they were in was situated on high ground, offering excellent concealment and visibility. Approaching undetected wouldn't be easy, unless... Boom! Just as Prince Charles looked down, a deafening roar rang out, the stone-paved ground beneath his feet trembled violently, and then instantly shattered into pieces. Everyone was startled and hastily dodged. Even Prince Charles was forced to retreat several steps. The flying debris still carried the lingering effects of magic, forcing everyone to use various methods to fend off the flying rocks. In a chaotic and disorganized manner, they were quite disheveled. Damn it, who's so arrogant? A young man, having barely managed to block a large rock flying towards him, was still covered in dust from the blast. Unable to contain his anger, he rushed forward, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. Unexpectedly, just as he reached the edge of the crater, the young man's expression changed drastically, and he instantly retreated at an even faster speed than before. From the crater created by the blast, a group of people slowly emerged, stepping over the rubble. These people wore the same standard professional equipment as the group, numbering 20 or 30, their presence no less imposing than the group in the hall. Upon seeing them, the people in the hall tensed, their faces immediately showing wariness. Little did they know, while they were wary of the approaching group's mood worsened upon seeing them. A short mage, spotting the people outside the crater, immediately looked dejected. A guy finally made it through the dungeon, thinking I'd find something, but it's already been taken. What bad luck, quiet. Stay alert. Suddenly, a shout came from the crowd. The short mage stuck out his tongue and immediately shut his mouth. Only then did the people in the hall notice a young man in a blue mage's robe standing in the crowd. This young man had a calm expression and a cold, aloof demeanor. The 20 or 30 people around him were clearly his leader. Ben Stuart. The expressions of everyone in the hall changed, and they immediately recognized him. Who would have thought that the person they were just discussing and guarding against would appear before them like this? Prince Charles was also surprised, but his upbringing allowed him to control his expression well, maintaining his noble and composed demeanor. He pondered for a moment, gave Stuart a slight nod as a greeting, and then said, as the head of the Magic Academy, "Your Excellency Stuart must be a wise man. The trial has only just begun, and our numbers are evenly matched. I believe that starting a war now is not a wise move. What do you think?" What a coincidence. I think so too. Ben Stuart glanced at Prince Charles and nodded at him. How about we pretend we didn't see each other and compete in the second half? That suits me perfectly. Prince Charles's lips curled into a smile. Communicating with a wise person is so convenient. Just as the two reached an agreement and prepared to leave with their respective groups, a voice, seemingly imbued with the chill of frost and snow, suddenly came from afar. "Wait, You too. Prince Charles and Ben Stuart both froze, turning to look in the direction of the voice. Not far from the abandoned stone temple, on a giant ancient tree, stood a young man dressed in an ice blue standard magic robe. The young man was exquisitely beautiful, with flowing snow-white hair, yet he exuded a chilling aura. The moss-covered ancient tree, weathered and worn, only served to accentuate the brilliance of his ice blue robe, making it appear even more dazzling. Kellen Glacier. It's Karen Glacier. That high-ranking siren. Someone in the crowd instantly recognized him. Prince Charles and Ben Stuart also tensed, but instead of reacting excessively, they silenced their subordinates' commotion. On the ancient tree, Karen Glacier smiled slightly. It's rare to have everyone here. I have a suggestion, would you like to hear it? With that, he suddenly raised his hand, forming a hand seal, and shot out an ice arrow. Then, he leaped from the ancient tree, a feather-falling spell landing beneath his feet, lightly stepping on the ice arrow as he landed beside the collapsed stone hall. This almost mystical maneuver was executed with effortless grace, leaving the several unsuspecting mages completely dumbfounded. Prince Charles and Ben Stuart's eyes narrowed, their faces simultaneously showing seriousness. Although they already knew that Karen Glacier was quite powerful, seeing him in person still made them feel threatened. What suggestion? Composing himself, Prince Charles spoke first. I propose that the three of us work together to take down that Lawrence first, then decide the winner. Karen Glacier's clear gaze swept over the two men, her voice laced with seduction. What do you two think? This suggestion took everyone by surprise, leaving most of the audience stunned for a moment. Even Prince Charles and Ben Stuart were momentarily taken aback. However, the two were no ordinary people, and after a brief moment of surprise, they immediately grasped the brilliance of the plan. In the previous round of qualifiers, Lawrence not only stole the championship that should have been theirs, but also insulted all three of their mentors, incurring widespread wrath. If they could take this opportunity to teach him a lesson he would never forget, why not? A glint of light flashed in their eyes, and they nodded emphatically almost simultaneously. Okay, deal. The events that unfolded in the trial canyon were faithfully displayed on the large screens throughout the venue to all the spectators. On the platform, Jimmy Gunter nearly coughed up blood at the sight. How shameless. How could they do this? This is against the rules. How can this be considered against the rules? Royal Archmage Andrew, always vengeful, was naturally pleased to see Lawrence, who had humiliated him, punished. Hearing Jimmy's words, he took a sip of his coffee, smiling leisurely. Appropriate alliances are within the rules. This is also a tactic. If anyone's to blame, it's Lawrence for not knowing his place and provoking public anger. Indeed. President Wood nodded slightly, agreeing wholeheartedly. Even Ice Disaster Icewill nodded silently, unusually siding with the other two. He hadn't forgotten the insults Lawrence had hurled at him yesterday. Jimmy was nearly driven mad by the three of them, but he couldn't do anything about it. He could only clutch his chest and sigh silently. Wu Wei, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that I can't. You'll have to rely on yourself for the next trial. Time quietly passed, and they entered the trial canyon. In a secluded corner of the valley, a thicket of weeds taller than a person rustled, and suddenly two figures darted out, running away like the wind. Behind them, a dozen or so mages were hot on their heels. One had black hair and black eyes, wearing a standard priest's robe, and the other was tall and thin, wearing a standard mage's robe. It was Wu Wei and Lawrence. They looked extremely disheveled. Wu Wei's light mage robes were already covered in dust from rolling on the ground, stained with blood in many places. Lawrence's standard magic robes were tattered, the sleeves and trousers missing, and his exposed arms and legs bore unhealed wounds. A large group of mages were hot on their heels, sporadic spells flying from behind. The two had to flee while dodging the magic, every second a matter of life and death. First it was Stuart, now it's Charles. They've been chasing us for so long, when will they ever stop? Lawrence shouted in despair. Hey, Lawrence, aren't you supposed to be blessed by the god of magic? Wu Wei, panting heavily, couldn't help but complain. At a time like this, shouldn't you be using the god of magic's blessing to mow down all those pursuers like butter? Why are you looking as disheveled as me? Do you think I'm stupid? Lawrence rolled his eyes at him, still breathing heavily. There are so many of them, am I supposed to rush in and die? As they spoke, the two dodged another wave of magical attacks, looking even more disheveled. Outside the venue, The audience watched the two disheveled figures on the big screen and discussed among themselves. 16 magic moons worth of points already, right? A mage remarked with a sigh. Being chased for so long, they're still gritting their teeth and persevering. Their spirit is commendable. I would have given up long ago. Others disagreed. What's the use of persevering? Being chased like this, they have no chance to accumulate points. Even if they barely survive, they'll still be eliminated if they don't have enough points. You can't be so sure. The situation in the trial canyon changes in an instant. Who knows how it will develop next? What if they turn the tables? Turn the tables like this? How? The crowd discussed amongst themselves, holding various opinions, but most were skeptical of Wu Wei and Lawrence. Amidst the discussions, several more minutes passed. Wu Wei and Lawrence had already run several hundred meters. The ground beneath their feet was getting hotter, and the air was thick with the smell of sulfur. No, something feels off. Lawrence, running, finally realized something was wrong and looked at Wu Wei with suspicion. Could we be facing a volcano? Wu Wei, are you sure we're going the right way? Don't worry. Wu Wei, leaning against a broken wall, caught his breath, his expression resolute. Seeing this, Lawrence's unease lessened slightly, and he used his last bit of strength to continue running forward. To be honest, he didn't want to place his last hope on Wu Wei. He was truly desperate, and besides trusting Wu Wei, he couldn't think of any other way. What Lawrence didn't know was that despite Wu Wei's confident words, he was also somewhat uncertain inside. Wu Wei rubbed the bronze ring on his left hand, and asked uncertainly through divine sense, Augustus, are you sure your method will really work? My lord, you can question my character, but you cannot question my professional competence. The ring wraith Augustus emerged from the ring, his eyes wide, his expression one of utter insult. I am one of the designers of this trial canyon. This entire area is my creation. As long as you do as I say, there will be absolutely no problem. That's good. Wu Wei chuckled. If something goes wrong, you know the consequences. Wu Wei didn't want to have to use the God of Light's power to save the day in such a small trial. There was only one path forward, and in their running, the two unknowingly reached a crater. The massive crater, billowing black smoke, was like an insurmountable barrier, blocking their way. A torrent of heat rolled in, ash whipped up by the hot wind lashed their faces, and the rocks beneath their feet were scorching hot, almost unbearable even through their thick-soled shoes. Lawrence ran too fast and couldn't stop in time, almost plunging into the lava. Luckily, Wu Wei reacted quickly and pulled him back. Even so, Lawrence was still terrified. Run. Keep running. Ha ha ha. Prince Charles stood behind the two, panting and laughing. After chasing them all the way, he had long lost his initial composure. His legs were weak from running so fast, and even his voice was a little hoarse, but he didn't care at all. Who cares about manners in a battle? As long as he could kill that annoying Lawrence, it was all worth it. Taking a breath, he raised his hand and ordered the mages behind him, surround them. I want to see how they run now that they've come this far. The 20-odd mages who had followed him immediately spread out and surrounded Lawrence and Wu Wei. Apart from the volcano behind them, the two had no other way out. Lawrence's heart trembled, but he still refused to admit defeat. Hands on his hips, he roared at them, what's with the arrogance? Do you really think I'm cornered? Just you wait, I'll teach you a lesson. Wu Wei, I'll call you Brother Wu Wei now. After his boastful words to his enemies, Lawrence turned back to Wu Wei, his face contorted with embarrassment, almost in tears. You brought me to this god-forsaken place, you must have a plan, right? If you have any ideas, just use them. If I die here, it'll be incredibly embarrassing. If we can get through this, you'll be my brother from now on. The thought of his past humiliations being retaliated against sent chills down Lawrence's spine. Even death wouldn't be an option for him. Don't worry, we've got this one in the bag, Wu Wei said calmly. We're both chosen by the god of magic and the god of light. How could we possibly lose to a bunch of petty thieves? Tell me quickly, what's your plan? Lawrence asked, overjoyed. Take off your pants, Wu Wei said calmly. Take them off, take them off. Lawrence was struck dumb, speechless, stunned, his eyes glazed over, clutching his groin as he stared at Wu Wei in terror. Wu, big brother, have you lost your mind? You wouldn't be plotting something like this. Shut up, what are you thinking about? Wu Wei glared at him, then smiled and said, want to win? Yes, I dream about winning. Lawrence snapped out of his daze and nodded heavily, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. Then hurry up. Wu Wei urged. A moment later and it'll be too late. Suddenly, Lawrence's eyes lit up, and he screamed with wild joy as if he had suddenly realized something. I understand. I understand your tactic. You must want me to use my majestic figure to scare those nerdy mages, making them ashamed and resentful, and commit suicide. Ha ha ha, brilliant, truly brilliant. With that, Lawrence pulled down his pants, put his hands on his hips, and laughed wildly at the group of mages who were attacking him, as if he were a king ruling the world. Come on, you despicable little bugs. Boom. In that instant, it was as if countless bolts of lightning had struck countless people's heads. The mages who had rushed to surround Lawrence and Wu Wei were all dumbfounded. In the bright continent today, mages were noble beings. Even a lowly level 1 mage had a status far exceeding that of warriors or even knights of the same level. Generally speaking, mages were elegant and intellectual beings, remaining calm and composed even when facing life and death. But what was this? Playing the rogue? Chapter 222 The Dragon is Coming. Meanwhile, outside the training grounds, a deafening roar erupted from the thousands of spectators. Clearly, they were all terrified by the sudden turn of events. Especially the women, who let out incredibly piercing screams, covering their eyes in utter embarrassment. While cursing Lawrence's shamelessness and despicable behavior, many female mages secretly peeked through their fingers. As the saying goes, the louder the cursing, the more intense the watching. The expressions of the bigwigs on the platform were also quite interesting. Damn it, damn it. Disgraceful, utterly disgraceful. Despite President Wood's usual somewhat childish behavior, when faced with a real crisis, he was always the one to stand tall and shoulder all responsibility. Herr Andrew scoffed. Wood, Lawrence isn't from your academy anymore, it's not you who's lost face. I'm actually starting to admire this kid more and more. Ice Disaster Ice will chuckled, he'll do anything to win, he'd be a perfect pirate. Damn Lawrence, you shameless, despicable worm. The third Prince Charles was the most enraged, especially by Lawrence's imposing aura, which made his eyelids twitch with jealous fury. Kill him, kill him. Charles had decided that he would not only kill him and eliminate him in this trial ground, but also take his life back in the real world. With Charles's command, 4 or 5 mages awoke and continued to surround him, each holding a staff, ready to strike at the opportune moment. Idiot. This incredibly exaggerated and astonishing scene took even Wu Wei a long time to recover from. He kicked Lawrence in annoyance. What kind of bizarre tactic is this? Hurry up and pee. Good idea. Lawrence seemed completely absorbed in this bizarre tactic, preparing to use the slightly higher ground to piss on them, humiliating them to death. Wu Wei staggered, nearly dying of anger at the kid's antics. Brother, pee towards the crater. Wu Wei's eyelids twitched wildly as he weakly reminded him. If it weren't for the bigger picture, he'd really want to kill this useless teammate first. Yes, I'll pee right now, I'll pee right now. Lawrence turned around, and whoosh, a jet of water shot straight down from the crater. Sizzle, a disgusting white mist rose from the bottom of the crater. Kill them. The third prince, Charles, had reached his limit. He raised his staff and began chanting, "Fire spirits, heed my call and burn away the evil before you." Other spells followed. At this crucial moment, the earth trembled violently. Boom. A pillar of fire shot into the sky from the volcano, exploding like a dazzling firework. Simultaneously, the dormant magma boiled and churned. A gigantic monster's head emerged from the magma, its appearance ferocious and terrifying, roaring, "Who is it? Who dares disturb my slumber?" Boom boom boom. Just then, Charles and the others finished their chanting. Startled, they flinched, unleashing fire magic, ice magic, and even a thunderbolt. Bang bang bang. The enormous monster, barely emerging, was struck by 4 or 5 spells. Ow! The monster roared in pain and rage. Who is it? Who dares to attack the great Lord Anus? A dragon, a fire dragon. Even with Lawrence's boundless audacity, he was terrified when he saw the monster's true form. He grabbed Wu Wei's arm tightly. "Be big brother, we're doomed." A dragon. It's a dragon. Big brother, you have to think of something. Lawrence was stunned. He never imagined that his urination would produce a dragon. Dragons have always been at the top of the food chain on the bright continent. Even a newly hatched dragon could easily kill a young man. Once dragons reach adulthood, They can reach level 7 strength, and those that live long enough may even reach level 8 or even level 9. They are violent and greedy, and even some of the strongest humans are unwilling to provoke them. Calm down, Wu Wei reassured Lawrence. Then, I'm reporting you. Without warning, Wu Wei raised his hand, pointing at the large group of Prince Charles and his entourage, saying, Great Lord Anus, it was them who attacked you. That flashy-looking guy even slandered you as a worm from the mud, utterly disgusting. Lawrence stared in shock at Wu Wei's increasingly outrageous claims, deeply realizing his own lack of skill. Even Prince Charles hadn't expected Wu Wei to pull such a stunt, and was nearly spitting blood with anger. He hurriedly looked at the ferocious dragon head, desperately trying to argue, Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding, I didn't. Roar. Anus didn't care what he said. The moment it saw Charles and his group, it sensed the lingering magical fluctuations on them. Undoubtedly, these were the ones who had attacked. It seemed it had truly been dormant for too long. Even these weak and annoying insects dared to defy its majesty, Lord Anus. These mortals deserve to die. With a furious roar, it leaped out of the lava, its massive wings flapping fiercely, instantly unleashing a fierce gale that swept across the entire volcano. Scalding lava splashed everywhere, and several nearby mages were accidentally splashed with drops, instantly crying out in pain from the burns. Not good. Charles's expression changed, and he immediately prepared to order a retreat. However, the enraged fire dragon had already set its sights on them. Escape? Not so easy. Before Charles could even utter the order, the ferocious fire dragon lowered its long neck, opened its massive jaws, and unleashed a torrent of dragon breath towards the group. Crimson flames mixed with billowing black smoke instantly filled everyone's vision. Even before it reached their bodies, the terrifying heat already burned their skin and made their scalps tingle. Dodge. Prince Charles and the others' expressions changed drastically, and in a panic, they used almost all their last tricks to frantically dodge, fearing even a speck of the terrifying dragon breath. Even so, two mages were caught off guard and struck squarely by the dragon's breath. Boom. In the terrifying heat, the two mages were instantly incinerated. A gust of wind swept through, scattering the scalding ash across Prince Charles and his entourage. Prince Charles and the others unconsciously wiped the ash from their faces, their complexions deathly pale. How does the dragon's breath taste? Suddenly, an arrogant voice rang out from afar. Charles and the others turned to see Lawrence and his pretty boy had somehow slipped away to a safe distance from the crater, watching their disheveled state with smug satisfaction. Seeing them look over, Lawrence's smugness deepened, and he gave them a smug thumbs-down gesture. You guys have fun, we're leaving. With that, he grabbed Wu Wei and dashed off, leaving behind only a trail of arrogant laughter. Lawrence. I'll kill you. Charles trembled with rage, wishing he could lead his men to tear Lawrence to pieces right now. Unfortunately, given the current situation, let alone tearing Lawrence to pieces, even saving his own life was difficult. In the blink of an eye, the dragon's second breath had arrived. The group could only continue to scramble and dodge. Your Highness. The yellow-robed maid rushed to Prince Charles's side in a disheveled state. His once reserved and arrogant face was now covered in volcanic ash, and even his hair had become dry and curly from the intense heat, making him look utterly wretched. Seeing Charles's expression, he knew that Charles was in a terrible mood. However, thinking of his companions who had just been burnt to ashes by the dragon's breath, he still forced a smile and advised, the power of the dragon's breath is too strong. If this continues, we won't be able to hold out for long. Your Highness, let's run. Prince Charles came to his senses, turned his head, and saw that all the mages who had come with him were now in a disheveled state, many of them with expressions of fear and trembling. He was certain that if he uttered the word retreat, these people would flee in a sorry state without hesitation, dragging them along. Were these the subordinates he had carefully cultivated in the Royal Mage Corps? Were these the royal mages he had placed his hopes on, the ones he wanted to rely on in the future struggle for the throne? So pathetic, they had utterly disgraced him. A sudden surge of anger welled up in Charles's heart, his tone colder than ever before. Escape? Impossible. Your Highness. The yellow-robed mage cried out, trying to persuade him again. However, Prince Charles gave him no chance. This is the Trial Canyon. Even if you're burned to death by the fire dragon, at most you'll be eliminated. There's no real danger to your lives. If you don't even have the courage to fight under these circumstances, what do you plan to do when you encounter danger in reality? Just run away. Prince Charles looked at his subordinates, his voice icy, his tone filled with unprecedented chill and anger. Faced with his accusation, the group of mages were speechless, many showing shame on their faces. HMPH. Prince Charles snorted coldly, seeing that they were still salvageable. He raised his magic staff and pointed at the fire dragon in the distance. Open your eyes and look carefully. It's not as invincible as you think. Following his gaze, the group noticed something amiss. It can't leave the crater. Chains. Its claws are bound with magical chains. A thick magical chain was wrapped around the ferocious fire dragon's claws. The magical chain exuded a mysterious and unpredictable aura, pulling the dragon back every time it was about to leap out of the crater. The group finally realized. Indeed, given the fire dragon's strength, if it weren't trapped inside the crater and unable to leave freely, it would have already flown out, and dodging its dragon breath wouldn't have been so easy. That's not all, Prince Charles said coldly. It needs to catch its breath after each breath before it can exhale again, with an interval of at least 5 magic moon seconds. That's enough time for us to cast spells. Upon hearing this, the mages' eyes lit up, as if they had seen a glimmer of hope in their desperate situation. Seeing this, Prince Charles stopped wasting words and directly grabbed his magic staff. From now on, follow my command. Let's work together to defeat the fire dragon. Yes, everyone responded in unison, their enthusiasm soaring, and there was no longer a trace of hesitation. Under Prince Charles' command, the group no longer retreated but directly confronted the fire dragon, and for a time, the battle was surprisingly fierce. The spectators outside the trial canyon, watching this scene on a large screen, were amazed by Prince Charles' performance. Charles truly lives up to his princely status. His decisiveness is rarely seen among young people. The rules state that killing magical beasts in the trial canyon yields points and rewards. This fire dragon is so powerful, the reward for killing it must be substantial. Prince Charles might just be the champion of this competition. The situation was so dangerous just now, yet Prince Charles still noticed the fire dragon's unusual behavior. His observation skills are incredibly sharp. His command abilities are also very strong. As expected of a prince, he's truly different. The audience whispered amongst themselves. Even the instructors on the platform couldn't help but show their admiration. Even those who previously thought Prince Charles was impetuous and easily provoked by Lawrence had changed their opinion of him, realizing he was indeed more reliable than ordinary mages in crucial moments, befitting his royal upbringing. Royal Archmage Andrew listened to the discussions, a hint of pride in his expression. How could his student be anything less than excellent? Amidst the lively discussions, a quarter of an hour passed unnoticed. Although the battle on Prince Charles's side was intense, the audience wasn't directly involved, and their attention was quickly drawn to the performances of other contestants. Suddenly, a commotion erupted among the spectators. Look! The fire dragon is almost done for. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn back. On the big screen, the once ferocious fire dragon was now covered in wounds and on its last legs. Only 4 people remained beside Prince Charles, the rest had undoubtedly perished. Their magic robes were tattered, and their faces were bruised and battered, clearly indicating they had endured a fierce battle and were seriously injured. Judging from their pale lips, their magic power was likely almost depleted. However, their expressions were excited. The fire dragon is almost done for. The yellow-robed mage put down his staff and turned to excitedly urge Prince Charles, "Your Highness, please make your move quickly. According to the rules, only the one who lands the final blow will receive all the points and rewards." All right. Prince Charles was also somewhat excited. After fighting for so long and losing so many comrades, this damned fire dragon is finally nearing its end. With the points and rewards brought by this fire dragon, he's sure to win this round. Fire element spirits, please. With an elegant magical incantation, Prince Charles raised his magic staff. A ball of fire brewed at the tip of the staff, and scorching magical waves immediately spread out. The next moment, a fire dragon composed of fire elements roared out from the tip of the staff. Its enormous wings spread, creating gusts of wind in the air, exuding immense power. Mid-level fire magic, fire dragon spell. The great dragon, Anus, weakly and laboriously raised its head, completely powerless to resist. We won. We finally won. The remaining mages were so excited that tears welled up in their eyes. All their efforts, all their desperate struggles, would be rewarded with glorious results. Prince Charles himself, his eyes burning with fervor, had not only gained a large number of points by killing this evil dragon, but also a treasure reward. Charles was certain he would easily win the semi-final, crushing everyone beneath his feet. Charles's ambition burned fiercely. Suddenly, his pupils contracted, and he realized something was wrong. Chapter 223 Stealing the Dragon. Just as his fire dragon spell was about to strike Anus's head, a circular defensive spell suddenly appeared in front of it. Around this shimmering, iridescent spell were swirling, mysterious magical runes, clearly indicating it was no simple shield. Boom! The fire dragon and the magical shield collided, the highly concentrated magical energy exploding like dazzling fireworks. From within the shards of fire, a ragged young man slowly emerged, his gaze cold and resolute as he stared at Charles. "The dragon is mine." "It's you, Lawrence. How dare you? How dare you?" Charles's face turned extremely grim. The previous battle had been so intense that he had overlooked Lawrence and the others, instinctively assuming they had already fled in disarray. HMPH, what wouldn't I dare? Lawrence, wand in hand, stood before the dragon, pointing arrogantly at Charles and the remaining few mages, his voice blazing with fervor. "You despicable, filthy bunch, bullying us just because you outnumber us. Now, I, Lawrence, will take on 5 of you single-handedly and slaughter you all." Wow! Outside the trial grounds, the densely packed spectators gasped in astonishment. They'd seen shamelessness before, but never anyone this shameless. Of course, taking on 5 at once was impressive, but it depended on the circumstances. Charles and his group were fighting the dragon to the death, already exhausted. "I'm so angry. I'm so angry." Royal Archmage Andrew was furious. "I actually admired Lawrence, but I never imagined he'd be so despicable and shameless. Charles worked so hard to take down the Baron, and he just jumped out and tried to steal it. Humph, it must have been that Wu Wei kid's idea. Jimmy, that kid's one of yours, right? How could you be so shameless?" It's no wonder Andrew was so agitated. If Charles had taken the Baron, this semi-final would have been a sure thing for the championship. "This," Jimmy Gunter said innocently and weakly, "you guys used to say that mages can't fight like warriors, relying solely on brute force, but needing to use tactics? In my opinion, that Lawrence guy has quite a bit of tactical thinking." PFFT, Andrew nearly died of anger, staring at Jimmy Gunter with a sullen look. "Jimmy, are you trying to argue with me? All right, let's all keep quiet." Guildmaster Wood coughed twice and said, "Lawrence and Wu Wei's tactics are shameless enough, but if Charles is careful, he might not fall for it. Andrew, it's undeniable that your student, Prince Charles, has immense potential, but some setbacks and trials will greatly help his growth." "That's right," Ice Disaster Ice will chimed in. "Andrew, you can't only let your own people use human wave tactics, but not others, can you?" HMPH, Andrew, as a Royal Saint Magister, looked extremely grim. "After this is over, I'll personally have a good talk with Lawrence and Wu Wei, and teach them what real tactics are, inside the trial grounds." PFFT. Faced with Lawrence's shameless provocation, Charles's face turned pale and then red with anger. He could no longer suppress his previous injuries, and blood spilled from his mouth. He sneered, "Lawrence, I'm your sworn enemy. Kill him, kill him." But before the mages could make a move, Wu Wei's mocking voice rang out, "Everyone, don't rush, look here, look here." Everyone saw Wu Wei, whose strength was only level 1, making him arguably the weakest of all the participants, appear beside the dragon's head at some point, holding a very rough light element staff. He pointed it at the dragon's head. "Your Highness, you're of noble birth, you've never had your monster stolen before, have you? You're too careless. You dare?" Yes, I dare." Wu Wei smacked the dragon's head, and the dragon roared angrily, then its head lolled to the side, and it died. However, it wasn't a real dragon after all. After its death, it instantly turned into countless particles and disappeared into thin air. On Wu Wei's trial badge, a new line appeared: "Slay the Great Dragon Anus, 50 points. Clang! At the same time, a staff of light and a scroll fell to the ground. The staff of light radiated a holy and soothing light. With Wu Wei's extensive knowledge, he could immediately recognize it as a holy artifact-level staff. He casually put away the scroll, picked up the staff, and instantly felt a powerful surge of holy light rush into his body, an immense force that almost burst him apart. Simultaneously, his power level rapidly increased, level 2, level 3, instantly exploding to level 5, his body filled with incomparably powerful holy light. The power of light was not a power system created solely by the old god of light. In fact, in the ancient magical era, light magic was one of many magical attributes. It was only the old god of light who continued to evolve and develop it, creating the system of divine light magic, gradually moving it away from the realm of light magic itself. But power is power, ultimately, its origin is the same. This power of light was extremely familiar to Wu Wei, filling his body with an indescribable feeling of exhilaration. Wu Wei was indeed exhilarated. But Charles's eyes were bloodshot, his breathing heavy and labored, staring at Wu Wei with intense hatred. Fine, I admit defeat this time. Wu Wei, I'll remember you, and I will get my revenge for everything. The impact and hurt this incident had on Prince Charles was no less than the feeling of having one's soon-to-be wife stolen by a scoundrel. The power of light filled Wu Wei's body, flowing and dissipating outwards, making him appear like a divine angel descended to earth. He smiled and stared at Charles. Your Highness, Charles is truly naive. Things have come to this point, do you think you can leave alive? Offending him once is the same as offending him twice. What? Charles staggered back 2 steps in shock. Holy light. Wu Wei raised the holy artifact-grade staff of light in his hand, chanting in a pretentious manner, bestow upon your devout believers immense power. As soon as he finished speaking, the staff of light burst forth with a dazzling light, so bright it was blinding. Suddenly, the holy light coalesced into a ball, shining down on Lawrence like a shooting star. In an instant, Lawrence's bones crackled and popped, his stature increased by 3 or 4 parts, and a terrifyingly powerful aura erupted from him. Thank you for the favor of the god of magic. Lawrence was overjoyed, feeling an unprecedented power within himself. His energy was incredibly abundant, and the magical elemental energy within his body seemed inexhaustible. His gaze swept across the entire area, exuding an aura of dominance and unparalleled power. He spoke each word with deliberate clarity. My brother Wu Wei said, none of you trash will leave here alive. With that, he waved his tattered magic staff, chanting an incantation. A massive, mountain-like surge of magical power erupted, condensing into mysterious, enigmatic, earth-yellow runes. Under the runes' influence, the surrounding laws of heaven and earth seemed to shift. Boom! An invisible wave spread out, and everyone around felt as if an invisible mountain had pressed down on them, their bodies becoming several times heavier, their legs feeling as if filled with lead. Great gravity spell. Charles's expression changed instantly. Gravity spell was an extremely difficult spell to learn in earth magic, and great gravity spell was one of the trump cards of an earth magic saint. Could it be that Lawrence had suddenly advanced to the level of a magic saint? Not to mention Charles, even the 3 powerful mages watching the trial outside were immediately shocked. How is this possible? How could Lawrence, with his level of cultivation, possibly cast a great gravity spell? No, his gravity spell doesn't even reach the level of a great gravity spell. Guildmaster Keith Wood's expression shifted between light and shadow, then he suddenly realized, this kid must have an unusually abundant magical power, and he's been enhanced by some kind of secret technique, amplifying the effect of his gravity spell many times over. Ah, I see. The other 2 mages also suddenly understood, realizing the oddity. But even so, the range and power of Lawrence's gravity spell were far too great, weren't they? It was probably that kid Wu Wei's doing. Was the light elemental holy artifact that kid got from the Great Dragon really that powerful? While Jimmy Gaunt was shocked and amazed, he couldn't help but glance at Wu Wei a few more times. This kid truly lived up to his reputation as a favorite of the Lord of Light. He always managed to surprise everyone. Hell, Andrew, your Prince Charles has really stumbled in the gutter this time, Ice Disaster Ice Will said with a hint of schadenfreude. Not only did he work so hard to kill the dragon for someone else, but he also got wiped out on the spot. He was naturally happy to see this. After all, Charles was one of Carl Glaser's biggest obstacles. HMPH Andrew's face darkened to the extreme. He had painstakingly prepared for so many years to suppress Case Wood at the Truth Conference. But unexpectedly, he was defeated by 2 nobodies. He couldn't help but shout angrily, Keith Wood, those Lawrence and Wu Wei are despicable and shameless, openly violating the sincere and devout spirit of magicians. I suggest they be disqualified from the competition. Hey. Even Jimmy Gunter protested, Andrew, this is a trial ground created by ancient magical masters to train their disciples. Wu Wei and his group's actions were all within the rules and tactics. Saint Magister Andrew slightly raised his chin, revealing an air of unparalleled pride. Our royal family values justice and fairness. Prince Charles's performance in fighting the dragon was enough to prove his ability. Although he failed this time due to the enemy's despicable actions, his spirit has already triumphed. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224. You guys hold on. I'm retreating first. Inside the Trial Canyon. Hold on, everyone. Prince Charles pulled out his last magic potion and gulped it down, finally regaining some color in his pale face, which had been drained of magic. However, even so, it was still a drop in the ocean. Charles knew that after the fierce battle with the fire dragon, their energy and magic were almost completely exhausted, and even the potions and scrolls they had painstakingly collected were nearly used up. The situation was dire. Seeing the pale, exhausted faces of his four subordinates, his resentment and anger surged to their peak. He abruptly crushed the potion bottle in his hand. Don't give me that disheartened look. There are only two of them. Even with the aid of the sacred artifact, they are not invincible. Show the courage you had when you fought the fire dragon. Kill them. Kill them, and the sacred artifact will be ours. That's right. Kill them, and the sacred artifact will be ours. Kill them. The hatred of having their fire dragon stolen and the grief of running out of magic power weighed heavily on the four mages' hearts. Already feeling incredibly aggrieved, their eyes almost reddened upon hearing this. They desperately squeezed out the last bit of magic power within them, attacking Lawrence and Wu Wei with reckless abandon. After all, this was the Trial Canyon. Even if they were completely drained of magic power, they didn't need to worry about their magic cores collapsing. What did they have to fear? Moreover, they were surrounded by a gravity spell. The more they tried to escape, the faster they would die. In their desperate struggle, they actually managed to stabilize the battle situation that had been steadily declining. Even Lawrence, who had been so fierce just moments before, felt the pressure and had to become much more cautious in his attacks. Seeing this, Wu Wei raised an eyebrow in surprise and muttered subconsciously, "They still won't give up? This Charles doesn't seem like that kind of person. Am I mistaken?" The spectators outside the arena were also incredibly tense, many even whispering amongst themselves. It's come to this, can Prince Charles still turn the tide? If that's the case, that would be amazing. However, just as everyone was beginning to hope for Prince Charles, thinking he could create a miracle, the situation on the volcano suddenly changed again. Look! What is Prince Charles doing? Strange, why isn't he fighting desperately? Why is he retreating? Is he preparing a powerful attack? Reminded by someone, everyone's attention immediately focused on Prince Charles. On the ash-filled volcano, Prince Charles had silently retreated to the very back while the other four mages fought desperately. Moreover, he was continuing to retreat further and further away. Just as everyone was filled with doubt and suspicion, wondering if he had some other plan, Prince Charles, who had retreated to the edge of the battle and escaped the gravity spell's range, suddenly turned and ran. He ran. He ran. The audience instantly erupted in uproar. How could he do this? Abandoning his comrades who were fighting desperately for him and running away alone. I never thought he was this kind of person. The entire venue was filled with boos, and almost everyone couldn't help but feel contempt. Even the little bit of goodwill they had managed to build up earlier vanished. Being defeated in battle was just a matter of lacking strength. They wouldn't be too harsh on him if he worked hard to improve. But abandoning his comrades and deserting in the face of battle was a matter of character. Even someone like Lawrence, who acted in a despicable and sleazy manner that made you want to drag him out and beat him up, hadn't abandoned his comrades and run away alone in a crisis. Even Karen Glacer's act of killing his comrades as soon as he entered the arena seemed understandable compared to Prince Charles. At least his ruthlessness was clear. On the platform, Jimmy and his three companions, who were watching the battle, were also shocked by Prince Charles's bizarre actions. Andrew, Prince Charles's mentor, almost spat out his coffee, choking and turning pale. "Andrew, is this what you call royal spirit?" Jimmy glanced at him sideways, his eyes filled with disdain. "Well, cough. Retreating in time when you know you're outmatched isn't a bad tactic either." Andrew forced a smile and tried to explain, but his tone sounded weak and lacked his previous confidence. Ice Disaster Ice will scoff disdainfully, "This tactic is truly astonishing." Andrew's face turned pale from his retort, but he couldn't refute it. No matter how well it was phrased, anyone with a brain could see that Prince Charles's actions couldn't be explained away by the word tactic. Even if he clearly stated that someone needed to sacrifice themselves to cover his retreat, it would be better than deserting the battlefield. But what could he do? Even if you cursed his disciple in his heart, he could only continue to protect him. What could he do but abandon this disciple? However, Andrew somewhat agreed with Charles's retreat. After all, as long as the living are alive, there's always hope. The two of them had prepared for this truth conference for far too long. Besides, this was just a trial. Those people died, but they weren't truly dead. President Wood sighed and shook his head, at least giving Andrew some face and not kicking him while he was down. On the volcano battlefield, the few people engaged in fierce combat lacked a keen observation of the spectators. Their attention was entirely focused on the battle, and they didn't notice Prince Charles's unusual movements. Having silently retreated to the edge of the battlefield, Prince Charles breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that he was finally safe. "Brothers, I can't die now. I will avenge you. I swear." He glanced one last time at the four mages fighting bravely, preparing to leave quickly before anyone noticed him. Suddenly, Wu Wei's voice came from behind. "Prince Charles, slow down. Don't fall." Prince Charles stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Oh no. Turning around, he saw that not only Wu Wei, but also Lawrence and his four men were looking at him. Lawrence's expression was a mixture of surprise and disdain, while his four men looked astonished and shocked, as if they couldn't believe he would do such a thing. He was so ashamed that he didn't dare stay and could only hurriedly cover his face and flee. "Tisk tisk tisk, you lot are quite strong, but unfortunately you followed the wrong person." Watching Prince Charles's disheveled figure, Lawrence knew he couldn't catch up, so he focused his attention on the four mages who had been left behind, looking at them seriously and saying, "Don't worry. To show you respect, I will do my best to kill you." The four mages, already in a bad mood from being abandoned by Charles, almost vomited blood upon hearing this. Who wanted this kind of respect? Wouldn't it be better to let each other go? Unfortunately, Lawrence couldn't hear their thoughts. Before they could respond, he launched another attack, going all out as he said. The four mages were already at their limit, relying solely on their willpower. Now that Prince Charles was gone, their spirit seemed to have been drained, and the previously stalemate quickly turned into a one-sided crushing defeat. In just a quarter of an hour, the four mages fell to Lawrence's onslaught, becoming his points. Watching the four's fate unfold, the audience sighed with regret. On the platform, Chairman Wood couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. What a pity. If they had fought side by side, they would have had a chance. That would have depended on Charles being willing to sacrifice himself. As the only one still possessing considerable fighting ability, if he wasn't willing to fight to the death, where would their chance have come from? Ice Disaster Iceville scoffed disdainfully. Isn't this the royal family's usual style? They're so eager to push others to their limits, but when it's their turn to fight, they run faster than anyone else. But it's strange, why didn't they run? If all four of them ran together, Lawrence and Wu Wei wouldn't have been able to catch up, right? Jimmy didn't quite understand. Ice Disaster Iceville scoffed. What's so hard to understand? They're royal retainers, and they'll have to work under Charles in the future, so of course they have to obey. Jimmy suddenly understood. Prince Charles kept them around to hold back Lawrence and Wu Wei, so of course they couldn't escape. No matter how reprehensible Prince Charles's actions were, they couldn't afford to offend him. President Wood glanced at Andrew and couldn't help but sigh again. Royal Archmage Andrew looked grim, but unusually remained silent. Chapter 225 The Fall of Stars. In the vast Trial Canyon, multiple events were unfolding simultaneously. Shortly after Charles's retreat, another fierce conflict erupted. In a ruin littered with rocks and overgrown weeds, more than 20 human mages surrounded a cold-blooded, stunningly beautiful high-ranking siren. Humans have become the masters of this continent precisely because they understand teamwork. Hell, Karen Glacier, you're cornered. Out of respect, I'll give you a chance, commit suicide. From the group of human mages, a tall, slender young man with captivating chestnut hair slowly stepped forward. He held an oak staff inlaid with multicolored gems, and his pure black robes fluttered and shimmered in the clear sunlight. Without a doubt, the leader of this group of human mages was none other than Ben Stewart, a prodigy from the Magic Association's directly affiliated academy. They were indeed in the same alliance not long ago, but after intelligence revealed that Charles's attack on Wu Wei and his group failed and he was wiped out, Even giving Wu Wei's Lawrence team a large number of points, this alliance quickly came to an end. Sure enough, the superior Stuart immediately launched an attack on Karen Glacier. How, Stuart, as a human, your heart is far more cunning than you appear. Karen Glacier, facing the encirclement, remained calm, a contemptuous sneer playing on her lips. Numbers are indeed an advantage, but spending too much time with trash will make you mediocre yourself. What do you mean? Being called trash, the numerous mages present immediately erupted in protest. That filthy siren is about to die? What's with all the arrogance? Pretentious. I've had my eye on you for ages. Gentlemen, stop wasting your breath on him. Senior Stuart, let's attack together. If we kill him, we'll have one less competitor. The numerous mages present glared angrily, chattering amongst themselves. These mages, who had passed the first round of preliminary selection and followed Stuart until now, were not ordinary commoners. These 20-odd of them were all mid to high-level mages, and each came from a privileged background, wealthy and noble. Now, united as one, with their families and the Magic Association backing them, why would they fear a siren from the distant north? Moreover, this siren was one of their competitors. Ben Stuart seemed to have a hint of killing intent rising within him. He glanced at Karen Glacier before him and chuckled, those who can't grasp the situation are often the first to perish. Karen Glacier, you are indeed a capable and promising mage, but you are destined to be eliminated by us. With that, Stuart slowly raised his staff, its tip spinning rapidly, a white vortex of energy, like a circular saw, suddenly bursting forth. His effortless movements suggested that with a mere flick of his staff, even the most solid rock would be cleaved in two by this condensed wind blade. How, want to eliminate me? No problem, as long as you can afford the price. Karen Glacier's lips still held a contemptuous yet exquisite smile. He slowly raised his right hand, and a metal sphere held in his palm appeared before everyone's eyes. This is... Stuart frowned slightly, not yet having a chance to react. With a few clicks of mechanical twisting, the complex runes on the surface of the metal sphere began to rotate on their own. The next instant, a scorching light, as intense as the sun, burst forth from the newly opened crack in the metal sphere. An immense, overwhelming power, accompanied by a gust of wind, spread outwards. Stuart's expression instantly changed drastically, and his 20-odd companions around him immediately felt their hearts tighten, cold sweat pouring down their backs. There was no way around it. The terrifying power emanating from that metal sphere was simply too terrifying. Even though the seal had only opened a tiny crack, the resulting immense power was enough to destroy the world. Weren't you going to kill us? What, you're not going to attack? Karen Glacier casually glanced around, but an invisible deterrent force had already spread around him. What is this thing? Stuart's body tensed, his expression clearly showing more vigilance and seriousness. A genius from a prestigious academy directly under the Magic Association, haven't you even heard of Fallen Star? Karen casually uttered a name. Stuart trembled, his face instantly turning ashen. His companions beside him all wore expressions of terror, their eyes fixed on the metal sphere in Karen Glacier's hand. If this metal sphere truly was the legendary Fallen Star, once detonated, they would all be doomed. Fallen Star? How could you possess a Fallen Star? Stuart inwardly cursed. Fallen Star was a well-known holy artifact in the magical world. Legend has it that there once was a renowned archmage obsessed with the power of stars, dedicating his life to studying the laws of planetary motion and the boundless power contained within the stars. Until one day, this old archmage observed the violent explosion of an aging planet at night. How magnificent and awe-inspiring is a planetary explosion in the universe! How vast and terrifying is the power contained within a single planet! Taking this as an opportunity, for the next 20 years, this old mage saint devoted himself to studying the principles of planetary explosions, hoping to grasp the almost limitless power within. Finally, his efforts paid off, and the old mage saint succeeded. Utilizing the principle of planetary decay leading to eventual explosion, he simulated and created 3 holy artifact-level magical tools, namely Starfall, and firmly locked their cores with 9 layers of seals. However, just as the old mage saint attempted to use the sealing technology to analyze the power of Starfall layer by layer, an accident occurred. The power contained within Starfall was simply too immense. Once an instability occurred, it immediately produced an unprecedentedly massive explosion. Although this was a magical tool rated as a holy artifact, The explosive power it produced far exceeded the explosion produced by a level 7 mage saint, detonating all their magical power. The old mage saint was instantly reduced to ashes in the explosion, and his residence, along with the forest within a radius of several kilometers, were razed to the ground. This accidental explosion shocked the entire magical world at the time, so much so that star magic, along with this highly representative holy artifact, was written into textbooks, becoming a necessary lesson in preventative knowledge for every magician. However, the seal created by the old archmage was extremely powerful. As long as it wasn't broken, it wouldn't cause an explosion. Therefore, the two remaining starfalls survived the accidental explosion. One is now in the Empire's treasury, while the other has been sealed away by the former president of the Magic Association. In the eyes of the magical world and the Empire's officials, such uncontrollable magical artifacts are far too dangerous and must not be revealed. The starfall in Karen Glacer's hand is exactly as described in the book. The only difference might be that Karen Glacer's starfall is much smaller than the one described in the book, looking like a miniature version. But the terrifying power it exudes leaves no room for doubt about its strength. How, where I got it is unimportant. All you need to understand is that this is a miniature version of Starfall, its power enough to level this entire ruin. Karen Glacer's eyes were filled with icy chill. Instead of retreating, he advanced towards Stuart and the mages surrounding him. Stuart and his companions felt a chill run down their spines at the sight. According to the previous system rules, this virtual trial canyon was filled with many powerful magical artifacts and equipment. Anyone capable of obtaining them could use them freely in this arena. This Karen Glacer had clearly explored a dangerous area to obtain such a terrifying magical artifact. If this ruthless guy, who would even kill his own teammates, actually detonated this artifact here, then all of them, the Academy contestants directly under the Magic Association, would be eliminated. Thinking of this, Stuart and his companions dared not linger and immediately tried to scatter and retreat. Halt! Karen Glacer, who had already taken the initiative, shouted, "Once I detonate this magical artifact, everything within a radius of several hundred meters will be wiped out. None of you will escape. If you understand the situation, you'd better stay put. HMPH, you think you can escape once the magical artifact is detonated? It doesn't matter if I can't escape, at least you'll all be buried with me. How, with my current points, plus the bonus points from all of you, I'm sure I'll definitely make it into the top 10 in this qualifying round." You. Stuart's face turned ashen. He gritted his teeth, hesitated for a moment, and then slowly asked, "What exactly do you want?" "Brother Stuart, don't be nervous. As things stand, we're not enemies. Perhaps we can reach an agreement, cooperate, and achieve a win-win situation." Karen Glacer glanced at Stuart with his serpentine eyes, a sly smile playing on his lips. He slowly said, "For both of us now, advancing to the next round is a piece of cake. However, some potential troubles remain. Even if we reach the next round, we probably won't feel at ease." Stuart's expression softened slightly. "Go on. Those potential troubles are far too cunning. With my strength alone, or yours alone, it's difficult to completely eliminate them. But if we cooperate, there will be no more obstacles between us in this truth conference, and the champion will undoubtedly be one of us." Karen Glacer's tone was arrogant yet seductive. "I can pinpoint the locations of those potential troubles. You only need to surround them, and we'll slowly eliminate them. Everything will be under our control." Stuart's eyes narrowed, and his companions also showed eager expressions. If they could eliminate all their competitors in the second round, the next final would be a duel between Stuart and Karen Glacer. This was indeed a very worthwhile proposal. "All right, I accept your proposal." Ben Stuart looked into Karen Glacer's eyes. "Tell me, who's our first target?" "Lawrence and Wu Wei. I won't be at peace until they're dead." Karen Glacer finished slowly, then added coldly, "After that, it'll be that lone third prince, Charles." End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.